Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. My name is Stuart John, and joining me is Lynn Charge as we get ready for the first race of the day, which is the women's D pairs.
It is, and thanks, Stuart. Thanks for welcoming me. And as we wait for a start on race 81, the women's pairs, it's the first 4 to go through to the final. But let's thank our sponsors, Penrith City Council, Bentley's, Quest Penrith, who are the official accommodation providers, and also remember all our venue people out there, all our merchandisers, 776BC, Wexwork, Sport Republic, Bont Rowing, Regatta Shop, Pontoon and Row Fit. And we're still a couple of minutes away, I think, from the start. So what are we looking forward to today?
Look, I'm really looking forward to, again, some of the big boat energy that'll come down a little bit later on today. I know from an ANU perspective, we've got a few of our women's crews that are out racing in doubles later on and also in quads. So really looking forward to seeing how they go as we're just underway now in the first race of the day, the first tee to the women's D pairs.
And in lane 3, we've got Bairnsdale, Belinda Pownell and Joe Campbell, coached by Ronald Alexander. In lane 4, Fremantle, Alex Lay and Fiona Bell. River City Women's in lane 5 is Sonia Gustafsson and Siobhan Stafford. Lane 6 is Glebe and Skilton, Emma Hutchinson, coached by Robin Mackney. And lane 7, Toowong, Daniela Anderson, Georgina Townsend. And Carrum in lane 8, Kelly James and Anya Lloyd-Smith, coached by Drew Holman.
And I reckon with the D category, we're going to see quite a few of these women that are going to be racing in the interstate regatta tomorrow. They've got the 8s. So certainly I've seen in the few of the South Australian reps will be racing in the second heat. So really looking forward to seeing how they go in the smaller sweep boat.
And I think there is one representative in the Carrum boat. I think she's in the State 8 for Victoria. So, and this is giving those rowers that are in the state events a bit of a hit out before they have to get the interstate races tomorrow, big day. And you're racing tomorrow?
I am racing tomorrow in the interstate for the ACT in the Para Single Sculls. So that's always a big thing, although I'm not sure if I can beat Kevin Wall. We saw him in the double yesterday, very, very quick. But so we'll see. I might get some ADF people just to help me out a bit.
I'm sure you'll do fine. But as these 6 boats are coming down the course now, they're very evenly matched. I think lane 5, River City Women's, and lane 6, Glebe, just have their boat ahead of Carrum in lane 8. Then next is Bairnsdale in lane 3, lane 7 and lane 4, that's Toowong and Fremantle, still with the work to do. But lane 8 now has made a bit of a move, I think.
Yeah, Carrum in the lead, followed by Toowong, Glebe, Bairnsdale, River City Women's, and then back to Fremantle off the back of the pace at the moment. I did see driving in, Glebe set up a number of signs on that old Castlereagh Road as you come in. And it started off with "Go Glebe Women's," super hype. And then the men aren't too bad either.
I saw that, but my driver was going a bit quick for me to read them. But what a great way to really encourage everyone to go through. But at the 500 metres, it's Carrum in a time of 2 metres, followed by Toowong, 7 seconds behind, Glebe, Bairnsdale and River City Women's, and we are missing one of the crews. They didn't get a time. I think that's Fremantle. They the timers might not have just picked that up, but it was Carrum in the lead by 7 seconds. So, and they now have clear water.
And I think we've just got a capsize at the moment. It does look like we have had a capsize. That is Toowong in lane number 7. So unfortunately, they are out of the race. Now it's top 4 to go through. So what that does mean, with Fremantle being a bit off the pace, it does mean that our other crews are looking quite good to go through. So we've got Carrum out in the lead. That's Kelly James and Anya Lloyd-Smith, coached by Drew Holman. Over on the far side of the course, we've got Bairnsdale, Belinda Pownell and Joe Campbell. And then in the middle of the course, we have River City Women, Sonia Gustafsson and Siobhan Stafford, and then Glebes and Skilton and Emma Hutchinson. So unfortunately, the Toowong crew have capsized, so hopefully they're all okay, and looks like they're getting back in the boat and get back down the course for that one. So conditions at the moment are absolutely perfect. We'll go into those in just a few moments as we just see Karam in the very distinctive lime green and black.
It's yellow.
Yellow, is it?
It's neon yellow.
It's very neon. Well, it's taken them for a win. So Kelly James and Lloyd-Smith going through to the final of the women's D pairs. Joining them in the final will be Bairnsdale's Belinda Pownell and Joe Campbell, head of Glebe Rowing Clubs, Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson, and then River City Women's Rowing Club, who I have seen in green, Sonia Gustafsson and Siobhan Stafford, and then Fremantle's Alex Lai and Fiona Bell. The Toowong crew are back in the boat now, and they looks like they're just going to move off the course before the start of the next one. So unfortunate for the Toowong crew there. But yeah, the conditions, Lynn, absolutely perfect. I mean, we just saw the pairs cutting glass as they came down towards the finish. It's about 7 or 8 degrees at the moment. The sun's out. There's no fog. There's barely a breath of wind about. It is just mint.
And we're sitting up here talking when we could be out rowing.
We could be out rowing, but we're up here talking instead.
We're up here talking instead. And just as that crew is coming off the course, thank you to all our BROs and Surf Life who are there keeping all our rowers safe. They responded very quickly to any incident that happens on the course. So that's good to see that they are actually paying attention. And until the course clears, we won't get a start in the second heat of the women's D pair, which is Commercial Composite, North Shore, Adelaide University, Toowong, Leichhardt and Adelaide University Composite. So the rules, the BROs are there to keep everybody safe, and so they let everybody know we're not having a start until the course is completely clear. So it's sometimes unfortunate, you might be in the starting blocks, you're held there, but that just makes it safe, and we have had a start.
Yeah, we have had a start. So it's Commercial Murwillumbah, Tasman Brew and Samantha Donaldson in lane 3. North Shore's Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong in lane 4. Adelaide University, Susie Ross and Angie Franco in lane 5. Toowong's Michelle Loveday and Janelle Filkin, lane 6. Leichhardt's Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga in lane 7. And Adelaide University, Torrens Composite of Tori Toogood and Christina Bursill in lane number 8. So actually on that topic, Lynn, I have had it where it was pouring down with rain in Canberra one time at the start for an 1800 singles race, and someone capsized, so we had to sit in the rain, getting cold. But again, it's for the safety of the rowers, it's for the safety of the crew, particularly the people that may have capsized, that may have had an incident. You need them to be off the course.
That's exactly right, and the Toowong crew that we saw have the capsize are now rowing down lane 10 just to get safely off the course. So as we're in heat 2, race 82, it is the first 4 to go through again. So we've still got the 6 rowers there. Lane 4, North Shore, just at the moment beside Adelaide University, lane 5. They look to have just the edge over lane 3, Commercial Composite. Then lane 8, Adelaide University Composite, Leichhardt and Toowong. So they will, as they come down to the 500 metres, hopefully we'll be able to get times on all of those boats. But you can have a very slow start and then they really just work their way through, which is excellent.
Yeah, so Adelaide University in the lead, Susie Ross and Angie Franco looking quite comfortable out in front. And then Adelaide University Torrens, Tori Toogood and Christina Bursill. So that will no doubt make Joe Malcolm very happy that South Australia are well out in front. North Shore sitting in 3rd place through there. And then it's back a little bit further. We'll just wait for the confirmation on the rest of the timing. Looks like Leichhardt sitting in 4th, Commercial Murwillumbah in 5th and Toowong in 6th place. So a little bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th, but Leichhardt sitting comfortably, it looks like, in that 4th and final qualification position.
Well, it does, and if we've got a little bit of a time issue, getting the results up, that's what we're here for, to give you all the intel. But also, if you're listening in the stands and you've always wondered what happens right at the top of the course, if you'd like to be a boat holder, they're very welcome to go up there, have a look, see what's happening. But the action now is all down here with lanes 4 and 5, North Shore, Adelaide University and Adelaide University Composite, really doing well.
So into the final stages now, North Shore and Adelaide University battling it out quite nicely for that lead spot, and then Adelaide University Torrens Composite in lane number 8 in there as well. So our 3 leading crews all pretty evenly matched, and looking forward to seeing how they go in the final a little bit later on. And of course, looking forward to seeing how they go in the interstate race tomorrow. Cannot wait for that. It's the men's and women's quads, the men's and women's 8s, and the men's and women's PR3 single sculls. 4 entries in the women's PR3 single sculls as well, which is always great to see. A large geographic spread of the para rowers from around the country. Not a lot to pick between North Shore and Adelaide University, but it does look like Adelaide University are just going to hold on. It was by about the width of a bow number ahead of North Shore's Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong, and then Adelaide University Torrens Composite of Tori Toogood and Christina Bursill finishing in 3rd. 4th place will go to Leichhardt, Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga. They'll qualify for the final in that very distinctive black boat. Coming in behind them, Tasman Brew and Samantha Donaldson from Murwillumbah and Commercial respectively. And then our final crew across the line will be Toowong Rowing Club, Michelle Loveday and Janelle Filkin.
Thank you. Yes, so they'll be joining our other 4 in the final I have to check what time it is. They will be having at least a rest now, getting their boats off, wondering what they can do to really make sure that they can perform their best in the final. Our next race coming up is the men's D single. Now, there are 3 heats in this, 3 heats of the men's D single, so a huge field. The first heat we've got 9, the second heat we've got 9, the third heat we've got 8. So it's going to be really challenging for us callers with 9 boats across, but it is the men's D single, the first heat, only the first 3 to go through. In lane 1, Leichhardt, Terry Bridges. In lane 2, Powerhouse, Chris Schlick. In lane 3, Mossman, Alexander Doig. Newcastle in lane 4, Brad Smith. Yarra Yarra, Ross Burnley, lane 5. Manning River, Glenn Herbert in lane 6. Lane 7 is Mersey, Shane Broad. Lane 8, Ngambie, Al Isherwood. And Dragons in lane 9, Patrick Mulrooney. So they've had a start there, and it looks to be Mersey in lane 7, Shane Broad, who is just equal pegging with Al Isherwood in from the Ngambie, and those two now pretty much about a boat length ahead of the rest of the crew. It is only the first 3, and it looks like one person didn't start. I think we've got an empty lane in lane 5. So that could be Yarra Yarra. We're just trying to get confirmation of that now.
And I'll tell you what, as they crossed over the 500 metres, Terry Bridges was leading from Brad Smith, Shane Broad just in behind him, Al Isherwood in 4th place, Alexander Deutsch in 5th, and there was only about, between 1st and 5th, there's only about 2 seconds. So we've only got top 3 to go through, 2 seconds separating 5 boats, and we can just see them. Well, this is Razor's Pashmina that you can throw over the course, or at least over our leading few crews. So Terry Bridges from Leichhardt, looking comfortable out in front. Shane Broad from Mersey Rowing Club. We can see him. He's a politician down in Tasmania. So there was a news article where he was coming up from Tassie to do a bit of work. Instead of doing a bit of work, he's up here at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. But looking across the course there, definitely Terry Bridges from Leichhardt. Shane Broad sitting in 2nd, and then a couple across from Terry Bridges. We've got Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club, Brad Smith from Newcastle, and Al Isherwood only about a boat length behind Shane Broad as well. So into the last 250 metres, we've got 5 different scullers we've got 3 places in the final. We're into race number 3 of day 2 of the 2025 Australian Masters Rowing Championships, and we're already in for an absolutely cracking finish here. It is Terry Bridges from Leichhardt with that lead at the moment. Is he going to be able to hold on? You can see the sprint starting to come. Shane Broad from Mersey Rowing Club. We've got Brad Smith from Newcastle, Alexander Deutsch from Mossman, and also a big push coming here from Al Isherwood from Nagambie. It's still Terry Bridges with that lead from Leichhardt. Who's going to get places 2 and 3 through to the final? Everyone's looking out to the left, to the right. It's Terry Bridges from Leichhardt. He's coming across. Big finish coming here from Al Isherwood. It's going to be Shane Broad to finish in second. Al Isherwood in third place. And then back a little bit further, Brad Smith from Newcastle and Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club. Just missing out on qualifying for the final. Going through in behind them will be Chris Schlitt from Powerhouse Rowing Club. And then we've got lane 9, Patrick Mulrooney from Dragons, just coming across the line now. And then lane number 6, Glenn Herbert from Manning River, finishing in 8th place. And what a cracking race that was.
Now, if you're looking on the board, it says that Al Isherwood was 4th with Patrick Mulrooney in 3rd. So we will wait for confirmation. They will be anxiously waiting to see who got that precious 3rd place. But in the second heat of 3, we've got Surfers Paradise in lane 1, Andy Menzies. Lane 2, Lake Eildon, Mario Lang. Lane 3, Yarra Yarra, Zane Lockley. ANA, lane 4, Dale Hawkins. Rhett Patterson from Manning River in lane 5, Leichhardt 2, Fred McHugh in lane 6, lane 7, Wendouree Ballarat, Andrew Lehane, lane 8, Noosa, Tim Moran, and Anthony Lee, Riverside, lane 9, just rounding out the field there. So I was speaking to Mario earlier today. He's just driven up from Lake Eildon. He arrived at 2 a.m. with his boat, so he hasn't had a lot of sleep, so we'll see how he's going. And it's good to see that the first 3 will go through. We're still waiting for confirmation on the first heat, and they have changed it now. So the first 3 to go through in the first heat, Terry Bridges, Shane Broad, and Al Isherwood has cracked it for the place.
Thank goodness I called that correctly over the line. Just a question though, where is Lake Eildon?
Lake Eildon's in the centre of Victoria, and Eildon Reservoir is one of our major water storage units. Yep. So Mario has started a club up there. He's working up there, so he started a rowing club on our water reservoir. So, but he did actually row in the World Cup for Chile at one time.
There we go.
There you go. And Al Isherwood, I believe, has been an Australian rower as well.
Yeah, I think he does a bit of work for Perfect Balance Rowing as well. So
I don't think he works for them. I think he owns them.
Ah, there we go. Well, technically works for them.
He does work for them.
Our top 3 at the moment, we've got Dale Hawkins, Rhett Patterson and Anthony Lee looking very comfortable for those top 3 positions. It is a bit of a gap back then to Andy Menzies, Andrew Lehane, Mario Lang, Tim Moran and Zane Lockley. So our top 3 a little bit less, shall we say, a little bit less drama?
Yes, it's a little clearer in this heat who the top 3 are going to be. But as we saw in the first race of the day with a capsize, that can really ruin your chances and give someone else the chance to go through. You're not through until you hear that beep, and you see the rowers really looking around for the beep.
Yeah, and I think particularly in the single sculls, you know, that is the boat class where if you put on a bit of a push, you can really make up some ground very, very quickly. And then that puts, because you're looking back at people, it can then make you panic a little bit and go, oh, geez, what do I need to do? How do I need to go about this? So it's never, ever out of the realms of impossibility. And we're now seeing a bit of a push coming here. So it looks like we've got the sculler from Leichhardt, I think it is, in the red boat, Frank McHugh, who's starting to make a little bit of a push now up towards those top 3 rowers. Lane 1, Andy Menzies from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club as well. I think it's one of the first ones I've seen from Surfers Paradise. Out in front though, we do have our crew in our sculler in lane number 4, Dale Hawkins, Rhett Patterson from Manning River Rowing Club. They're our 1 and 2. Lane 9, Anthony Lee from Riverside, but he's under danger from Frank McHugh, who's put the push on. So out in front, we've got A&A, Dale Hawkins. He's going to go through and take the win. And now here comes the push from Riverside. So it's first going through to Dale Hawkins, Rhett Patterson from Manning River, and then Anthony Lee from Riverside. Our second and third place rowers. So we'll just get confirmation on the order for that one. There was a big push from Frank McHugh from Leichhardt. Unfortunately, not able to get over the line. Then in behind him, we've got Anzi Menzies from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Andrew Lahane from Wendouree Ballarat, and then back a little bit further, Lake Eildon, Mario Lang, and then our final couple of rowers just coming across the line now. So it will be lane number 9, Tim Moran. No, it'll be a photo for that final place. So Tim Moran from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, and then Yarra Yarra's Zane Lockley.
Yes, so according to our timers, who do a terrific job, Dale Hawkins, Rhett Patterson and Anthony Lee, that's A&A, Manning River, Riverside, the 3 that will be joining Leichhardt, Mersey and Ngambie, and we've still got another final to go. Another heat, I beg your pardon, another heat to go.
And they are now underway in heat number 3 of the men's D single sculls. So lane 2 from Corio Bay, Duncan Ashby. Lane 3 from Murwillumbah, Doug Cryer. Lane 4 from Drummoyne, Nicholas Brown. Lane 5 from Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis. Lane 6 from Lindisfarne, Jonathan Pitt. Lane 7 from Shoalhaven, Harry Davis. Lane 8 from North Esk, Patrick Bird. And lane 9 from Glebe Rowing Club, David Cameron.
David Cameron. I find it interesting when I'm reading out 900 names. Names like Rod Stewart, no, it's not the singer. David Cameron, no, it's not the Prime Minister. So I find it fascinating. Perhaps not everybody does.
I'm still waiting for Kate Carnell to, because she's a rower down at Canberra Rowing Club, former Chief Minister of the ACT.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Just see what really goes on there. But it is interesting when I look at those names. But as we're going down now, again, they're very evenly matched in the first 250 metres. Not a lot going on there. They're all had a good start. They're all sorting themselves out, getting into rhythm, trying to now to just get their rhythm going. They've pushed, now settle down, breathe, get the length going, really trying to push.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some great racing going on. We saw in the first one, 5 scullers across the course, only 3 to go through. Even in that second one, it looked for all money like our top 3 had sorted themselves out. Then all of a sudden, the big push coming from the Leichhardt sculler and just missing out. The Riverway sculler here in lane 9, I thought, he's being overtaken. And then he made his own push and being able to go through quite nicely. So this one here, as they come across the 500, I reckon I've got about 4 or 5 that are all within pretty close proximity. So Patrick Bird, Nick Inglis, Doug Cryer, Duncan Ashby, Nicholas Brown and David Cameron. And again, first and 6th, maybe 3 seconds between them. Then Jonathan Pitt and Harry Davis, just a little bit off the pace there. So I think we're in for another fascinating finish here, Lynn. It's what a way to warm up.
I know. Well, we're getting warm up here. The sun's shining, the birds are singing. Beautiful day here. Just a light ripple moving the water. The flags are hanging limp. So great sculling conditions. You certainly don't want any wind or waves, but this is going to be really heating up, and I'm looking forward to the final of this. But it is lane now, North Esk in lane 8, Patrick Bird, who's just edging out there Glebe David Cameron, but on the other side there is Murwillumbah, Doug Cryer, doing a great job, as is Nick Inglis. So there's still, and lane 2, Corio Bay, Duncan Ashby. All of those really doing a great job there. But it is at the moment North Esk Patrick Bird. He was leading at the 500 and he's still leading. But lane 2 now, lane 3, Murwillumbah, Doug Cryer, really putting on a push. So he's challenging now Patrick Bird for the lead. Nick Inglis also from Yarra Yarra making a bit of a push there. So what do you reckon, Stuart?
I reckon our top three might just have sorted themselves out here. It's the order in which they're going to go through. So we've got Doug Cryer from Mawilumbar, Nick Inglis from Yarra Yarra, and Patrick Bird from North Esk. There's about a boat length between them and the next sculler, which is Drummoyne's Nicholas Brown. It is going to be a win there for Doug Cryer from Mawilumbar, just ahead of Patrick Bird from North Esk. Third will go to Nick Inglis. He'll go through to the final. Fourth place to lane number 4, that's Nicholas Brown. And then we've got Duncan Ashby finishing in 5th. Jonathan Pitt in 6th. Coming through in 7th will be the Glebe sculler David Cameron, looking like he just had a few dramas towards the end there. And then with our final rower across the line will be Harry Davis from Shoalhaven Rowing Club.
And that rounds out the field for the Men's Masters D single final. It will be Mawilumbar, Doug Cryer, Nick Inglis, Yarra Yarra, North Esk, Patrick Bird, Leichhardt, Terry Bridges, Newcastle, Mersey, Shane Broad, Nagambie, Al Isherwood, ANA, Dale Hawkins, Manning River, Rhett Patterson, and Riverside, Anthony Lee. And now that the excitement of the singles is over, we move to even more excitement. So if excitement is one rower, more excitement must be 2. So this is the women's G double scull. Commercial in lane 2 with Barbara Hall and Sheehan Fay. Commercial in lane 3, Chris Clements and Joe Cook. Melbourne Composite, Julia Wood and Louise Phillips in lane 4. Lane 5, Newcastle, Fiona Wallace, Sharon Butler. Curtin University, Ronnie Cooper and Sharon Ann Jones in lane 6. Lane 7, University of WA Comp, Celia Cornwell and Evelyn Bowen. Lane 8, Melbourne Uni Composite with Jen Kilby and Josie Band. ANU Composite from lane 9, Anne Charlton and Elaine Bissica. And looking at these, they're still in the starting blocks. They're sitting there. They're not quite sitting ready, so we haven't started roll call yet. As you look on the big screen, you can see that they're still sitting fairly relaxed. A little bit of tapping going on there just to straighten up in lane 9. That's the ANU Composite with Canberra, Anne Charlton from Canberra and Elaine Bissica from ANU.
Yeah, Anne Charlton from Canberra Rowing Club, one of our stalwart BROs down in Canberra. You see her at every single regatta that she can. Always down there, helping make the regattas run smoothly. And Bissica just in the bow seat there. So we're just a minute or two away from the start of the first heat of the women's G double sculls. So 3 heats in this one, first 3 to go through to the final. And a big shout out to all the boat holders that's down there. Please make sure you thank your boat holders. It's lying down, holding the boats, making sure that everyone's ready to go. It can be a bit of a thankless task, so huge shout out to them.
And if you're interested in knowing how it works, get in touch with someone in officialdom and you can get a gig down doing boat holding. So that would be exciting as well. And we've got our stalls, Row Gear, Wintec, Perfect Balance Rowing, Poraloo Marine, Croker and Row Pairs. So these are our stalls, our sponsors and our partners. So in between races, if you've got the time, go and have a look, maybe. I mean, we all need more rowing gear. We've never got enough. We all need more equipment. Maybe those shoes will make us go faster. Maybe if we look at the stroke coach, that'll make us go faster. Maybe if we get a new pair of oars, that'll make us go faster. So we're always looking for just that edge that's going to really push us a little bit further. And it looks like we've just about got to start. The crews are sitting ready. They'll be doing the roll call now. For commercial, Melbourne Composite, Newcastle, Curtin University, University of WA Composite with Perth, Melbourne Uni Composite with Melbourne, ANU Composite with Canberra, and it is the first 3 to go through. So again, 3 heats, a very popular event, this women's G double scull. So there we go, we've had a start, and thank you to the camera people who do a terrific job there, giving us these great screens. I think that's one of the benefits of being at Cirque here. It's so well set up with cameras, with screens. Everyone can have a look and see what's going on. And as we're looking down the course, it looks as though Lane 8 is in the lead, but the angle is very deceptive, so do not think that they got way ahead of anybody else. The parallax error, I think it's called.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see it when we come into the 500. It always looks like somebody's in the lead, and then as soon as it levels out, you go, oh, hang on a minute, that's not actually the case. So it's from here in the commentary box, I know in the 2K you definitely need the cameras, but at this one you can sort of see where people are, particularly as they come up to the 500, normally give it a pretty good go. But yeah, as you say there, Lynn, it is so fantastic. I mean, this is a purpose-built venue for the Olympics back in 2000, so it does mean that the camera angles are all set up. I know down in Canberra, when you're calling from the finish line with a microphone in your hand and sitting on a camp chair, it can be a little bit tricky.
And would you like to hazard a guess as to where the Brisbane Olympic rowing course will be?
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Right, okay. Back to the rowing. We're coming up to the 500 metres. So let's see, as we're going through, we're just about there now. Lane 7 looks like they may have a bit of the ascendancy over lane 5. Over on the far side, lane 2, not to be outdone. So they're still fairly close. There's no one at the moment that I can see who is out of touch. There's always that push. And we see the blue container knows we're coming up to the 500 metres, and we'll start getting our splits, and it is University, Western Australia, Perth, Commercial and Melbourne, Exeter, followed by Melbourne Uni and Melbourne. So that is the course as we go across. So very good rowing there with University of Western Australia, that's lane 7, followed by the Commercial boat in lane 2, and the Melbourne Exeter, which is Julia Wood and Louise Phillips and Josie Bant and Jen Kilby. So the University of WA rowers are Celia Cornwell and Evelyn Bowen. Oh my gosh, these names.
And I think these leading 3 crews might just be separating themselves out. So we can see the University of WA Perth crew out in front at the moment. Lane 1 from Commercial, Barbara Hall and Senwin Fay. And then it does look to be the Melbourne Exeter crew. So Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club over in the UK, and then Louise Phillips from Melbourne Rowing Club. So they're our 1, 2 and 3. And I think probably the only crew that I'd be looking at to upset the apple cart will be the Melbourne University and Melbourne crew of Jen Kilby and Josephine Bant there in lane number 8. So we'll keep a bit of a close eye on those ones and just sort of see, because they are starting to make that boat move, making up a bit of ground on the University of WA composite that's in there as well. So it's going to be an interesting one. It
is, and the Melbourne composite and the University WA composite and the Melbourne Uni Melbourne composite, those 3 now really making a move. But I think over on the far side, Commercial in lane 2, Barbara Hall and how would you say that? Senwin. I think they're getting the job done.
Yeah, they're just holding on there. So our top 3 crews looking very comfortable as they come in towards the finish line. So lane 7, 4 and 2. So that is University of WA and Perth composite. They're going to finish in first place in the women's G double sculls. Second place will go to lane number 4. That is the Melbourne Exeter composite of Wood and Phillips, ahead of the Commercial crew of Hall and Fay. And then finishing just in behind them in lane number 8 will be the Melbourne University Melbourne composite of Kilby and Bant. Now, it's a race in 2 because we had our top 4 crews sort of very evenly well matched up, and then our next few crews also very evenly matched up. So coming through in 5th place will be the Commercial crew of Clements and Cook, and then in behind them we have, it's going to be lane 6 potentially, just over lane number 9. So that is Cooper and Jones from Curtin University, potentially just over Charlton and Bissica from ANU and Canberra, and then Newcastle's Wallace and Butler finishing in 8th place.
Thank you, Stuart. And the second heat is down the course now. That's Lane 2, Pine Rivers, Bet Ann Hine and Jennifer Missenden. Lane 3, A&A Composite, Barbara O'Neill from Murray Bridge and Sue Howard-Smith from A&A. Perth Composite in Lane 4, Michaela Main from Fremantle, Carolyn Fennell from Perth. Lake Macquarie, Lane 5, Marie Brown and Louise Termine. Endeavour in Lane 6, Chris Brennan and Diane McShane. Noosa in Lane 7, Rachel Meacham and Jill Hopkins. And Melbourne University Composite, Jerry Goss and Jen Bingham in Lane 8.
So Perth and Fremantle with the lead early doors, and then Melbourne Uni and Richmond sitting in second. Perth Fremantle in third. Less than a second back to Lake Macquarie though in fourth. We'll keep an eye out on that battle. Pine Rivers then in fifth. Noosa back in sixth place, and then our final crew just to come across the line. Geraldine Goss from Richmond Rowing Club. I think she was the captain at least a couple of years ago. Might still be.
I think she still is.
Still is. She gave us. Went down with the Para 8 for the head of the Yarra a couple of years ago. And Richmond were Jerry and the Richmond Club were very generous in hosting us. We got to use the facilities, got to relax a little bit, warm up upstairs and all that kind of thing. And I know all the crew were absolutely stoked with it, and it was absolutely lovely of them.
And it is a lovely community down on the Yarra, but every state has their people that will help out, and I think just the whole rowing community is very helpful for whatever they can do to help each other. But yes, there are some clubs, and we think as we're doing that of Manning River, who have been really inundated.
Yes, and I did see that there is a fundraiser on the Rowing New South Wales Instagram page. I think it might be for Manning River. So get on the Rowing New South Wales, Rowing NSW Instagram page and have a look. They've got some details of a fundraiser there for the clubs that have been affected by the floods that we've seen up in northern New South Wales. So if you can dig deep and chip in a couple of coins, then every donation will be very highly appreciated. Coming into the final stages now, and it is our crew in, looks to be our crew there in lane number 4, so that's Michaela Main and Carolyn Fennell from Perth and Fremantle Rowing Clubs. They're sitting ahead of lane number 8, that's Melbourne University and Richmond, and then in behind them, we've got lane number 6, looks to be Endeavour, Chris Brennan and Diane McShane. So Michaela Main and Carolyn Fennell will finish in first, second to Jerry Goss and Jennifer Bingham, and third will be lane number 6, Endeavour Rowing Club, Chris Brennan and Diane McShane. They'll go through to the finals. Lake Macquarie, Marie Brown and Louise Termine finishing in 4th place. 5th will go to it looks to be the Pine Rivers crew there, Bet Ann Hine and Jennifer Missenden. And then lane number 7, Rachel Meacham and Jill Hopkins finishing in 6th. And then we've got our A&A and Murray Bridge composites. So either end of the Nullarbor, Bernadette O'Neill and Sue Howard-Smith just coming up towards the finish line now.
But the third heat is down the course now. St George Composite, lane 2, Anne Taylor and Jenny Wilson. Newcastle in lane 3, Susan Kemp, Phoebe Sanders. Glebe in lane 4, Jenny McEwen and Micah Kelly. Lane 5, Lake Macquarie is Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. Lane 6, Black Mountain, Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson. Mary Hunter and Helen Kelly from Carrum in lane 7, and Jane DeGua and Therese Clancy in lane 8. So off they're going.
And it's Razors Pashmina over this one again, because there's not a lot to pick between our crews. So Mackay leading Black Mountain, Carrum, St George Mossman, Newcastle, Lake Macquarie and Glebe Rowing Club. And again, it is worthwhile pointing out that Micah Kelly in the bow seat of that Glebe Rowing Club crew will be rowing for New South Wales tomorrow in the Interstate PR3 single scull. So I think it's the second time that she's repped New South Wales, second or third?
Second or third. Fantastic. Fantastic. I like the fact that Black Mountain has got a red boat and we can see it very clearly.
Well, I think that's one from the Red Shed. So they've got the Black Mountain Rowing Club, and then you've got the Red Shed, which is a privately owned facility, and they're doing scholarships for under 21s. They've announced the Golden Oar, which will be held in November. There is tens of thousands of dollars worth of prize money up for grabs in that one, and very much looking forward to seeing how that all goes. And one of the things that they are doing at the Red Shed is offering lessons to public schools. So if you're not at a rowing school, it can be very difficult to get into the sport if you're not talent ID'd. And so, yeah, they're doing a lot of things to try and get rowing more popular, particularly in the ACT. So it's a hell of a thing that they're doing, and they are sitting just off the lead at the moment. So that's Pam Nash and Jeanette Gasson. Jane de Guerra from Mackay Rowing Club and Therese Clancy are our leaders. And then over on the far side of the course, we've got the St George Mossman composite of Taylor and Wilson, and then Newcastle's Kemp and Sanders also up there. And then Carrum Rowing Club also not without a shout at the moment. So they're coming up towards the finish line now. It's about 50 metres or so left to go. Mackay have led from the start. Black Mountain have been sitting nicely in second place. And then who's going to get that third and final qualification position? It's only a couple of strokes left to go. Mackay will go through and take the heat win. Black Mountain will finish in second, and third will go to the crew from Carrum, half a boat length ahead of the crew from St George Mossman Composite, who in turn were a half a boat length ahead of Newcastle back in fifth place. And then coming across the line now will be Lake Macquarie, Clinton and Campbell, who in turn will finish ahead of lane number 4, that's McCowan and Kelly from the Glebe Rowing Club.
That is a fantastic finish there. So in our final, we've got Commercial, Barbara Hall and Senwin Fay. Melbourne Composite, Julia Wood and Louise Phillips. University of WA Composite, Celia Cornwell, Evelyn Bowen. Perth Composite, Michaela Main, Carolyn Fennell. Endeavour, Chris Brennan, Diane Shane. Melbourne University Composite, Jerry Goss and Jen Bingham. The Mackay, Jane Degura, Teresa Clancy, Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson, and from Carrum, Mary Hunter and Helen Kelly. And may I say, Mary Hunter is a teacher at Frankston High, a non-rowing school, and she's been running a rowing program down at Carrum Rowing Club for many years for just a public school, getting those rowers up and running.
It's a way to do it.
That's right, and now she's in the final of the G double scull. So
we do have a little bit of a break in the program now. So the men's B single sculls, heat number 1 and heat number 2, have been consolidated due to scratching. So that is just a straight final for the men's B singles. So our next race will be at 8:50 with the women's E single sculls.
And we're back. The women's E single scull, 2 heats here, first 4 to go through. Noosa, lane 1 with Jane Swinton. Riverway, lane 3 is Jacqueline de Jong. Corowa, Julia Underwood, lane 4. Lane 5, Newcastle, Julia Bosco. Lane 6 is a scratching. Lane 7, Leichhardt, Carmel Taylor. And lane 8, Endeavour, is Rosalie Furness. And we heard then the buzzer, and they're just taking off. And we've got a little bit of a slow start from some of the rowers there. The others take off like rockets, but it's not how you start, it's where you finish.
Absolutely, but it is such an important thing though. I mean, you get off to a good start, you can settle in nicely, it's sort of towards the front, keep an eye out on everyone sitting in behind you, and you can see there, Rosalie Furness from Endeavour Rowing Club, she went off like a rocket, you know. Had an outboard motor sitting on there, some nitro. You know,
yes.
You press the button and away you go. But certainly moving the boat very, very nicely. The conditions are absolutely perfect. I mean, since we've had that 10-minute break, the water's settled back down again. So these rowers are going to be cutting the glass as they come down the course. And I'm sure that they're absolutely loving it. I mean, temperature's just starting to warm up a little bit as well. I mean, we're starting to get a little bit warmer here in the commentary box. It's about 10 degrees, which for Canberra is absolutely fantastic, particularly at this time of year. But yeah, so it's looking at really, really nice conditions at the moment, and you couldn't ask for better.
Well, that's exactly right. And when you look at the start, they'll say you can't, you may not win from the start, but you can lose from the start. But now the rowers are starting to find their rhythm, to level out, and we're starting to see some movement there, and it looks as though the Riverway rower in lane 3 may be in front. It's a bit hard to tell from here. Lane 5, Newcastle, Julie Bosco, also doing okay, and lane 7 and 8, Leichhardt, Carmel Taylor and Rosalind Furness. So they're still all very much in it. There's the lane 2, Noosa, is a fair way back. I think that would be a very struggle for her to get into the top 4. It is the first 4 to go through. But apart from that, there's not much between the other 5.
And we're just seeing them coming up towards the 500-metre timing point now. So it is Julie Underwood from Corowa leading out Rosalie Furness from Endeavour, and then Jacqueline de Jong from Riverway sitting in 3rd place. And then we're back to Jules Bosco, Carmel Taylor. So that battle for 4th place, the 4th and final qualification position, well and truly on. And then Jane Swinton from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club a little bit further behind. But we talk about the geographic spread we've got here at the Australian Masters Rowing Championship. So Corowa on the Murray River, on the border between New South Wales and Victoria, and Riverway from up in Townsville.
A long, long way away. And we see the Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum are the coaches at Corowa, and Wes Canny, one of our very enthusiastic rowers, and we talk about the Canny Cruise from Corowa. And when I'm calling schoolgirls, we have to donate between Corowa the town and Corowa the school. Corowa with a K, the school, Corowa with a C, the town, and Julie Underwood is doing the Canny crew proud there. But lane 8, Endeavour, Rosalie Furness, is just as she took off with a hurry, and looks like she's going to finish in a hurry as well. With Julie Underwood there, still up in touch with Jacqueline de Jong. So those 3 have really levelled out the field there. They're pushing through now, cutting that glass, as Stuart said. Lane 5, Newcastle University, may well be in the top 4, but being challenged there by Leichhardt, Carmel Taylor. She's really challenging there. So we're still to see how they're going, but I think we've got a very clear 3 there.
Well, it's a shame it's not a crew boat, this Corowa sculler, because then we could say that the Canny crew from Corowa colliding or creeping up cruising. The Canny crew from Corowa cruising
the course.
The course, yes, there we go. Love a bit of alliteration.
We do.
But it is Julie Underwood from Corowa Rowing Club, coached by Wesley Canny and Dermot Ballum. Dermot moving there from Canberra. I think he's retired to Corowa, so formerly a member of the Canberra Rowing Club. Julie Underwood taking the heat win. Joining her in the final will be Jacqueline de Jong from Riverway Rowing Club up in Townsville. And then, just to make it a regional 1, 2 and 3, Rosalie Furness from Endeavour Rowing Club on the Hunter River will finish in third place. Fourth will go to Newcastle University's Jules Bosco. She'll go through to the final. Just missing out will be Carmel Taylor from Leichhardt Rowing Club, who finished in fifth. And then just coming up towards the finish line now will be Jane Swinton from the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club.
So some very nice rowing there from these girls in the E single. Oh, am I meant to say girls, women,
Women,
female?
I think when I studied sports media, it was, unless you're talking about like Wimbledon girls or school girls, it's girls. Everyone else is women. It's the same thing with the men and the boys. It's if it's schools, it's boys. If it's adults, which I think everyone here is.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
I think so, yes.
Maybe some of the coxswains.
Maybe some of the coxswains, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. But we've had a start in Heat 2 of the Women's Masters E single. In Lane 2, Fremantle, Alexandra Thornton. Lane 3, Mersey, is Alison Kirkwood. Drummoyne in Lane 4 is Renata Jimba. Lane 5, Noosa, Jill Hopkins. Lane 6, Noosa, Susie Orty. And Lane 7, Mawillimbar, Tamsin Brew. So we've had that start, and we've got our 6 rowers coming down the course, lanes 2 to 7. Very hard at this distance with the sun just shining beautifully on the water, which we appreciate, but it's hard to see these white boats.
I was going to say, it's shining beautifully on the water. It's also shining beautifully in our eyes, which is why I'm getting around looking like one of the Blues Brothers and the sunglasses inside. So,
don't the Blues Brothers have more hair?
I think everyone's got more hair.
Fair enough.
So we've got coming in now towards the final stage, Renata Impma from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Such a fantastic rower, and it does look like she's got the lead at the moment. Over to her left, Jill Hopkins from the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club. Quite a few entries we've had from Noosa over the course of the regatta. It is, again, fantastic to see, particularly with our regional entries. We mentioned before that we had, the Murray River, Townsville and Hunter River, all represented in that last race going through to the final, as we just see our leading scullers go through. So Renata Impma, head of Simone Ellis, Susie Orty, and then Alexandra Thornton sitting in 4th place. Alison Kirkwood in 5th place, so just out of that qualification position at the moment. And then Tamsin Brew from Mawillimbar Rowing Club in 6th, so just a little ways off the pace. Probably the only one that's out of it at the moment. Top 4 to go through to the final. So Alison Kirkwood from Mersey Rowing Club. Let's see if she's got a sprint over the final 500 metres.
And David Doyle, the coach at Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, was an Australian rower along with his brother, and I think his father also was a rower. So he's certainly keeping on the tradition there of keeping rowing going. He's brought a lot of Noosa rowers down to here. I had to think about that. Dave Doyle for a while was at Carrum down in Victoria, moved up to Noosa and doing a great job bringing all of these rowers here.
Not like Victorians to retire up to Queensland, is it?
Not at all, no.
I always like those old Victoria on the move number plates, because what they forgot to mention was up to Queensland.
Thank you very much, Stuart.
And I say that as my father was born and bred in Victoria, and he made the move up to Queensland.
You say that with love.
I do say that with love. I am half Victorian. That's my second nationality.
But if I look out on the course, it is lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 showing the love there. Hopefully those 4 will go through. Lane 4 in the lead, that's Renata at the moment. I think lane 5, Jill Hopkins doing a great job there. Lane 6 could well come through. That's another Noosa rower. So in these last 100 metres, very hard to tell.
Yeah, 5 rowers and only 4 spots in the final. So we've got Renata Impma from Drummoyne, Jill Hopkins from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club. And I think Jill Hopkins has just managed to get that bow ball out in front. She's moving the boat a little bit quicker. They'll both go through to the final. So it's lane 5, Jill Hopkins ahead of lane 4, Renate Impma from Drummoyne Rowing Club. That's our 1 and 2. Now, who's going to make the final qualification positions? We've got Fremantle, Alexandra Thornton in lane number 2. She'll finish in 3rd. And then Susie Orty will go through to the final as well from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, just ahead of Alison Kirkwood from Mersey Rowing Club. And then Murwillumbah's Tasman Brew in lane number 7 will finish in 6th.
So there we were talking about Noosa, and they've got 2 rowers into the final with Drummoyne, Fremantle, along with Riverway, Corowa, Newcastle University and Endeavour from the first heat. So that's going to be a great final, and David Doyle will certainly be cheering on his Noosa rowers as they go into the final.
Now, I'd say that this next 2 races, the men's H single sculls, so there were 2 heats of 5. We do have a scratching listed, and so I'm going to hazard a guess and say that they've been consolidated. We've got 9 lanes here at Cirque, so we will have a little bit of a break in the program. So our next race will be at 9:10, and that will be the first heat of the women's C single sculls.
And we're back now with the Women's Masters C single scull. The first of two heats. In lane 2 is Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti. Glebe in lane 3, Heidi Lindell. Lane 4, Yara Yara, Sarah Sekfi. North Shore in lane 5 is Olivia Tong. Murray Bridge, Kelly Lewis in lane 6. Lane 7, Tasmania University, Jane Hilliard. And in lane 8 is the Glebe rower, Jocelyn Harris. They're just lining up now, waiting for a start in this race. So we'll be interested to see. This is the C single. See how they're going to go. Beautiful conditions for single sculling. Stuart and I were just talking off air about how lucky the single scullers are when they've got conditions like this.
Yeah, absolutely. When it's lovely and flat, it is just the best thing in the world, and particularly when you can get that boat moving very, very quickly. And some pretty talented scullers in this race. We've already seen Olivia Tung from North Shore Rowing Club do quite well. I think it was in one of the double sculls a little bit earlier on today. Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt, also a very talented sculler, as is Jocelyn Harris from Glebe Rowing Club. So it's, or Jacqueline Harris, sorry. It's, so yeah, there's plenty of talent there, and it's going to be interesting to see which 4 make it through to the final. So no Heidi Lindahl from Glebe, who herself is a very talented rower as well. So it's as we are now underway, and we can see that starts, and really the amount of pressure that you need to put down these rowers. The C category is from 43 through to 49. So it is the category that I'm in at the moment. It's, and you can see there, they're absolutely moving that boat down the course at the moment. And Jacqueline Harris from Glebe Rowing Club looking like she's got off to an absolute flyer ahead of Jane Hilliard from Tasmania University.
And when you're talking about talented rowers, Sarah Sekfi, I think, is in the Victorian quad. So another very talented sculler there. And it's very deceptive as we look down. We see on the screen the umpire's boat just got moving out now to be behind the boats. They follow down. It's called zonal umpiring, where that boat will follow the crews down to almost the 500. Then the next boat will take over and follow them down, all to ensure fair and safe rowing in case there's an incident, to try and separate boats that may be going a little bit off course. And those umpires are there to keep everybody safe and under control.
And speaking of the umpires' boats, here's the view from the umpires' boat. So you can see there, looks like they've got Jane Hilliard on the right-hand side there, and then Kelly Lewis from Murray Bridge. And then over on the left, you've got Olivia Tung. So a great view there. It's they've set it up. So John from Rowing New South Wales has set it up. You've got the GoPros and whatever else.
Thank you, John. You must be listening to us.
He'll give us a call a little bit later on and tell us what we're doing wrong as well.
I'm sure he will, but we're coming up now to the 500 metres, and very soon we're going to see that blue container shows we're coming up with 500 metres down and 500 metres to go.
And it is close. So Sarah Sepke in the lead ahead of Jane Hilliard, Olivia Tung, Jacqueline Harris, Nikki Lepresti, all within not much between them. And then back then to Kelly Lewis from Murray Bridge Rowing Club, who's probably about the only one that's out of it. It said about 2 seconds back from Jacqueline Harris to Nikki Lepresti. I don't think it was quite that much. I think we're in for a fascinating finish here. It's only the top 4 that are going through to the final in the women's C single sculls, and it does not look like that it's going to be much in between them.
No, I think pretty much all 6 of them have got the opportunity. We've seen some very fast finishes in the last 100, 150 metres. And so when you're still in touch, as I say, you haven't broken the elastic band yet, you're still in touch, and that gives you that extra impetus just to push that little bit harder. Maybe your strategy is to up the stroke rate, go short. Maybe your strategy is to lower the stroke rate, go heavy. Everyone's got their own strategy, don't they?
Absolutely, and in the single scull, it is that race where you can put a bit of pressure on and really change the speed of the boat. It's you can make up some big ground there. So Sarah Sepke from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club in the lead, but not by a lot. We've got North Shore's Olivia Tsung, Jane Hilliard from Tasmania University also up in there, Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt Rowing Club, and then maybe just dropping off the pace a little bit, Jacqueline Harris from Glebe and Kelly Lewis from Murray Bridge Rowing Club. Maybe just a little bit too much to go now with about 100 metres or so left. It's Yarra Yarra's Sarah Sepke leading at the moment. She's a boat length ahead of Jane Hilliard from Tasmania University and Olivia Tsung from North Shore, and then also Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt. We're going to be in for a fantastic final here coming up a little bit later on today. Jane Hilliard from Tasmania University has blasted into the lead. She'll take the heat win. Second place going to Yarra Yarra Sarah Sepke, with third going through to North Shore's Olivia Tsung. Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt in fourth place. Glebe Rowing Club's Jacqueline Harris just a little ways off the pace there in fifth, and then Kelly Lewis from Murray Bridge back in sixth place. But not a lot to pick between our leading crews there. It was a really, really close race in the women's C single sculls.
It certainly was. Less than 4 seconds between all of them. So that's boding well for our final. But we're in now to the second heat of the C single, which is Ballarat City, Ebony Ebenwalder. Noosa, Joe Emerson in lane 4, lane 5, Commercial, Mary Wicks, lane 6, Pine Rivers, Megan Ackermanis, lane 7, Goolwa is Kate Tebneff, and Essendon in lane 8, Christine Camalier. And they're off and racing. And it looks like the Essendon rower, Christine, has just had a blinder of a start there. Rowing on the Maribyrnong River there. A lovely little river, but not a lot of straight practice there. We have a regatta there that's only 350 metres. It's a real splash and dash.
Oh, now that's my kind of regatta.
Yes.
So our crew's now underway. It's the second heat of the women's C single sculls. We've got the lightweights coming up a little bit later on today, and a couple of big things coming up in that lightweight C single scull. So again, not a lot to pick between our leading few crews. We saw a really close race in the first heat, and we're seeing something very similar again here today, although Ebony Elbenwalder from Ballarat City Rowing Club looks like she's gone off to an absolute flyer. Again, you can see the view from the BRO boat, so that does look like it might be Mary Wex from Commercial Rowing Club in the foreground, and then in behind her potentially the Megan Ackermanis from Pine Rivers Rowing Club. Very hard with the light shining there to be able to look at the zooties and say exactly who is where in the field. And from the boat, the pictures we've got there, beautiful pictures, but now we're going to those side angles, and it does look like the Ballarat City Ebony Ebenwalder is well out in front of lane 6 Pine Rivers. So let's see as we're coming up there to the 500 metres, and again, parallax error, it's changed dramatically. Yeah, so we've got Christine Camalier and Ebony Ebenwalder, so either edge. It's half a second between the two, first and second. Megan Ackermanis sitting in third, Mary Wex in fourth, Kate Tebneff in fifth place, and then back a little bit further to Joe Emerson from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club. So top four to go through to the final. At the moment, that would be Camalier, Ebenwalder, Ackermanis and Wex. So 2 from Victoria and 2 from Queensland. That's right. It looks like we may only have those 5 rowers, and I'm just wondering if there was a bit of an incident at the start, but it does look like we've only got the 5 rowers coming down the course. One of the umpire boats is far back, so don't know what's happened there, but Ballarat City, Ebony Ebenwalder, Mary Wex, Megan Ackermanis, Kate Tebneff and Christine Camalier doing a great job. And with only 5 of them out there, only 1 is going to miss out. So it's like not being invited to the party, isn't it? You know? It's so rude. I think so. But when you're in that top 4, it is just the wonderful feeling. And
as we say that, the Goolwa, Kate Tebnev, is really making a move on Pine River's Megan Ackermanis. Ebony Ebenwalder out on her own there with Christine Camelier on this side. Lane 3, Jo Emerson, Mary Wex is doing a great job there as well. But that lane 4, the fourth place, is still very much up for grabs.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it because we've got Kate Tebnev from Goolwa Rowing Club, who's moved now ahead of Megan Ackermanis from Pine Rivers, who in turn is moving ahead of Mary Wex from Commercial. So let's see how that goes. Out in front though, Ebony Ebenwalder from Ballarat City Rowing Club. She's gone through and taken a very comfortable win. She was second at the 500, but moved ahead through the final stages. So a good win there for her. Christine Camelier from Essendon Rowing Club coming through in second. Kate Tebnev from Goolwa Rowing Club. She's moved up from last. She'll finish in third place ahead of Pine Rivers. Megan Ackermanis in fourth. And then Mary Wex from Commercial Rowing Club just fading a little bit towards the end there. She'll finish in fifth and unfortunately miss out of the final of the C Single Sculls.
Wow. Some great changes there in the last 150 metres. So going into the final of the C Single Scull is Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti, Yarra Yarra, Sarah Sekfi, North Shore, Olivia Tong, Tasmania University, Jane Hilliard, Ballarat City, Ebony Ebenwalder, Pine Rivers, Megan Ackermanis, Goolwa, Kate Tebnev, and Essendon, Christine Camelier. So some wonderful rowers going there, and we've had a start in the lightweights. Now we've got 5 lightweights. That's Glebe, Anne Skilton, Powerhouse, Emily Harridge, Noosa, Jo Emerson, Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid, and Yarra Yarra, Lisa Bates. And we've got 2 heats of the lightweight women's scull, which in the C grade. Special shout out, and we'll do that at the end as well, to Emily Harridge from Powerhouse. It's her 50th birthday today. So next year, and even this year, she could be rowing in D.
There we go. So, and also just to mention Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, and I've always been interested in how the name came about, Brisbane and GPS. So it was a merger of the 150 years since Brisbane Rowing Club was formed, and then 100 years since the GPS Rowing Club was formed, and then after World War II, they actually merged to get over a shortage of rowers. So this year they're doing, in celebration of 150 years since the Brisbane Rowing Club, so they're wearing a commemorative zootie in the foundation club colours of the yellow, the red, black and yellow of Brisbane, and the green and blue of the GPS Rowing Club. So they do have a 150 year, it is sesquicentenary, so the 150 year anniversary. So they'll be holding a function in July with a twilight on the terrace at the boat shed in Brisbane at West End. So some information passed on to me there.
Wow, and I'm interested to see how many colours are on that suit.
That's, I mean, the Brisbane and GPS, it's a very distinctive, the green and the blue. You know, it goes against the fashion tips I was given as a kid. Blue and green should not be seen unless there's something in between, but it works for Brisbane and GPS, and then yeah, they've got the red, black and yellow. So I thought there might have been something a little bit different in there. On the course though, it is actually Brisbane and GPS. Janine Reid, who looks like she's in the lead, so how very apt that we're talking about that. Noosa's Jo Emerson sitting in third place, and then not a lot to pick between the birthday girl, Emily Harridge, Lisa Bates and Anne Skilton. So it's top 4 to go through to the final, and it is less than a second between third and fifth. You absolutely love to see it as they're coming in to the final 500 metres or so. It's Razors Pashmina over the course at the moment because there is not a lot to pick between them. Lisa Bates from Yarra Yarra maybe just dropping off the pace a little bit, but again, you know, you can just really make a boat move and get it to sing through the final stages, and you just never know what's going to happen in a sculls race. It's you might Bradbury to the end.
That's exactly right. It could be a Bradbury, but I think
that's my strategy most singles races.
No, it's not, Stuart. You do much, much better than that. But it is now anybody's race. We've only got 4 to go through in these lightweights. So they had to weigh in Yes, today and yesterday. I think they had to weigh in yesterday, and they're doing well. But it is Janine Reid, Brisbane and GPS. I'm going to pay particular attention to her Zooty as she comes over, followed by Noosa Joe Emerson, Powerhouse Emily Harridge and Anne Skilton. Those four may have it, but Yarra Yarra Lisa Bates could pull anything out here, and who knows what these other rowers, they may have spent all their bickies already and be fading at the end, as we've sometimes seen in these races.
Well, it can be a little bit off-putting because you get into the red buoys, you think, yep, nearly there, and then with about 100 metres or so to go, if you sprint too early, it can be a bit of an issue. So we can see there Janine Reid from Brisbane and GPS out in front, coming up towards the finish line. So it's a little bit different to the normal blue and green vertical stripes. So you can see the yellow on the middle there.
That's right. That's right. You can see there lane 6, Janine Reid just crossing the line ahead of lane 5, Noosa, and then right beside lane 7 has come through Yarra Yarra and lane 4. So that was a bit of a change. Lane 7 did really pull it out there. So my gosh, that was a real push through there. And Emily Harridge, if you can hear me, happy birthday, Emily. 50 today. Congratulations. So that was a very tight finish in that crew. And as we look to the screen now, so we can see it was Brisbane and GPS, Noosa, Yarra Yarra and Powerhouse are the ones which have gone through. Sadly, Glebe has missed out. So those four, and we're into the second heat now of the women's single scull. We've got Black Mountain, Jane Clues in lane 3, ANA, Renee Bravelli in lane 4, lane 5, North Esk, Claire Gregg, lane 6, Leichhardt is Daniela Borgett, and lane 7, Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose. And they are off and racing again, 5 people, so only one will miss out. It makes it very tough as you're coming down the course, really having to keep an eye on everybody that's beside you. If you're in lanes 3 or 7, you can only have to look one way, and you shouldn't be looking anyway. But I remember a quote from a very famous actor who said that nothing like winning a rowing race, because you're actually looking back and seeing who it is that you're beating. So somebody out of these 4 will go through and look at who they are beating. And we've got, again, the boat on the umpire's boat, the camera there showing us that lovely course down the river looking towards our finishing tower, the grandstand. We're starting to get a few people sitting in the grandstand, people sitting on the grass. I think everyone's trying to hog some of the sun just to get that little bit of breath coming through. So these 5 rowers, Jane Clues, Renee Bravelli, Claire Gregg, Daniela Borgett and Mary Ambrose coming down the course. And it looks to be now the top 4 would be lane 3, lane 4, lane 5 and lane 6. Lane 7, Shoalhaven, has the work to do, but as we've seen in some of those other races, my gosh, they can put on a turn of speed right at the very end. That we're coming up to the 500 metres, and it is just now Claire Gregg going through just ahead of Jane Clues. Daniela Borgett is coming through now. She's in lane 6. Daniela, they've changed that, and we're just getting a little bit of timing error there. So those times are not exactly right.
So Jane Clues from Black Mountain has already won a bronze medal in the A lightweight single sculls. So again, one of those rowers that competes in absolutely everything and very, very difficult to beat. And I think her daughter is also rowing for Radford College or Darren one of the schools down in Canberra as well. So, and again, a very talented sculler as well.
Wow.
Runs in the family.
Well, does it run in the family, or are you pushed into it?
Yeah, look,
50-50. 50-50. But those four now at Black Mountain, ANA, North Esk and Leichhardt do seem to have those top four spaces very firmly in their grasp. Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, the work to do, but Jane Clues, Renee Bravelli, Claire Gregg and Daniela Borgart. But lane 5, North Esk, just dropping off the pace a little bit, which may give Shoalhaven the opportunity to overtake them. But lanes 3 and 4, Black Mountain, ANA, doing a great job there beside Leichhardt. So those three, and we're just going to see the umpire boat moving out now to keep everybody safe, keep everybody under control. And in the closing stages of race 98, the lightweight women's Masters C single. In the lead at the moment, we've got lane 4, followed by lane 3, lane 6 and lane 5. So just as we're coming up to the last row of red boys, it is lane 4, ANA, Renee Bavelli, and just being overtaken, lane 6 is just going to push through there to be in second place. That's Daniela Borgart. Black Mountain, third is Jane Clues. Fourth will be lane 5, North Esk, Claire Grigg. And it will be the Shoalhaven crew that just misses out there. So those four will be joining Emily Harridge, Jo Emerson, Janine Reid and Lisa Bates in the lightweight women's Masters C single scull. And next race is our Masters C pair.
So the Masters C pair is underway. First four through to the final. Lane 3, Lindisfarne North Esk composite of Patrick Bird and Tom Wilcox. Lane 4 from Lindisfarne, James Cowley and Phil Hutton. Lane 5 from Carrum Rowing Club, Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman. Lane 6 from Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis and Brent Lucadow Wells. In lane 7 from ANA, Robert Boylan and Stuart Clark. And then lane 8 from Toowong Rowing Club, Scott Warren and Timothy McMahon, coached by Terry Mulligan. So this is, again, top four to go through to the final. Rowing New South Wales would like to extend their gratitude to the sponsors and partners who have helped make the 2024-25 season a success. Bentley's their major event sponsor. Quest Penrith, our official accommodation partner. The Regatta Shop, the official event clothing partner. Fee Insurance, Penrith City Council, Pontoon, Webb Urban, Race Clocker and Bont Rowing, proud new sponsor of the Bont Boat Race Officials.
That's right. And these 6 rowers coming down now in the C pair. I've never rowed a pair and I'm told it is the hardest boat to row, and it looks like they're the Yarra Yarra crew of Nick Inglis and Brett Lucadow Wells may well just be out in front of the Carrum pair of Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman. But as we're coming through a timing point, we're not getting any of those times coming through. Yes, we are. Yarra Yarra, Carrum, Lindisfarne North Esk, ANA, Toowong, Lindisfarne, and only about 4 seconds separating the top 4. It is the top 4 to go through. And as we get that timing point, it is Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis and Brett Lucadow Wells. After the Carrum crew, Stuart Gilbert, Drew Holman, then Patrick Bird, Tom Wilcox and Robert Boylan and Stuart Clark. Those 4. But as I look across to lane 7 now, lane 8, 7 and 8, 7 and 8 are just doing a bit of a push now. So I would not be confident that those 4 are the 4 that are going to go through.
They're in a good position, but as you mentioned earlier there, Lynn, it is the hardest boat to get going, but when it moves, it's just the most amount of fun you can have with 2 oars. So it's a nice pair is when you can get that up and singing, it is a heck of a lot of fun. And I'm sure the crews, well, fun may not be the word that's going through their mind at the moment. It might be something else starting with F, but certainly it's nice and close. at the top of the list. So it's Yarra, Nick Inglis and Brent Lukadale-Wells who have the lead ahead of Gilbert and Holman from Carrum Rowing Club. There's almost a straight line across the course. Lindisfarne sitting in third, and then Lindisfarne North-esque in fourth place. We're seeing a push from A&A, but they might just run out of course to be able to go through in that final qualification position. Now into the final couple of strokes. Who's got it on the surge? It's going to be a photo 1, 2, 3. I reckon Carrum might have just got it ahead of Lindisfarne, and then Yarra. Fourth place definitely goes through to the Lindisfarne North-Est Composite. A&A just finishing slightly off the pace there, and then Toowong Rowing Club, Warren and Meckerman finishing in sixth place. What a finish across the line there. It's got Yarra as in third place. We'll wait for final confirmation. It did look like Carrum might just have got them on the surge, so we'll wait for that one. We'll give you the results of that once we have them official on the screen. If we as we head back to the start of heat number 2.
And heat number 2, we've got Brisbane and GPS in lane 3, Hamish Dunbar and Alex Adam. Powerhouse in lane 4, Shane O'Connor-Smith and Conrad Tulloch. Lane 5, Toowong, Jackson Price and Cameron Stewart. Torrens in lane 6, Thomas Lubinas and Matt Russell. And Black Mountain, lane 7, Nathan White and Ian Mongan.
And we can see that crew there from Black Mountain on the front of the screen. Ian Mongan in the stroke seat there. He's former ACT rep who's represented the ACT in the Youth 8s, in the King's Cup, and also as a President's Cup representative, if my memory serves me correctly. So, and he's very, very big in trying to encourage younger rowers to row for the ACT as well. He does a lot of work with some of the younger rowers within Black Mountain Rowing Club. And yeah, they've got some good young rowers coming through under the coaching of Renee Domashan.
So some very well credentialed rowers coming on in this Masters C pair. So we'll see, we're still waiting for confirmation on the photo of the previous race, race 99. Downstairs below us, we're sitting on the top deck. Below us, they will be very busily going through the footage, marking their markers. It's fascinating to watch how they exactly do timing on these crews. And we have had confirmation now that first place goes to Carrum, second place Yarra, third was Lindisfarne, and fourth was Lindisfarne North-Est. 0.01.
0.01 between first and second, 0.08 between second and third. It is very, very close. I have seen a 0.01 before. That was in an 8s race over 2Ks, and that was exceptionally tight. But for if you want to discover the rich culinary landscape of Penrith and the Blue Mountains region, you can do that tomorrow night at the Lakeside Restaurant. So join us at the Lakeside Restaurant on the evening of Saturday, 31 May, and experience the Flavour Trail, an artisanal showcase of locally produced food and drink. Perfect way to unwind after a big day of racing. So they've got Robert Oatley wines, 3 Cuts gin from Turner Stillhouse, Rosevere's whiskey and more. For tickets, head to events.humantix.com/flavour-trail-lakeside. So
where is Lakeside?
Lakeside Restaurant is in the grandstand.
It's in the grandstand. Thank you very much, Stuart.
In the grandstand. So maybe if the Rowing New South Wales guys could put a link on their Instagram page,
Yeah.
I think that would be, because I think there's quite a few crews. We've got the Interstate on tomorrow.
Yes.
It's the final night of racing, so it'll be a great opportunity to get in there. So that's at the Lakeside Restaurant tomorrow evening, events.humantix.com/flavour-trail-lakeside. So if they could chuck that up on or they might have already done so. We can't check social media. We've got crews coming down the course.
That's
and
right.
at the moment, through the 500 metres, it is the crew. It does look like it
from
is
Torrens.
the crew from Torrens, yes. Thomas Lubinas and Matt Russell, who have the lead at the moment ahead of O'Connor-Smith and Tulloch from Powerhouse, and then Dunbar and Adam sitting there as well, and then Black Mountain also up there. So
again, five rowers,
and I've just been told that
one will miss out.
The link to the event is on the Instagram story, Rowing New South Wales Instagram story now.
And what if you're not on Instagram? What if you're not a social media bunny?
I can't imagine you not being. Aren't you a social media influencer?
An influencer, absolutely. But now I'm going to influence who's going to win this race, and I can't. It's only up to the rowers that can win this race.
Torrens in the lead at the moment. They've got a boat length ahead of Powerhouse in second place, and then it is Brisbane and GPS and Black Mountain who are potentially just ahead of Toowong Rowing Club for that final qualification position. So Torrens now just dropping that rate down. They've seen themselves out to a nice early lead, and they'll sit very comfortably in that first position. So a win for Torrens in the heat of the men's C pairs. Second place goes to Powerhouse, third to Black Mountain, fourth to Brisbane and GPS in their commemorative Zooties for the 150 years of the Brisbane Rowing Club, and then Toowong finishing in fifth place.
So going into the Men's Masters C pair final is Lindisfarne Composite, Patrick Bird and Tim Wilcox. Lindisfarne, James Coley and Phil Hutton. Karam, Stu Gilbert and Drew Holman. Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis and Brett Lucadoo Wells. GPS, Brisbane and GPS, Hamish Dunbar and Alex Adam. Powerhouse, Shane O'Connor-Smith and Conrad Tulloch. And Torrens, Thomas Lubinas and Matt Russell. And Black Mountain, Nathan White and Ian Mongan. Interesting, the different finishes there. In the first heat, they were really pushing through to come first. In this second heat, they were fairly sure that they had it, so they slowed their rating down, weren't going to exert themselves. So very interesting how that can change. Men's F. So 60 and above, if this is the men's F. First heat, Canberra, Chris Raymond in lane 2. Lane 3, Yarra Yarra, Colin Rawson. Lane 4, Yarra Yarra, Jack Chatsanomus, we call him Jack Chats. Lane 5, Commercial, Jeffrey Peerbaum. Lane 6, Tablelands, Dog Rolf. Riverside, lane 7 is Brian Glawson. And Kevin Tankard for Rowans is in lane 8. So as we're coming down the course now, these are 60 and above. So we've got 2 heats, which just shows the depth of rowing in age groups. Some of the A and B events were first and finals, but we're getting up into the 60s and over. And we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 rowers in the F single, men's F single. A lot of these rowers will have perhaps been schoolboy rowers, taken a break and come back, and others will be rowers that have just thought, what am I going to do in my middle age? I know, I'll take up rowing.
That's a F is 60 plus, so that's a heck of a schoolboy gap.
Well, it is, but they may have started at 50 and they've just moved on. But that was where maybe they got their first taste of rowing and being on the water. And
well, I was only 39 when I got into a boat for the first time, so that was 39.
And you're only 40 now.
Oh,
But they're coming up to the 500 metres, and it's Torrens, Kevin Tankard, Commercial, Jeffrey Peerbaum, Canberra, Chris Raymond, Riverside, Brian Glawson, Yarra Yarra, Jack Chats, Yarra Yarra, Colin Rawson, and Tablelands, Dog Rolf. But very, very close, maybe 3 seconds between all of them.
Yeah,
so
not a lot to pick between
babble to babble.
Not a lot to pick between them. Top 4 to go through to the final, and it's going to be extremely close. So we can see there over closest to us, Kevin Tankard from Torrens Rowing Club, and then over towards the centre of the course, Jeffrey Peerbaum, who are our 2 leaders at the moment, and then Chris Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club. He's almost in camouflage in that dark boat over on the far side. It's a little tricky to be able to see it because it is absolutely matching the colour of the water absolutely perfectly. All I can see is a white t-shirt and a pair of white blades that are occasionally flashing as he comes down the course. So they're our 1, 2, 3 at the moment. then throw a blanket over the rest of them, because it is anyone's guess who is going to qualify in that fourth and final position in the men's F single sculls. It is a fantastic race that you can coming up before us as they're in now to the final 150 metres. Top four going through men's F single sculls. Who are that top four going to be? They're just starting to spread out a little bit. Our top three are certainly there. That's Chris Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club, Jeffrey Peerboom from Commercial, and Kevin Tankard from Torrens Rowing Club. That's 1, 2 and 3. Who's got fourth? Is it Brian Glawson from Riverside down in South Australia? Is it going to be Jack Chatzimukas from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club? Is he got it? Or are we going to see a push come from Doug Rolfe from the Tablelands Country Rowing Club up in far north Queensland? Our top three have got a blanket between them. Fourth, it's going to be between Yarra Yarra and Riverside. Who's going to be able to go through and take that fourth and final qualification position? Here comes Kevin Tankard from Torrens, but it's going to be a win there for Commercial's Peerboom ahead of Torrens. Tankard, Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club finishing in third place, and then fourth place will go to Jack Chatziyakumis from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club. He finished just ahead there of, well, it's got Colin Rawson.
Yes.
But I don't think that is correct. So we'll
sure
wait for the
Colin.
final confirmation on the results there. But certainly then back to Brian Glawson and Doug Rolfe. So I don't think what's on the screen is correct. I didn't have Colin Rawson finishing in third. So we'll wait for the final confirmation of results as we head back down to the start of the second heat of the men's Masters F single sculls.
And there in lane 3, we've got Leichhardt, Richard Medway. Lane 4, Cairns, Peter Thorin. Yarra Yarra, David Jacker in lane 5. Lane 6, Shoalhaven, Mark Whittaker. Lane 7, Tablelands, Lachlan McDonald. And Glebe, Robert Fendel is in lane 8. Again, 4 to go through. And I might say that David Jacker's wife, Sarah Sefke, was in that single scull earlier on. So a good rowing family there.
Did very well.
Yes, and I think they're both in state crews. But we've had just a start in that race, and they're about 100 metres down the course. The umpire's boat just moving along behind them now, keeping them separated if need be. And we've had the confirmation of race 101, the first heat of the male F single scull. Commercial, Torrens, Canberra, and the Yarra Yarra rower was Jack Chats, who came in fourth. So Jeffrey Peerboom, Kevin Tankard, Chris Raynard, and Jack Chatziyakumis.
Yeah, Brian Glawson, Doug Rolfe, and Colin Rawson finishing out the field there. So we had a Rawson and a Dawson. Rawson and Glawson, but no Dawson.
No Dawson. No. You're sounding like Razor. Good morning, Razor.
I'm sure he's listening in there from up at, well, if he's not already up at the Woody Point Hotel, maybe not just yet.
No, it's a bit early for him yet. He'll be out for a walk with the lovely Val. But down on the course, we're really getting close to that 500 metre where we're going to see some times coming up. We're going to see exactly where we are, but it looks like to be 3, 4, 5 have it very much their own way at the moment. But lane 5 just moving ahead now of lane 4. Lane 3, oh my gosh, we'll be interested to see these times coming up and the 500 metres. And here they go. Peter Thornway, lane 4. David Jacker, lane 5. Richard Medway, lane 3. Mark Whittaker, lane 6. Robert Fendel, lane 7 and lane 8, and Lachlan Donald. But so close again, not very much between all of these rowers as they come down.
And our leading rower, Peter Thorin from Cairns Rowing Club. Now, Cairns, obviously, far north Queensland, they do have some interesting things that float around in the water up in FNQ. And I remember chatting to Anna Kirkwood, who learned to row at Cairns Rowing Club. And she was saying that you have to know how to get back into a boat if you capsize in a single very, very quickly. And I think it's the same up in Townsville as well, where just in case there are some big bitey things that are in the water. So you've got to be very, very careful when you're up there. It's
That sounds horrendous.
Look, it's just part of the wildlife, you know.
Well, down at Carrum, they often have logodiles, not crocodiles.
Logodiles.
Logodiles. You
Oh, yeah,
have to watch out for the logodiles.
Well,
Yes.
I don't know about the logodiles there, but you probably just saw on the screen for those watching on the live stream, there are a flock of birds that suddenly got disturbed by some rowers coming down the course. And as we're coming into the final stages, it does look like lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 are going to be our qualifiers. The Tablelands Country Rowing Club, Lachlan McDonald and Robert Fendel from Glebe Rowing Club, probably just a little ways off with about 100 or so metres left to go. Of those first 4, well, it's anyone's guess as to who's going to finish first, second, third and fourth. We're in for another fantastic finish here between our top 4. Who's going to get the favoured inside lanes for the final? Peter Thorin from the Cairns Rowing Club, just with his bow ball out in front, but we've got Shoalhaven's Mark Whitaker also moving the boat nicely, as is David Jacker from Yarra Yarra and Richard Medway from Leichhardt. As they're coming into the final stages now, it's only about a canvas, if not a little bit less. It is going to be Cairns, Thorin, second to Whitaker from Shoalhaven. Third, well, I think that might just have been Medway from Leichhardt ahead of Jacker from Yarra Yarra. And then in the battle for 5th and 6th, we've got Lachlan McDonald from the Tablelands Country Rowing Club in lane 7, finishing just ahead of Robert Fendel from Glebe Rowing Club in lane number 8. Tablelands Country Rowing Club, also up in far north Queensland. I believe that's based up in the Atherton Tablelands, which are just a little bit cooler, a little bit rainier, but my word, it is stunning up there.
But I don't know where they row up there. Is there?
I think there's a dam.
A dam.
There would be a dam that they row in. So it's like when you get Kinross Wallaroy that row out of Orange. It's on a very small reservoir,
Okay.
just outside of Orange, but they seem to produce champions like it's going out of fashion.
They certainly do, and maybe one day I'll do a tour de rowing club. And
I reckon that's a fantastic idea, because there's the Stanthorpe Rowing Club, which I need to pop in. My mum lives at Warwick, which is about 60 k's up the road, so that feels like a good excuse to go down to Stanthorpe and then sample the local wines and fresh produce as well.
I'm thinking there's an opportunity, get a busload of rowers, put up a...
Do it on the way up to the Outback Rowing Regatta that they hold in Longreach and Barcooldon and all that. And
Yeah,
you know.
I think we can. I think we can plan this.
Yeah.
Now I say Barcooldine.
I say Barcooldon.
You say Tomato.
I say Newcastle.
But going in the F single sculls, we've got Canberra, Chris Raymond, Yarra Yarra, Jack Chats, Commercial, Jeffrey Baum, Torrens, Kevin Tankard, Leichhardt, Richard Medway, Cairns, Peter Thorin, Yarra Yarra, David Jacker and Shoalhaven, Matt Whitaker. They will be meeting again in the final of the F single, and on the course we've got the lightweight. And again, we've got 2 heats of the lightweight men's Masters F single. In lane 3 we've got Perth, Bo Tang. In lane 4, North Esk, Robert Wigley. Riverway, Wayne Roy in lane 5. Lane 6, Torrens, Rob Ellis. And Lake Macquarie, Peter Stevenard in lane 7.
So yeah, the 2 heats in the lightweight men's F single sculls. So yeah, there's a whole rowing and food and wine trail, because then you could go up through the Hunter Valley as well, pop out and see the Endeavour Rowing Club. You know, maybe head down towards Corowa on the Murray River and some down there.
Across to Wentworth.
Yep.
Murray
yes.
Bridge.
Yeah, Mildura.
Yes. Oh, we're onto something here, Stuart.
Look, it's maybe it's a food, wine and rowing trail towards each of the things. So if they ever so next time they have a major regatta in South Australia, you got the Barossa in there as well.
That's right, but coming through the 500 metres, Robert Wigley, Rob Ellis, Bo Tang and Wayne Roy, those 4 that were first through, with Peter Stevenard in 5th position. And we're still waiting there to see how we're going to finish up in this first heat of the lightweight men's Masters F single scull.
Yeah, so just the one rower to miss out on this one, so it's
so sad.
It's a little bit tricky. And then Riverway up in Townsville, so if they do something up there, not so much the wines up there, but certainly some very fresh seafood from the Great Barrier Reef.
Well, no, not allowed to fish on the Great Barrier Reef.
Well, you do get a lot of
not
good
in the
seafood.
marine park.
Not in the marine park,
No.
no, but there are plenty of fresh fish options.
There certainly are, and going further up. So I'm going to investigate this.
Oh, look, it has to be done. Absolutely has to be done. Looking out on the course at the moment, and Peter Stevenard was just dropping off the pace a little bit from Lake Macquarie, but he's now making up a bit of space on Wayne Roy from the Riverway Rowing Club up in Townsville. So again, plenty of regional representation. We've got Perth, we've got North Esk from down in Tasmania, we've got Queensland in Townsville, Torrens from Adelaide, and Lake Macquarie from the Central Coast, just south of Newcastle. And it is the North Esk rower, Robert Wrigley, who has the lead into the final 100 metres ahead of Rob Ellis from Torrens Rowing Club. And then it is a battle in three, Tang, Roy and Stevenard, who are the two that are going to take the final two qualification positions in the lightweight men's F single sculls. They're into the final stages now. It's still Robert Wrigley. He's not letting up. He's going to make sure that he gets that lovely inside lane for the final a little bit later on today. And confirmation there of the win for Robert Wrigley from North Esk. Second will go to Rob Ellis from Torrens. It's three across the field, 2 spots to go. Who's going to take those 2 spots? It's going to be 3 and 5, just. So Bo Tang finishing just ahead of Wayne Roy from Riverway, who in turn was about the width of a bow number ahead of Peter Stevenard from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. What a fantastic finish at the end there. It was so close. 3 across the field. Very hard to pick.
3 across for 2 spaces. Heartbreaking. But this is rowing, and that's why we love it. Just amazing. So now we've got our next heat on the way. Our second heat has just started in the lightweight men's masters F single scull. ADF rowing. Rowan J. Awardner in lane 3. Lane 4, Mersey, Gregory Marshall. Lane 5, Drummoyne, Gabriel Hawthornthwaite. St George in lane 6 is Glenn Schutter, and Craig Huxtable from Perth in lane 7. So again, 5, 1 to miss out, and they're off and racing, and they will be racing. This is really exciting to when you know there's only one of you that can miss out.
Absolutely, and it's we saw in that last one, you know, whether or not a couple of the rowers were just starting to ease off a little bit. You've got to keep that eye out right the way through as we just see the BRO boats. You can see the flag just in front of the camera there. The 2 scullers on the screen just getting a little bit closer to each other than you might necessarily like. They're both heading up towards that buoy line, and it's a great view of what the BROs see. So our boat race officials, a big thank you to them. They're all volunteers. If you would like to go and volunteer, get out in a boat for a day, watch some great racing, then make sure you do contact your state or territory rowing association. They're always on the lookout for more volunteers, be they BROs, boat race officials, maybe even a boat driver, maybe down at the finish, or maybe even in the commentary box. We're always looking for new and exciting people to help the rest of us out and get right in there.
Exactly, and apparently down in Tasmania I was hearing they have a boat drivers course, and all the boat drivers down there do this course, and they prepare very well their boat drivers. So, and it makes a big difference to the umpires and to the rowers to have an experienced boat driver in command of these boats. So we're coming up to the 500 metres. It is Gregory Marshall, Rowan J. Awardner, Gabriel Haythornthwaite, Glenn Schutter and Craig Huxtable in that order going through. So it looks to be now that Craig Huxtable in lane 7 has got the work to do, but never to discount them.
No, absolutely, and we saw that in the last one, you know, a bit of a slower start, and then as they got a little bit closer in towards the end, everything really tightened up. But Rowan J. Awardner for the ADF Rowing Club, he's been a stalwart since they found it. I think the ADF Rowing Club only dates back to about 2018 or so. And it was a way of trying to have it so as the defence personnel. So if you're based in somewhere like Darwin, Wagga Wagga, or places like that where they don't have a rowing club, it is an opportunity to still be involved with the sport and to be able to participate. And so there's a big ADF crew that are out here, and I think might have been you or somebody else said yesterday, they're very good at putting tents up.
They are, but I looked at their tent today and I was a bit disappointed. It wasn't the big army tent, but...
they have had that before, and it took me back to my childhood.
to camps.
Yeah, no, well, my dad was in the army, so when he came back from bush, it always had that very distinctive, what I associate with an army smell.
Army smell. But it looks like our leaders are still in contention there, but fourth place is up for grabs at the moment, but it is lane 2, lane 5, lane 4, just at the moment. That's ADF rowing, Drummoyne, Mersey, but St George and Perth, that's Glenn Shutter and Craig Huxtable, are really battling it out. And 150 metres to go, there's still a chance there for Craig Huxtable, but looking across the course, very clearly now, it is lane 3, ADF, Rowan Jayawardena, who's going to come through first. Lane 5, second, Drummoyne, Craig Haythornthwaite, and lane 4 will be third, that's Mersey, Gregory Marshall, and lane 6, fourth will be St George, Glen Shutter, with Craig Huxtable from Perth rounding out the field. So going into our final for the lightweight men's masters F single will be Perth, Bo Tang, North Esk, Robert Wigley, Riverway, Wayne Roy, Torrens, Rob Ellis, ADF rowing, Rowan Jayawardena, Mersey, Greg Marshall, Drummoyne, Gabriel Haythornthwaite, and St George, Glen Shutter. And now we've got a little bit of a break till 10:15 when we start on our finals.
Yep, and I think that's us done for the morning. We'll have Catherine James and Rob Glendenning joining us at 10:15 as we move on to the J2M men's quad sculls.
Well, thank you, Stuart. I don't think I'm on with you tomorrow because you'll be racing. Well done. So hopefully I will call your race and say, oh, I know that guy.
Yep, he'll be coming across in second place.
No, have faith. Have faith. Thank you for your company today. And whilst now we've got a break in racing, go to the boat sheds and have a look at Row Gear, Wintec, Perfect Balance Rowing, Poraloo Marine, Row Pairs, and under the shades near the coffee shop, 776 BC, Wexwork, Sport Republic, Bont Rowing, Regatta Shop, Pontoon, and Rowfit. And thank you to Rowing New South Wales Bentleys, Quest Perth, the official accommodation provider, and Penrith City Council, who are great supporters of Cirque.
Good morning and welcome back from the short break, morning tea break. We're about 5 minutes off getting racing underway. I'm joined in the commentary this morning by Kath James, and we're here for the next couple of hours to get you through the racing. So good morning, Kath.
Hey, g'day, Rob. I hope that's coming over loud and clear. We had a few issues with the mic yesterday afternoon, so thumbs up or down in the crowd if you find that the commentary switches off. Maybe that's a good thing, Rob.
Yep. Just before we get underway, we'd just like to once again announce the Discover the Rich Culinary Landscape of Penrith and Blue Mountains region at the championships this weekend. Join us at the Lakeside Restaurant on the evening of Saturday, the 31st of May, that's tomorrow evening, and experience the Flavour Trail, an artisanal showcase of locally produced food and drink. It's the perfect way to unwind after a big day of racing. Try Robert Oatley wines, 3 Cuts gin from Turner Stillhouse, Rosevere's whiskey, and more. For tickets, head to events.humantix.com/flavour Trail Lakeside. Ladies and gentlemen, we're up. We currently have race 106 in the starters box. It's the men's J to M quad scull. So this will be a handicap race. In lane 4, it's Canberra. Ross Jenkins, Michael Peden, David Coles, and Michael College. In lane 5, Drummoyne Composite. David Kay from North Shore, Ian Tolson George, Ian Russell, Pine Rivers, and Graham Wern from Drummoyne Rowing Club, coached by Ian Matheson. Lane 6 is Mosman Composite. Ray Beaton, Manning River, John May, Mossman, John Hardy, Mossman, and Phil Titterton in Mossman. And in lane 7, Riverside Rowing Clubs, Richard Clark, Hugh Orr, Peter Smith, Paul Gunson, and coached by Ron Mobbs. And the first 3 crews are all the Canberra and Mossman Composite crews in 4 and 6 are off 14 seconds. They are J crews. The Drummoyne Composite and Riverside are off K. I'm seeing suspicion they may have raced the Cox's 4 yesterday, some of these crews, so they'll be pretty familiar with the competition, I would think. So there we have a start, and so those first 2 crews are on their way. So it's the Drummoyne Composite and the Riverside in lane 7, and they're off to a brisk start, particularly from that Riverside crew. And we look down the course from the start, and the conditions are absolutely perfect for racing. The other two crews now setting off on the on this chase. We have Canberra in lane 4 and Mosman Composite in lane 6. And I think that Mosman Composite was successful yesterday in the Coxed 4. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare at the 500 metre mark and what the impact they've had on those handicaps.
Yeah, that beautiful, clean, clear, flat water up at the start there, Robert, couldn't be more perfect. They'd be looking now to click into their race pace up there at the early part of this Men's Masters Jada M4, and both crews on the close side of the course here are starting to stride out now as they, you can see captured on the video footage from the BRO boat trailing them up there. Got that on the screen now. But it looks like the Des Moines Composite in lane 5 there, the Pine Rivers, St George and North Shore, combination of David Kay, Ian Toll, Ian Russell and Graham Wern, coached by Ian Matheson, are taking a nice break as they look to have a good, clear lead over the other three in this race.
And it does look like that Mosman Composite crew has made great inroads into that 14-second handicap. I'd say they'll go through this 500 metre mark with about a 7 or 8 seconds lead. So probably cut the handicap in half, which means it's going to be a real race for the win line over the last 500 metres. But the Riverside crew do look to have found a little bit of pace at the moment, and they look like they will go through the 500 metre mark actually in first place, and closely followed by the Des Moines Composite, and it will be back to the Mosman Composite and a little bit further back to Canberra.
Yeah, it's all about process at this point in the race, I think, Rob. They're just going to be concentrating on keeping in time, getting their legs on, putting a bit of power through it and getting their finishes together. They're making some pace there, though. The Mosman Composite in lane 6, you can see them pushing up against the Riverside crew of Clark, Orr, Smith and Gunson on the closest lane to the course.
And as we can see now, that Mosman crew has made great inroads, and better than great inroads, they will come through these other two crews, I would say, in the next 3 or 4 strokes. And so once again, it's a quality crew. They've won a lot of races, this group together, but Des Moines Comps are doing all they can to hold them off at the moment, but I don't think they're going to be successful in doing that. So the real race will be for 2nd and 3rd between the Des Moines Composite and the Riverside crew over here in lane 7, but sort of no trouble at all for this Des Moines, the Mosman Composite, and Phil Titterton, very experienced stroke, and certainly has been stroking crews to wins for many, many years. And once again, followed by behind him, John May and John Hardy, have certainly done a lot of rowing together as a crew. See that Ray Beaton coming into this crew over this weekend, so he's a very handy person to be able to bring into a boat.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they've got an emphatic stamp on this race now, Rob, and it's going to be the Mosman Composite crew with Manning River that are going to take out the Men's Masters quad scull in this race, race 106. It might be a little bit of a press here between Des Moines Composite and Riverside for the 2nd place, but I think it's the Des Moines Composite of David Kay, Ian Toll, Ian Russell and Graham Wern that are most likely to get across that line in 2nd place, followed very closely by the Riverside crew of Clark, Smith, Gunson and Orr.
Oh, it is that Riverside crew that's just snuck in and got that lead. So they've come across over the last 50 metres on the big sprint. Des Moines Composite unable to react quick enough and have just snuck in for 3rd place.
They really did the full send to the end right there. That Riverside did a last few pumps on their legs, and they benched it just on the whistle ahead of the Des Moines Composite. The unofficial time of that has them 0.55, the Des Moines Composite in 3rd place, just a snitch behind the Riverside crew, and Mosman Manning River come in to finish in 1st place. That was lane 3.
And as we move up to the start, we've got race 107, the Women's Masters A quad. And we have in lane 2, ANU Composite, in lane 3, Glebe, in lane 4, ADF Rowing, in lane 5, Commercial Composite, lane 6, University of Queensland, and in lane 7, ANU Composite, in lane 8, Windery Ballarat Composite. And this race is well underway, and it does look like the crews in the Glebe, ADF, and Commercial Composites could be out to a little bit of a lead over the rest of the field, although the crew over in ANU Composite also is making good fare over there in lane 2. So the race is really on at the moment. It does look like there's the crews on this side, the ANU Composite in lane 7 and the Windery Ballarat Composite, could have slipped a little bit behind there, Kath, and certainly University of Queensland too. But it does look like that crew from the commercial crew now looks like they will go through that 500 metre mark. It'll be either those or the ANU Composite right over in lane 2. It'll go through that 500 metre mark. And we'll just wait to get the timing on that. It does look like these two crews now have pushed out. This is a final, so this is a all in for the medals here. But yes, it will be the commercial crew going through that 500 metre mark with about a half-length lead over ANU Composite. A little bit further back to the University of Queensland, followed by Glebe Rowing Club, and then the others coming through. So it's very close at the top. It's 0.89 of a second. It was 1:42.93 for the commercial composite going through the 500. 0.89 back to the next group, 2 seconds back, and then 3.5 seconds. So it is going to be a real race to the line for these three crews.
There's absolutely nothing in it, and that commercial commercial rowing club at the West End up there in Brisbane, 20-kilometre course with absolutely no interruptions. Can you imagine rowing, getting out there in the mornings, rowing 20 kilometres without interruption, no bends, no twists, no turns. But that ANU composite is putting on a good hit against the commercial composite of Janine Reid, Em Schneider, Christine Taylor and Andrea Painter in lane 5 in the middle of the course. With the University of Queensland, the ANU composite and Windery Ballarat composite fairly evenly matched over there in the final positions in this race. But look, Rob, it looks like the commercial composite and the ANU composite are going to fight it out to the finish line.
Yeah, of course, that's absolutely the case. And the commercial composite are very well put together crew. And of course, Christine Taylor was the lead point scorer at the last Australian Championships in Lake Barrington last year. But it is this commercial crew, the ANU crew, not giving up at all and certainly coming back, as are the ADF crew in lane 4. So the race is between these three. It does look like that this will be where first, second and third will come from, but it does look like that composite crew from Commercial Rowing Club coming across the line to take a comfortable win over the ANU crew in lane 2, followed by ADF. And it will be a real race for the 4th and 5th position here, and it's between the University of Queensland and the Windery Ballarat composite, and it's too tight to call. It is very close behind then to the ANU composite and then Glebe over in lane 3.
That was a really exciting finish for those last positions of 4 and 5 in that race. The boats are coming in now here on the pontoon for a medal presentation, or at least a good photo opportunity, Rob. But that's the Glebe crew there, stroked by Phil Titterton, and the Mossman composite with Manning River. Look to be backing into the pontoon, or are they leaving? They might be heading off.
Just a very special announcement. I know this will only appeal to a few, but we've been notified that the Lakeside bar will be open from 11 a.m. each day for the next couple of days. More importantly, there is free tasting of whiskey and gin, I believe. So we might just have to go up there and try some of the local produce. This is a set up for that tasting trail that's happening tomorrow afternoon. But certainly each day the Lakeside bar will be opening up at 11 a.m.
And they've started racing in race 108, the men's Masters A8. This is a highly competitive field. On the far side, the ADF rowing composite of rowing Canberra and ADF. The Toowong composite in lane 4, that's Toowong and the Old Collegians. In the middle of the field, the University of Queensland with the Old Collegians, Canned and Dragons Club, and the Adelaide University composite of Adelaide University, Torrens, Riverside and Renmark, with the Nepean composite crew of Nepean, Lindisfarne, Newcastle, Banks, Buckingham and Ulverstone in the near lane. So they look to have had a fantastic start. The conditions feel fast, flat and free-flowing. I would call it from up here in the commentary box, it looks like the Toowong composite is pressing down hard on the Adelaide University composite, who seem to be the two boats out in front, but those other boats are not going to let them go easily, Rob.
No, and it does look like those two crews, the Adelaide composite crew, looking at having a slight advantage over the Toowong composite at the moment, but not too far back to the trailing three crews. And indeed, it is that Adelaide composite going through the, with a handy lead, as it turns out, a length and a half over the trailing pack, and it was Toowong next through, followed by the Nepean composite, and then coming University of Queensland, and finally through is the ADF rowing Canberra composite. So this crew is really turning it on. The Adelaide University composite of Nat, Dombrowski, Sullivan, Tankard, Walters, McLeod, Lubinis, Walsh, and Cox and Bonnie White, coached by Rob Cheeseman, and they are a well-polished crew, considering this is a composite crew. But I guess they're all in that in quite a close context there in Adelaide for their training. So they've probably had a few rows together, and that seems to be showing as they're coming down to the last 250 metres.
They're not going to let them get away easily, though. That's the Toowong composite crew of Timothy Williamson, Nicholas Ferros, Robert McPhee, Simon Smart, Scott Warren, Timothy McMenion, Cameron Stewart, Jackson Price, Grace Bentley is their cox, coached by Terry Mulligan. But that is a Clearwater lead now with the Adelaide University composite as they storm down the field, and they are pushing with everything they've got. Final gear here and a full send to the end. Let's watch them.
Yeah, so they got the rating right up here, so leaving nothing to chance. I'd say they're coming through at about 38 strokes a minute at the moment. The Nepean composite over on this side, they are pushing for that second place. They've come out of nowhere. They're a length and a half down, and they've got some big guns in this crew as well. Will they have enough to get to the line? It is nothing in it as they come down. It's the Toowong composite. It's the Nepean boat. It's coming down to the line. It's absolutely nothing in it, but it will be the Toowong composite taking the second place, followed by the Nepean composite. And it will, following up after that, it'll be University of Queensland and then the ADF Canberra composite crew.
Yeah, our friends down on the floor below us, Rob, I think they just kept their finger on the buzzer there. There was absolutely nothing in it between those first two crews. What an exciting race. And we're on the pontoon now for a medal presentation. And race 109 is at the starting line now. They're waiting for the starters' calls. There are going to be a few nerves in this one. It is the final of the women's D Masters pair. These athletes have been honing their skills over the entire season to present themselves for this 1,000 metre finals race. River City Women's, Sonia Gustafson and Siobhan Stafford. Adelaide University Composite, Tori Toogood and Christina Bursell. Barnsdale Rowing Club, Belinda Pownell and Joe Campbell. Carrum Rowing Clubs, Kelly James and Anya Lloyd-Smith. Adelaide University, fielding Susie Ross and Angie Franku. From North Shore, Catherine Boland and Olivia Tonge, coached by Guy Morgan. Glebe Rowing Clubs, Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson, coached by Robin Mackney. And Leichhardt Rowing Clubs, Daniela Borget and Jennifer Zonga, coached by Steve Sherry. They are going to want to have a nice clean start in this race to put some distance between these boats in the first 100 metres. And it looks like the North Shore, the Leichhardt crew of Borget and Zonga had a fantastic start in lane 9. We'll get some numbers to you shortly because this is a hotly contested Women's Masters D pair final. some state rowers in here in the quads and the eights. There's a lot of depth in this field. River City Women's from Queensland, we've got South Australia, 2 crews from Victoria, 2 crews from SA and 3 crews from New South Wales.
And as we'd expect, Kath, being this the final and coming through quite a number of crews qualifying, it should be very, very tight coming through that 500 metre mark. It's a bit hard to tell from where we are, but it does look like the crew in lane 2, the Adelaide University Composite, moving across to the Carrum and Adelaide University, do appear to have a bit of a lead at the moment, but we won't really know. It's a bit hard sometimes to get that an idea of that until they get through that 500. They've got about another 100 metres before they reach that point in the race. But as we look over in on the screen, we can see that it is that Adelaide University crew does appear to have a reasonable lead at this stage. But once we pan around and get onto that line across for the 500, we won't really know. But that's not too far off, Kath.
Yeah, it looks like Tori Toogood and Christina Bursell have definitely found their sweet spot out there. They'd be looking to get every centimetre out of each stroke. Make sure the catches are clean, that there's nothing that can possibly slow that boat down. It's a very twitchy boat, the pair, Rob, but there looks to be some distance now, but the field is spreading out a little bit. The gaps are widening a bit, but those trailing crews, don't count them out yet. They've got a lot of juice left in the tank.
You'll having spent a lot of time in a pair, it is about that ability to just keep that boat moving, not overly overpower it, and certainly just that technique is all important. And we find that if you can get that sweet spot where the bow is levering off the stroke seat in their push through the water, the boat moves best. And obviously, the New Zealand pair of Isgo will a testament to that. But certainly, as they come down to the last 300 metres, it looks like the crew crew from Adelaide University, or Carrum it could be, have moved right up on Adelaide University over on this side, have moved right up on their composite crew. So
it definitely is Carrum there, Rob, but it's Carrum, Adelaide University, North Shore and the Adelaide University Composite that are going to be battling it out for the first spot in this race. They're all going to want it. They're hungry for it. They've been training for it. They're not going to want to let it go easily. That's Tori Toogood and Christina Bursell pressing down on Carrum's Kelly James and Anya Lloyd-Smith. But it does look like now Susie Ross and Annie Franku are making a charge for the line, but they're going to have to really put their foot to the plate here against Boland and Tonge in lane 7. They are not going to want to let this go. It's going to be a competition between the North Shore crew, Adelaide University in the middle of the field, and the Adelaide University Composite. They're going to be putting everything into this now as the stroke rate's coming up. The crowd is cheering. It looks like lane 7's pushing through now. They're not going to want to let this go. Between Boland and Tonge against Ross and Franku, it's going to be a race for the gold medal between lane 7. North Shore are going to take it. North Shore's Tonge and Boland take the gold medal across Susie Ross and Annie Franku, with Tori Toogood and Christina Bursell coming in 3rd place, and the Carrum girls of Kelly James and Anya Lloyd-Smith. What a thrilling race. And Leichhardt's Borjet and Zonga crossing the line just a half canvas in front of the Barnsdale Rowing Club crew of Belinda Pownell and Jo Campbell, with Glebes, Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson crossing the line about a boat length and a half ahead of the River City Women's Sonia Gustafson and Savon Stafford. But Rob, what a thrilling race. It's going to be a party in my house tonight with Boland, Catherine Boland and Olivia Tonge taking out the gold medal, coached by Guy Morgan from North Shore in the Women's Masters D pair. They will be absolutely stoked with that result.
I'm sure they will, Kath, and what a great race. We now move our attention to race 110, the men's Masters D single. And this is the final. We saw a bunch of heats this morning. In lane 1, it's Nagambi's Alastair Isherwood. In lane 2, Yarra Yarra's Nick Inglis. Lane 3, Mersey's Shane Broad. Lane 4, Murwillumbah's Doug Cryer. A&A in lane 5, Dale Hawkins. In lane 6, Leichhardt 1, Terry Bridges. In lane 7, North Esk, Patrick Bird. In lane 8, Manning River, Rhett Patterson, and in lane 9, Riverside's Anthony Lee. And of course, not knowing the rest of them, but Terry Bridges in the Leichhardt Sculler, who had a good win in the heat, is in the New South Wales State Quad. So he's certainly backing up for a few races over the weekend. But as they have got away to a very clean start, and it does look to be a very even spread across the field as we come down to that first 250 metres. And we look over there, and it does look to be Nick Inglis from Yarra Yarra, and certainly the Leichhardt Terry Bridges, who are out to a bit of a lead over the rest of the field. So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out over the next 200 or 300 metres, but still a very close race with every sculler in it. Probably only the sculler over in lane 1 just dropping a little bit back. That's the Alistair Isherwood from Nagambie, and of course Alistair Isherwood is synonymous with the Perfect Balance rowing and the importer of Swift and Philippi boats. So they are, as I said, coming down to the 500 metre mark, and we'll just quickly go to the medal presentation for the 8.
Thanks so much for that, Rob. This is the Men's Masters A8. I wouldn't want to miss the congratulations on this. In third place, the Nepean Composite crew. If you can put your hands together, please, for the crew of Dobell, Gibson, Baggett, Sykeld, Palmer, Brown, Wilcox and Waddell, coxed by Claire Gregg. In second place, the Toowong Composite and Old Collegians of Williamson, Ferros, McPhee, Smart, Warren, McMenamin, Stewart and Price, coxed by Grace Bentley. And in first and the gold medal position for the Men's Masters A8, please put your hands together for the Adelaide University, Torrens, Riverside and Renmark Composite crew of Bill Natt, Huey Dombrowski, Tom Sullivan, Kevin Tankard, Greg Walters, David McLeod, Thomas Lubinius, Alistair Walsh, coxed by Bonnie White and coached by Rob Cheeseman. Congratulations to all crews and to the Adelaide University Composite.
And moving back out on the course, we have the final stages of the D single scull, and it is a real battle. And it was Dale Hawkins from A&A through the 500 metre mark in first place, and it does look like the race is on between him and Terry Bridges beside him. Patrick Bird from North Esk is not out of it at all, and he certainly has lifted his rating in the last couple of strokes. This is stroke for stroke at the moment, and both of these scullers, the A&A and Leichhardt, bringing their rating up. Will the Terry Bridges be able to pull that gap back? But over in lane 2, it is Nick Inglis also putting on a big effort and coming down to the last 100 metres. It is stroke for stroke between Hawkins and Bridges. There is absolutely nothing in it. Who's got that last little bit of energy that's going to get him across the line? At the moment, it is Dale Hawkins just holding out Terry Bridges from Leichhardt. Is going right to the wire, absolutely to the wire, and it will be Dale Hawkins from A&A taking first place. Terry Bridges coming across very close, but I think it will be the North Esk sculler, Patrick Bird, for third, Nick Lingus for fourth. It will be the Riverside's Anthony Lee fifth, followed by Manning River, Nagambie and Mersey.
Yeah, good to see Shane Broad there from Mersey reaching for his finish there and gracefully collapsing across the line in his red boat. That was a super exciting, really high-powered octane race there, Rob. Well called too, by the way. And just to congratulate again all of the athletes who are currently on the pontoon. They're getting their photo opportunity in. They look to be bunching up there. That's a beautiful photo there. 3/8 on the pontoon with the volunteers and the rowers from the Men's Masters 8 in gold medal position, Adelaide University Composite of Torrens, Riverside and Renmarks. Getting out of that puddle. What a spot for a photo. Second place, Toowong Composite and Old Collegians, coached by Terry Mulligan. And the Nepean Composite in third place. And that's a real mixed retro bag there of all sorts.
Licorice also, no doubt, and they certainly the A8 will be a probably Got a bit of weight on that pontoon, I don't mind saying there, Kath. But anyway, we move to race 111, the lightweight men's Masters Scull. Of course, at the National Championships is the only time the Masters get the opportunity to race lightweights, and it is a great initiative that was introduced some years ago, and certainly the culmination of a lot of trying on those lightweight oars people's behalf. But we have in lane 3, Balmain's Michael McCormick. In lane 4, Torrens' Matt Russell. Lane 5 is Balmain's David Howard-Jones. Lane 6 is North Esk's Robert Wrigley, coached by Trevor Barrett. And in lane 7, Essendon's Tony Suratic. And it does look like from where we sit, that Balmain sculler and the Torrens sculler, Matt Russell, look to have opened up a bit of a lead, but that's some 600 metres away, so with my eyesight that could end up to be anything. But as they come down towards that 500 metre mark, it does appear to be those two scullers in the lane 3 and 4, Balmain and Torrens, who have led the rest of the field out. Not too much in it though. I think the scullers in lane 5, 6 and 7, the Balmain, North Esk and Essendon, are certainly not out of this race at all. And as we moving down into the 500 metre mark, about another 4 or 5 strokes to go, we can see that it does look to be a clear advantage for that Balmain sculler, Michael McCormick in lane 3. It will be followed across that line by the Torrens' Matt Russell. So all the work to do now. From the Robert Wrigley, David Howard-Jones, and Tony Suratic to see if they can bridge this gap. It does look like the David Howard-Jones has lost contact with the main group now. So the race really on between the Balmain sculler in lane 3, Michael McCormick, and lane 4's Torrens' Matt Russell. And they do look to have opened up that lead. I think the rating is surprisingly down for a lightweight scullers. Tend to see with the lightweights a little bit more rate as they, just a little bit more flowing with the movement. And as I said with myself, it's just not anywhere near as much bulk to move to try to get up and down that side. But certainly a great display of sculling coming from both these scullers. But it does look like all the speed at the moment, Cass, coming from Matt Russell.
Yeah, he does look like he's in control of this race, but it's all about holding that stroke rate and staying smooth, because one mistake in this part of the race, Rob, and over the next few hundred metres, that lead could shrink in an instant. Because I do think Matt Russell is putting a little bit more juice on now. They look to be very evenly matched as they're coming down into the red buoys. It's going to be a race, I think, between Michael McCormack of Balmain and Matt Russell of Torrens, but it might be that Matt Russell has just edged out in front now of Michael McCormack and looks to be comfortable.
I think they're going to have to watch out for this North Esk sculler and the Essendon sculler over in lanes 6 and 7. They are coming home very fast. So Michael McCormack over there in lane 3 will have to keep an eye out. Have a look to the left. He's just done that, as I've said. And he's looked over and he's just bumped the rate up a little bit. The race for third place, though, is absolutely on for young and old over here from North Esk and Essendon. But it will be Matt Russell from Torrens taking a great win in the lightweight D scull, followed by the Balmain sculler, Michael McCormack. It will be North Esk's Robert Ridley in 3rd, and Essendon's Tony Suratic in 4th place. A little bit further back now, but just coming down to the line about 5 strokes to go is David Howard-Jones. So a great race there, Kath.
Yeah, and I think Matt really came out of nowhere there. He ended up having a bit of clear water between his boat and Michael McCormack over the finish line. So he really surged in that last 10 or so strokes. That's the Torrens Rowing Club of Matt Russell, who took the win in race 111, the lightweight men's Masters D single. Congratulations to all the rowers in that lightweight race. As we cross now to race 112. This is the women's G Masters double, and it's a full field in this race, Rob. I'll go through the roll call. In lane 1 on the far side is Carrum Rowing Club's Mary Hunter and Helen Kelly, coached by Drew Holman. Endeavour's Chris Brennan and Diane McShane. Di was stroking a F8 that I was in yesterday. She's awesome. and Melbourne University Composite with Richmond's Geraldine Goss and Jennifer Brigham. They are off the starting blocks now as they come into race 112, the Women Masters G double. In the middle lanes, we have Mackay from Queensland's Jane Deguara and Therese Clancy, with the University of Western Australian Composite with Perth, Celia Cornwell and Evelyn Bowen. The Perth Composite with Fremantle's Michaela Main and Carolyn Fennell, and the Melbourne Composite with Exeter's Julia Wood and Louise Phillips. Black Mountain from the ACT have Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson. I'm excited to see how lanes 7 and 8 will battle it out in this final. And the commercial rowing clubs Barbara Hall and Kywin Fay in the lane closest to the grandstand. Conditions could not be more perfect out here. Those women will be finding the gears that they need to click into now as they come through the first 200 metres of this race. No, I am going to pass over. I would really, you'd like to call this race. Tell us who you know in this race then at least, Lynn.
Well, the Carrum rowers from Melbourne. We've got the Melbourne University Composite of Jerry Goss, Jen Bingham. We've got the Perth Composite. We've got the Melbourne Composite of Julie Wood and Louise Phillips, Barbara Hall and Sinwin Fay, Pamela Nash. So some really excellent rowers here as we're coming down all of this C, this G double scull. They worked very hard to get their 3 heats, only the top 3 going through. And as we're looking now at the first results coming through, it is the Perth Fremantle followed by Melbourne Exeter, Melbourne Union Richmond, Black Mountain, University of WA and Perth, Mackay, Commercial, Carrum and Endeavour. So not very much separating all of those, only 3 seconds between the top 4. And of course now there's only the top 3 to go into the medal presenters to go and sit on the pontoon.
As we come into the last 300 metres, it is a very close race. It does look like the crews over on this side, the Melbourne Composite crew, and the crew in the middle, probably more like the Melbourne University Composite crew. That looks to be where all the pace is in this race as they come down to the last 250 metres. Certainly out there as well, just taking a little bit of a wobbly stroke was the crew right in the middle of the course. It did appear to be the composite crew from University of Western Australia.
I know there are some very highly favoured crews in this. The Jerry Goss and Bingham have rowed together for a very long time, but it is at the moment lane 3 that Jerry Goss and Jen Bingham that I was just talking about are in the lead, probably followed by lane 6 Melbourne Composite Julia Wood and Louise Phillips. Then lane 8 Black Mountain Pam Nash, Jeanette Gasson really making a move on there. So we're doing a great job here, but it is the very experienced crew of Jerry Goss and Jen Bingham that now have clear water over the Melbourne Composite. They're going to come in second place. So it is a lot of Melbourne crews. And third place, so lane 7 is going to be second. Lane 8 will be third. That's the Black Mountain crew of Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson. A fine finish there from those ladies. Very good. Lane 5 will come in 4th position. Lane 4 in 5. Lane 9 in 6. And that will be the Carrum crew coming in 7th and Endeavour in 8th. So some wonderful rowing there, but we can congratulate our winners. Lane 1, Melbourne University Composite with Richmond, Jerry Goss and Jen Bingham. Second place, Melbourne Composite of Julia Wood from Exeter and Louise Phillips. And third, Black Mountain, Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson.
And just finished rounding out the field, it is the, it looks like to be the Perth Composite. So whether they've had a problem, they've certainly lost their bow number, and they've certainly lost their bow number, and I'm not sure if there has been a little bit of an issue in that crew, but they're coming across the line round out the field. We now move on to race 113, the Men's Masters G4 minus Coxless. In lane 3, we have North Shore's Mel Gillespie, Stefan Kerr, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. In lane 4, Mossman Rowing Club's Harry Fine, Lawrence Nethery, James Aroney and Bruce Begbie. In lane 5, Armadale's Michael Robinson, Milton Kirkpatrick, Richard Percy and John Grant. In lane 6, Brisbane and GPS's Rob Giles, Bill McDonald, Ian Holzberger and Shane Wally. In lane 7, Corio Bay's Ian Bridgeland, Peter Abel, Bradley Jones and Peter Jeffrey. And in lane 8, Manning River Composite, Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Steve Harrison and Nick Johnson. A few late changes in that boat with Colin Bruce and Murray Doust out, and I'm assuming that's got something to do with the flooding that's happened up there in the last couple of weeks, because they would normally turn up for the racing here. But certainly sitting in the starters blocks, and they are ready to go. We've got, they're due, past their due time to head off, so we'll wait and get this race underway. And once again, we look out on those beautiful conditions, and this is how it's supposed to be for the next couple of days. Then this is beautiful in this part of the world.
Well, Cirque has certainly turned it on for the Masters Regatta of 2025. This is perfect. Yesterday, a little overcast, that was fine. Today, clear skies, a few little light clouds up above, so shining down, beautiful flags are just hanging limp, which is what we want to see. And as we're just watching now, waiting for the start of this race, it's just kicked off now. And it's very hard, as I've said before, at this point to see exactly where anybody is racing. Yeah. But you could throw a pashmina over them.
Absolutely, and it does look like we know that the couple of these crews are exceptionally fast, and certainly the North Shore crew over there in lane 3. It does look like the Armadale crew has also got off to a very good start, as have Brisbane and GPS and the Manning River Composite crew. So it is going to be a very interesting as we come down to the 500 metre mark. The North Shore crew having some early steering problems though, which won't help their forward progress too much, but they seem to have got that under control now, and we're watching some vision from the 500 metre mark, the camera panning around now. And seeing these crews coming down, not too much rate happening in these crews, so it looks fairly well contained. We can see from our vision though that the Manning River Composite crew does appear to have a fair bit of a lead over the Corio Bay, Brisbane and Armadale crews off to their right. So it will be interesting to see how this pans out. It does look at then as they come down to the 500 metre mark that this Manning River Composite does have a good lead over the rest of the field, and certainly once again a very quality crew.
Well, it certainly does, and as we get that camera shot right across the 500 metres, and the timers are telling us that Manning River St George is in first, Mossman second, North Shore third, Corio Bay fourth, Brisbane GPS fifth, and in sixth place will be the Mossman crew, the Armadale crew. So they will be coming through. And just to correct you there, it's Peter Aberley.
Okay.
Yes, Peter Aberley it is.
Manning River Composite, as they come down to that through that 500 metre, about 400 metres to go, and looking extremely strong. However, there's Mossman Rowing Club is certainly got the rating up now, and they are pushing through, as are the Armadale and the Corio Bay crew. So I think this is going to be extremely close, but certainly Manning River now look to have just brought that rating up, not leaving anything to chance. They're going to have to push all the way to the line, Lynn. It's 250 metres to go, and they are certainly looking the goods at the moment. We'll have to wait and see as we get another down to those red buoys whether anybody can impact on their lead.
Well, that's right, and because it's a final, we're only looking at the top 3 in the heats. We had the opportunity to say who's top 4, but this is going to be top 3, and it does look to be lane 4 Mossman and Manning River Composite who are now challenging for the gold medal, and then it will be Corio Bay and North Shore challenging for the minor placings. So at the moment It is really anybody's race at the moment.
Yeah, it is.
you know,
Yeah. It is this Manning River crew, and they are looking very, very good. They've crossed the boys, but they don't care now. They've got about 3 strokes to go, and they'll take out a great win in this men's G4, Cox's G4, and very well rowed. Looks like a few problems in that Mossman composite, and they will go across for second. It will be very close, but I think the Corio Bay may have just snuck in and beaten the North Shore crew, so we'll have to wait and see. It will be the Armidale crew after an early surge in the middle of the race who have come back, and they have taken out 5th place, and it will be the Brisbane and GPS coming across for 6th place.
Well, our timers have called it exactly as you have, that Corio Bay is in the bronze medal position. They came very much from the back of the field there, not completely the back, but they pushed through, did a fantastic job there to come in 3rd place. So 1st place, Manning River Composite with Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Stephen Harrison and Nick Johnson. In 2nd place, Monsman, Harry Fine, Lawrence Netherley, James Amory and Bruce Bigby, and Corio Bay, Ian Bridgeland, Peter Aberley, Bradley Jones and Peter Jeffrey, and great racing there. And we move on.
Just want to make a mess. Sorry, there is a report of a lost black iPhone that was left in the toilets, probably down near the boat sheds. If we can, anybody has found an iPhone in a black case, can they please return it to the could bring it to the control tower, and we'll hand it back to the owner. So thanking you if anybody has that. There is a very worried person without their iPhone at the moment.
Thanks, Rob. And just be aware you can't open that iPhone, so it's of no value to you, so you might as well return it. The men's G Coxed 4, North Shore, Banks Composite and Melbourne Rowing Club. So in the North Shore, lane 4 is Justin Peters, Peter Horton, Richard Lawson, Jeffrey Franklin and Cox there by Sydney Krieger. Banks Composite is Mitch Carr, Phil O'Dwyer, Gavin Keeley, Jim Lowe and Bill Webster is the Cox there. And in the Melbourne boat, Steve Mollard, John Dollison, Craig Smith, Steve Reynolds and Zena Marzi. And it is now a very tight battle there between the Melbourne boat and the Banks Composite. Only 2 medals up for grabs in this because there's only 3 in the boat, in the event. So it will be interesting to see, but this Banks Composite and the Melbourne Composite, Melbourne Straight 8, not letting anything get away. They are going stroke for stroke as they come down. And I'm a Melbourne Rowing Club person, so I've got to be very careful what I say here. But they are both being extremely close. I'm not sure. I think we're going to be needing a photo finish unless something dramatic happens here. They are going really stroke for stroke. At the moment, Banks Composite is just a little bit ahead, but now Melbourne is just pushing ahead. They're just probably just a quarter of a boat length ahead. It's going to be the Melbourne boat with Mollard, Dollison, Smith, Reynolds and Marzi, just there ahead of the Banks Composite of Carr, O'Dwyer, Keeley, Lowe and Webster. A very, very hard fought battle for 1st and 2nd there, and in 3rd place, North Shore, Peters, Horton, Lawson, Franklin, Krieger.
So we're now moving to race 115, the Women's Masters B8. It's due to start at 11 a.m. And in lane 4 we have Mossman Rowing Club's Helen Krieber, Mina Hornby, Kelly Ross, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Sarah Hearn, Alexandra Walding, Kim Laurie, Carissa Kleiman and Coxon Chloe Juretta. In lane 5, the ADF Rowing Composite of Rachel Cope, Virginia Haywood, Judith Oos from ADF, Brianna Murray, ANU, May Saliva Bell from Newcastle, Lauren Finetti from ADF, and Julia Cronin from ADF, and Sarah Leon. Their coxswain is Sarah Devoran. In lane 6, Karam Composite, Sally Shepherdson, Lucinda Rodriguez, Sally Glenn, Angelique Everett, Cindy Plowman, Jackie Diebel, Jess Fishman, Sarah Haywood, Jessica Cuddy is their coxswain, their coach is Drew Holman. And in lane 7, it's the Glebe Rowing Club crew of Emily Constantine, Kate Wareham, Anne Wells, Elizabeth Dorian, Rachel McEwen, Gemma Bassett, Julia Simon, Catherine Poulter, and coxswain Catherine Maxwell. And they are sitting in the start waiting for the start. It looks like we're back pretty much on time again. And so we're just getting some fan mail in the commentary box, which is always nice.
Thank you to all our fans out there that tune in, watch the live stream. I'd be interested to know how many people are actually watching the live stream
well,
as we're
I'm
here.
sure John in our control tower can tell us exactly how many are on it at the moment. But certainly they're away in this Women's Masters B8, and it's going to be a frantic race, this one. It's second down for that top one. We've got a very, very fast start by all crews. It does look like that Carrum Composite crew has got out to a bit of a jump, but we'll wait and see as the race pans out. Certainly the ADF crew is right up there. A little bit, falling back a little bit is the Glebe crew in lane 7 at this point, but it's early stages and they can turn that around in no time at all. These Mossman crew, once again, Mossman have got such a depth of rowers in their ranks, and certainly I know that Lucy Stackpool Moore is well travelled, because I think she's coming down from the far north coast of New South Wales to come down and train and row in this race. So they are certainly keen, and a lot of experience in that crew. And they actually came out, I'm pretty sure that they were winners in the C or D8 yesterday. So a lot of this crew, I know Carissa Kleiman certainly was in that crew, and Sarah Hearn, they're both in the state, New South Wales State 8 too, but they have got out to a flyer, and they are well in front as we come down to about 450 metres gone into that 500 metre mark, and they look like they have really put some space on the rest of the field there, Lynn.
They certainly have. They're moving out very nicely, and it's always great to see the eights race, how they can manage, and to have that Cox there pushing them on and on and on. Cox can make such a difference in an eights race in any Coxed event. So as we come up to the 500 metres, we'll start getting our timings, and it is the Mossman crew coming through just ahead of ADF. Carrum is in third place at the moment, and then it will be Glebe coming through in fourth.
That time of 1:44 for that Mossman crew is a pretty snappy time for a B8. And I think if they'll bring it home a little bit quicker than that, so they're looking at a time under 3:30. So this is a very good race. It looks like the Carrum crew has got found a bit of boat speed. They've got the rate up, kicked the rate up a point or two, as have the Australian Defence Force crew. And certainly as they come down to about 400 metres to go, the chase is on. The Carrum crew really turning it on at the moment. Are Mossman going to be able to respond? ADF saying, we're not going to be left out of this, we're coming along for the ride here, and certainly they are right in this sandwich of Carrum and Mossman. Carrum do look to have got the rate and got the pace at the moment. I'm not sure that they haven't overtaken this Mossman crew, and it's only about 250 metres to go. There's a lot of work to be done in all the crews. The ADF saying, well, once again, here we are, and they're coming back really hard at the other two crews. The rating is up, the push is on. The Mossman just holding a slight advantage over Carrum. ADF chasing Carrum. This is going to be a cracker of a finish. But look at the response from that Mossman crew. That is an experienced response. They have actually turned it on now, and they've said, look, no, you're going to have to work a lot harder than that if you're going to catch us. So they're coming into the last 100 metres of this race. The rate's up at about 36, 37 strokes a minute. They are looking very good as they come down towards the line. Carrum now in trouble of getting overtaken by ADF. 100 metres to go there. There is nothing in it. It's going to be stroke for those two crews, but the Mossman crew has absolutely worked this to perfection, and they will come across the line. The race really on for that second place. It is going to be so close. Mossman crossing in first. It will be the Carrum just edging out the ADF crew. What a great finish, Lynn.
My goodness, that was very exciting. And I think that last 50 metres, the last 20 metres, I think the experience of a crew like Carrum that's been rowing together just to push it right through to the line may well have just pipped the ADF crew there, and that's where experience comes in. But Mossman, didn't they put their foot down and just push through and through and through, and Glebe rounding out the field there.
Yeah, and we've certainly seen that from the Mossman Cruise over the women's cruise over the last couple of days. They've been certainly good at getting off very fast at the start, making the most of that lead, and actually not letting the foot off the pedal for the entire race. So we're moving on to race 116, the men's Masters B single. In lane 2 we have Grafton's Daniel Lang. In lane 3 Brisbane and GPS's Julian Wright. In lane 4 Black Mountain Christopher Smith. In lane 5 Yarra Yarra Brenton Lucadoo Wells. In lane 6 Melbourne Gregor Neens. Lane 7 Newcastle's Gareth Silke. In lane 8 Gold Coast Masters Juan Guimarães. And in lane 9 Adelaide University's Damien Delic. So this race is an out-and-out final. This is the nine boats in this thing, all in this race. And it's a little bit hard to tell at the moment, but it does look like the Grafton sculler Daniel Lang, who was down here for the New South Wales States a couple of weeks ago and did very well in that regatta. And certainly Grego Nines and the Yarra Yarra's Brendan Lucadoo Wells in the middle of the field also look to be travelling very well. In fact, I think it will be coming down to the 500 metre mark. The sculler in lane 3, which is the Black Mountain sculler, Christopher. Oh no, we just lost sight of the scullers on the other side. It will be the sculler at Adelaide University's Damien Delic going through in front of Juan Guimarães. And then the Grafton sculler Daniel Lang, Yarra Yarra's Brenton Lucadoo Wells, followed by Gregor Nyans, I'm told is the correct pronunciation, Gareth Salkeag and Christopher Smith, followed by Julian Wright. And coming across the line, just a little bit of a delay back. We might be one sculler down. I think we are. Yes, we have. We must have had a withdrawal from this race.
I believe lane 3 may well be empty there. So I think it's lane 3, which Brisbane GPS Julian Wright may not have started at this time.
But it is the Gold Coast sculler of the Gold Coast Masters, Juan Guimarães and Adelaide University's Damien Delic over on this side, and on the far side it's Daniel Lang, in the middle Brent Lucadoo Wells. So there is nothing in it, but these two scullers over this side, the race is on this side, and it does look at the moment like Juan Guimarães has a slight advantage over Damien Delic from Adelaide University. It does look like they've moved ahead now of Grafton's Daniel Lang, so I don't think that he's going to contend for a place at the moment. He's dropped right back after going through the halfway mark in a good position. The Yarra Yarra and Melbourne's scullers in the middle of the field, they're making a great fight back, but I don't think they're going to be able to catch Gold Coast Masters, Juan Guimarães, who has now got the pace right on. Daniel Lang in lane 2 is making a big push, as is the Melbourne sculler O'Nines. So Gregor O'Nines, and it is stroke for stroke on this side. The Melbourne sculler Gregor O'Nines is really making a big attempt to overtake these two, but I don't think he's going to quite get there. It will be the Gold Coast sculler, followed by the Adelaide University. It will be Melbourne in third, followed by Grafton. It will be the Newcastle sculler, Gareth Silke coming across, followed by Yarra Yarra's Brent Lucadoo Wells. What a great race that was.
Wow.
Lim.
That is very, very exciting. And we did have the full field of 8. One was hiding in the shadows. So great to see them all out there. This B single scull, I mean, Gregor Nines, he's in our state teams, and I'm sure there are others in here which are just enjoying these perfect conditions for single sculling. It is just great to see them all coming out to play now, and just beautiful conditions. That we've got the lightweight men's B next, and they're still in the starting blocks as we look down to the Victory pontoon, and we see these magnificent 8s coming in. The Mossman 8 now very happy that they were able to just hold on for their win in the Women's Masters B8, and waving to the crowd. And we've got Jim Lowe there with the Toowong guys just getting into their boat to take it away there. That was the Banks Composite from the men's G8 4. Coxed 4. So in they go, and we thank all our pontoon assistants helping our rowers to collect their medals when they have them, which is really nice to see. And without all the volunteers, this regatta would not go ahead. So we like to thank everybody that's volunteered. If you see someone in a blue shirt, say thank you, because they're the ones that are helping to make this regatta go ahead and be effortless as they do their work. So we've just seen the 8s coming in. We've got a start in the men's lightweight Masters B single. Commercial, Matthew Napper and Yarra Yarra Gareth McShane. Just the two of them. So they'll be keeping an eye on each other in lanes 3 and 4. They'll be looking across and just saying, oh, you know, how are they travelling there? So good to see them there. So I guess we're all looking forward to our interstate racing, but just we were talking about the live stream. At the moment, we've got about 140 people watching, and our maximum, we've had about 1,100, 1,200. That's going to ramp up over the weekend, particularly with the interstate races. There's going to be a lot more people over the weekend tuning in. I'm sure some of these people may well be at work, and they're sneaking a look on their work computers as they do their work and look at the rowing as well. It's good to see our fan mail sometimes. It's good to see that it's going ahead. And we're coming up to the 500 metres. It's Matthew Napper and Gareth McShay in the lightweight men's going through. There will only be one medal, only 2 people there, just one medal. And it is Matthew Napper now. He's got a 3-second lead over Gareth. Doing a great job there. We see the umpire's boat just coming out. And you do wonder whether he spent his biscuits too early, whether he's going to get there. But at the moment, Matthew Napper from Commercial is doing a great job there.
And certainly a great history of lightweight rowing in Brisbane and certainly Toowong and Commercial Rowing Club. So I imagine that Matthew Napper has certainly come out of that ilk. And as they come down towards 250 metres to go, we're just heading towards the presentation for the women's B8. But certainly Matthew Napper holding about a length and a half advantage over the Yarra Yarra sculler Gareth McShay. And I don't think he's going to be able to make any impact on Matthew Napper's lead here at the moment. He's certainly got a very flowing style, both of these guys, and with about 2 lengths to make up in the last 150 metres, I think he's got too much work cut out for him. But we all never say never in a rowing race, and he's just responding to my prompt now and trying to come back at the Commercial sculler, but still into the last 100 metres. I think safe to say Matthew Napper would be thinking, well, I'll be standing up there getting a gold medal around my neck very soon as he comes down into that 50 metres to go. And it's a great row by both of these scullers, and it's very hard when you're only out there as 2. It's very much like a time trial rather than a race, but it will be Matthew Napper. He's going right to the line and will take out the win in the men's lightweight B single.
It can be quite lonely when you're out there, and there's only 2 of you in the race. Very hard sometimes to keep that momentum going, but they've done a great job there, particularly staying at lightweight. But the women's E single scull, we saw the 3 heats of that earlier today in lane 2, Newcastle University, Jules Bosco, lane 3, Fremantle, Alexandra Thornton. Riverway in lane 4 is Jacqueline de Jong. Torrens in lane 5 is Simone Ellis. Corowa lane 6, Julie Underwood. Drummoyne, Renata Mitcha in lane 7. Lane 8, Endeavour, Rosalie Finesse. And Noosa, lane 9, Susie Alty. So how do you say that surname?
Renee Ipmar. She's got a hell of a coach against her name as well.
Oh my gosh, Rob Glendenning.
Yeah, that'd be me. Yeah,
that would be you.
Yeah. So so maybe this is a great race. So the heats in this race were very well contested, and certainly this will be a a very hard-fought race. We're just looking at what appears to be the sculler in Rosalie Furness, getting away a little slow. Now, Rosalie's quite new to this discipline. She's a surfboat rower and has taken to flatwater rower and in the last year or two, and is doing very well. In fact, it was part of the winning crew with Renata Ipmar in the E quad yesterday. So certainly got some credentials there. The thing for Renata Ipmar, her race plan was just to get out hard, because Simone Ellis was certainly very close to her in that heat. So we'll see how this pans out. We've got about 250 metres through this race, and it's perfect conditions on the course there, Lynn. And,
yes, it is. The conditions out there as we look down the course, very, very good. And all of these girls, women, so I've got to stop saying girls, I've got to call them women. All these women are out there in the E category, which puts them all 55 and above. So, as I was saying yesterday, coming to a rowing regatta, you can get quite a warped view of what 50, 60, 70, 80 and even 90 looks like, with these rowers out there doing their best, really pushing themselves. So it's great to see. And we were talking this morning, the girls that I'm staying with, that really rowing is a really team sport. The only sport where you all have to do the same thing at the same time if you're in the same boat.
Well, except, of course, Lynn, if you're a single sculler. And they often are people who like to spend a lot of time on their own. So that's certainly not the case with Renata. I know that she would much prefer to be in a crew boat, but certainly turning it on at the moment and following the race plan to perfection. She's just come through that first 500, followed by, in front, followed by Jacqueline de Jong, Julia Underwood, Rosalie Furness, Jacqueline de Jong, Alexander Thornton and Susie Orty. So it is a still very close. There was only 2.5 seconds, 2.8 seconds, 2 seconds, 1.6. So it's going to be very tight as we come over that last 500 metres. But it is at the moment Renata Ipmar over here in lane 7, holding a slight advantage over the Torrens sculler Simone Ellis. I don't think we saw Simone Ellis' name come up on those 500 metre those 500 metre markings, so they've obviously pushed the wrong button somewhere. But Renata is looking quite commanding. We've been working a lot on the last 400 or 500 metres, so she's going to need that, because Simone Ellis is certainly hanging in there. And as we come down to about 300 metres to go, it is the sculler from Corowa as well, really faring quite well in the middle of the field there. And it looks to be it's going to be between these three scullers for this title, the Women's E Single Scull Championship of Australia. But certainly Simone Ellis coming back at Ipmar, and she's having to work exceptionally hard. Got the rating up now though, and working hard to just stay in front of the rest of the field. Last year, of course, in this race, Renata was in the lead and actually blacked out halfway through the race and regained to stopped the boat completely and came home and got second. So this will be a great return to a win if she can hold on for this win. Simone Ellis saying, no, I've got different plans though, and is certainly pushing up onto the shoulder of Renata Ipmar. Renata's just lifting the rate now. Simone Ellis also lifting the rate. The sculler from Corowa, Julie Underwood, still putting in a big push as well, but it does look like it will be Renata Ipmar with about 10 strokes to go, coming down to the line. It's still pushing hard is Simone Ellis over there in lane 5, and the Corowa sculler Julie Underwood. But it is going to be a great win from start to finish for Renata Ipmar, followed by Simone Ellis from Torrens Rowing Club. It will be Corowa's Julie Underwood in third. It looks like over the other side, Riverways, Jacqueline de Jong will come in fourth, followed by Endeavour's Rosalie Furness in fifth. It will be a little way back to Fremantle's Alexander Thornton, and then back on this side to Noosa Rowing Club, Susie Orty, and across the line now will be Newcastle's Julie Bosco.
Well, I think, Rob, for someone who was coaching that Renata, you did a very, very fair call on that. Very fair, and it was an exciting finish to those, and well done to our winners, Drummoyne, Renata Ipmar, Torrens, Simone Ellis, and Corowa, Julie Underwood. I wonder if the wonderful Wes Canny is here to celebrate that. And Rob, will you be going down to help her get a medal?
No, I've got another one backing up this one with Kathleen Hextall in this race, but we've got the race has actually started. So in lane 1, it was the River City Women's Emma Davidson. In lane 2, Phoenix Tony Milne. In lane 3, Commercials Annette Quayle. Lane 4, Nooses Jane Fitzpatrick. Lane 5, Nooses Cindy Vermeulen. Lane 6, Shoalhaven's Mary Ambrose. Lane 7, Kathleen Hextall. Lane 8, Marie-Cecile Lacoste. And in lane 9, Nooses Jill Hopkins.
That's right. So they're off and racing, and it sounds a bit like a horse race, but it's not really. So we've got our 9 rowers there, and that certainly makes for interesting commentary when you've got 9 rowers. Fortunately, it's not 9 eights, which can get quite challenging, but these 9 singles, the lightweight women's, they've weighed in once today, and here they come down the course now. And I don't think at the moment there is any clear favourite. As I'm looking down the course with the sun shining on it, it does look to be a very even field as we're getting to the 250 metres. Just past that, we'll be coming up to the 500 shortly. And great vision from our umpires' boats. Seeing the sun just glinting there off the water, looking at a few rowers, and they're not rowing slowly, that's just the cameras. So don't think that they're doing staggered rowing. And what a beautiful shot of Cirque as these 9 rowers come down. And the one in the black boat, which would be the Kathleen Hexton, very hard to see. You can only see because she's got a bow number on, but she does look to be just a little bit ahead now. That's the Drummoyne rower in lane 7. So as we wait for the 500 splits to come up, it is Kathleen Hextall in lane 7, Marie-Cecile Lacoste from APSM in lane 8, Tony Milne and from Phoenix in coming 3rd, and then a little way back to Annette Quayle and Cindy Vermeulen, Jill Hopkins, Jane Fitzpatrick. We'll wait for the other 2 to come across. Mary Ambrose, there we are, and that rounds out. So our 3 place getters, a couple of seconds between each of them, but in a single scull, very easy to make up that time. Depending on your strategy, do you go fast? Do you go hard? Do you... How would you coach them to just get that little bit extra?
To quote an old coach of mine, get in front and improve your position. And that's what Kathleen Hextall is trying to do at the moment. And certainly we've been working on the lift at the finish because it's been a bit lacking over time. But there's nothing in it between the Drummoyne, Kathleen Hextall and Marie-Cecile Lacoste in lane 8. So any slip up at all by Kathleen will allow Marie-Cecile Lacoste to come a little bit closer, but we're into that last 250 metres, and certainly they have...
lane 1. Yeah, okay.
So the race it appears to be on between these 2 scullers on this side, and it is Kathleen Hextall holding about a length and a half's lead at the moment over Marie-Cecile Lacoste from Albert Park, South Melbourne. Right over in lane 1 is the sculler of the River City sculler of Emma Davison, and at the moment she's holding down that 3rd place, but certainly not going to trouble these 2 on this side of the field, and looking come into that last 100 metres, and it is Kathleen Hextall, and certainly powering it on now, and great exhibition of lightweight rowing as she comes down towards the line. She'll be thanking me for lightening off the gearing on this boat before we went out today. So she's certainly putting that to good use, and will cross the line to take out the championship. It will be Marie-Cecile Lacoste who comes in 2nd place. Over in lane 1, River City Women's Emma Davidson, about 4 or 5 lengths behind. So these 2 have put on a great display of sculling on this side, and certainly got well ahead of the rest of the field. But it is Emma Davison crossing the line now for 3rd. It will be Commercials, Annette Quayle coming in for 4th. And a little bit of a race on now between the Noosa scullers. We've got 3 Noosa scullers here. This is the certainly is the Noosa sandwich as we come down towards the line, and it is a bragging rights here, and it will be lane 5, the sculler Cindy Vermeulen, just ahead of James Fitzpatrick and Jill Hopkins for that 5th, 6th and 7th place. And crossing the line now, it is Shoalhaven's Mary Ambrose. We've got a bit of a distance back to the Phoenix sculler Tony Milne, and could well have had a bit of a problem there, but unless we've got them confused there, that might be Phoenix's Tony Milne and River City over on the other side. They might have changed lanes, but we'll clarify that later.
We certainly will, and you must be feeling very happy, a 1-2. So it looks like, just looking at the bow number of the boat over there, it looks like it's bow number 1, which is River City's Emma Davidson. So it could have been the Phoenix row, Tony, that came through in 3rd place. So when they swap around, but just looking at the red bow number, I think it may be that is lane 1, just well off the pace, perhaps a bit of an issue going on there. But while we sort that out and we wait for our officialness, we go to race 120, which is Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith, Brisbane Grammarians, Marcus Mulholland, Scott Austin, Brisbane Grammarians, Brett Cripp, Paul Baxter, Sydney, Mark Binder and Robert McNeil, Melbourne, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison, and Shoalhaven, Harry Davis and Chris Turner. And this is the men's E pair. So we're just looking at the men's E pair now, and they're taking off very nicely. So just the six boats in this, and at the moment Sydney and Melbourne battling it out, the perennial battle between Sydney and Melbourne. So Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison in the Melbourne boat, and Mark Binder and Robert McNeil in the Sydney boat. Those two look to have just a bit of a lead over Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith, Brisbane Grammarians, Marcus Mulholland and Scott Austin, and over on lane 8, Shoalhaven, Harry Davis and Chris Turner. So we will be coming up very, very shortly to the 500 metres, and that's gone through, and it is Melbourne, Sydney, Lake Macquarie, 2 Brisbane Grammarians and Shoalhaven. About 8 seconds between 1st and 3rd, not a lot to make up in a pair. So whoever is going to tough it out, Roger, I know, is a very experienced rower, has rowed here at the Sydney Olympics, and so he knows this course very, very well. But I don't know, maybe some of these other rowers have that similar experience. So
yeah, certainly. Robert McNeil was a Australian lighty, so he's also spent the time here. Matthew Harrison, of course, a long-time stroke of the Victorian 8, and he's very experienced. And I believe he might be a reserve, or might be in the 8 again this year. I'm not quite sure, but they know what to do, and they're certainly carrying it all the way to the line, and they're going to take out an easy win in this. Not an easy win. There is never an easy win. They're going to take out a well-fought win. But the Sydney crew, not giving up, Binder and McNeil are really pushing towards the line. They've got that empacker up and running now. They may have left their run a bit late. Certainly Mark Binder is known for his big finishes, and certainly putting one on now, but they're not going to have the room to actually pull back this very, very well-drilled Melbourne crew, and it will be Melbourne going across the line to take out first place. It will be the Binder-McNeil combination from Sydney Rowing Club in second. Over there to the Lake Macquarie crew of Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith taking out the 3rd place. It does look like it will be the Brisbane Grammarians in lane 4 beating their compatriots in lane 5, and Shoalhaven coming across the line to round out this field.
Very exciting racing in those pairs, and quickly down the course too, 3:43. Very good time as they're coming down now. And my co-commentator now is just looking down there. He's looking and trying to grab the attention of his 2 scullers that he's been very happy to have coached to gold medals. So look up to the commentary box, girls, and give your coach a wave. He's very exciting. He's jumped out of his skin here. He's jumping out of his skin. We've got the Women's Masters H to M pair. Toowong, Lynette Brown, Marion Elliott, coached by Angelina Ellis. North Shore, Susan Walter and Susan Wannon, coached by Kim Rudder, and Perth, Vanessa Grant and Nikki Cato. Now, this is the H to M, so we've got 2 age groups. The I's, which are Toowong and North Shore, will go off go, and Perth will go 20 seconds later. So it's very deceptive when you have a look and you go, oh, gee, it doesn't look like Perth's got much of a chance, but they've been held up for 20 seconds. And once they get off and racing, it will be interesting to see whether they catch the I's, which are over 75, and the H, which are 70. And it can be tough if your H average is 74 and you're just at the top of your age bracket and the I's are just at the bottom of their age bracket. It's a numbers game when you get into masters rowing with your ages. Definitely a masters numbers game. Of course, if they have just turned 70 and the others are more to 80, then there's almost a 10-year age gap. It could be a 1 year, it could be a 10 years. So it can be very difficult to know exactly how this is going to pan out with the 20 seconds that Perth, Vanessa Grant and Nikki Cato had to wait before they could take off. But in the lead at the moment, North Shore, Susan Walter and Susan Wannon. It's Susie's there against Lynette Brown, Marion Elliott, and we're just going to have to wait and see as we look at the pair boats coming in to collect their medals.
And Lynn, I've got to say that this North Shore combination of Susan Walter and Susan Wannon, they are so experienced. You give them any sort of handicap in any sort of mix of divisions, and they are going to be extremely hard to catch. They are very well versed. Their coach Kim Rudder has them rowing very effectively, very efficiently, and they just keep on putting the wins in. And certainly at the moment, it looks like a big ask for the Perth crew, who had that 20 seconds handicap, to pull that handicap, that length back. In fact, I'd be looking up there and wouldn't be surprised if these two have actually maintained that 20 seconds, or if not even extended that 20 seconds. So based on where they are at the moment, I can't see that they're going to be challenged for the win of this race. And certainly I've been wrong before. I remember that time once way long ago, but I don't think this crew's going to catch them. But we'll have to wait and see as we come down into that last 250 metres. But certainly that combination of Wannon and Walter, experienced combination, they have spent a lot of time, particularly in these smaller boats, these double sculls pairs. They certainly have a lot of experience in that thing. And it was the Perth crew still, the North Shore crew held that 20-second advantage they had at the start, still held that through the 500. So if Perth's going to do anything, they've got to do it now, and they've got a lot of work to do to pull back 20 seconds in 500 metres.
Oh, they certainly have. We've said before that the pairs is the hardest boat to row and to do well in, and experience, just knowing your partner, knowing how they're going to race, is such an advantage. And some people will put together a crew and say, well, I've got nothing on Friday morning, let's do an entry. And there are others that have been, as you said, working together, Susan and Susan working together a long time. They know what they have to do. As you said, get out in front, stay out in front. And that's exactly what they are doing, and increasing their lead over Toowong, Lynette Brown, Marion Elliott, and I think still increasing their lead over Vanessa Grant and Nikki Cato. So as we're looking now, closing into the final 150, we've got North Shore not really stressing themselves too much. They don't have to. They've got a very clear lead now. So we're just going to wait for them to come through the finish there as they're coming down now. Not putting too much pressure on themselves. They put that pressure on as they started the race to get in front, and they will be very happy with that win. A very convincing win to North Shore, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, coached by Kim Rudder, in the Women's Masters H to M pair. And second place We'll go to Toowong in lane 4. Lynette Brown, Marion Elliott, coached by Angelina Ellis. And they are very clearly into second place, and third place will be Perth. Sadly, no third medal, no bronze medal for these people. You only get a medal if you beat somebody. So 3 boats in the event and only 2 medals up for grabs. And the time difference there, we're just waiting for that now. Yep, 18 seconds, so they really did, the Susans extended their 20-second lead.
And thanks for that call, Lynn. And we move to race 122, the Men's Masters H Single Scull. We have 9 competitors in this field. Murwillumbah's Jack Wilson, Melbourne's Michael Dakic, and 3, Melbourne's Stephen Mollard. Lane 4, Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong, Newcastle's Peter Kemp, Manning River, Roy Halliday in 6. In 7, ANU's Peter McCartney. In lane 8, Glebe's Mark Tejan. And in lane 9, Melbourne's Rodney Stewart.
Dakic. It's Michael Dakic and Steve Mollard and Rodney Stewart, all from the Melbourne Rowing Club, up against a Murwillumbah, a Lake Macquarie, a Newcastle, a Manning River, ANU and Glebe. And some of these rowers I know have been up and down this course many times, even in just 2 days, with many more to go. I say tomato, you say Newcastle. Newcastle, I do apologise. Like I said, if I say your name wrong, please come and correct me.
Oh, look, Lynn, if we don't get that right, they'll have Novocastrians coming at us from all angles. So Newcastle it is, when in New South Wales. But certainly as they've come down to the 500 metre mark, and we've got Mark Tejan in that red skull over here in lane 8, and he does look like to be holding that lead coming through the 500 metre mark, and indeed it was. Tejan going through in 2:02, followed by Peter McCartney, 2:48, Rod Stewart behind him in 0.74. So these 3 have done a lot of racing against each other in the last couple of weeks, with them all competing at the New South Wales Championships. Peter Armstrong a little bit further back in 0.89 seconds. Then it's a bit of a gap back to 5th, Peter Kemp, Stephen Mollard, and the other 2 scullers in the race. So it's coming down there. And Mark Tejan, he is one of our fellow commentators, certainly on this afternoon. I think he will be back on again. And he is holding that early lead. But it does look like Rodney Stewart. And we've seen Rodney Stewart over the last couple of weeks with his big finishes. And certainly not to be left out of it, Peter McCartney, who also knows how to win a race. So this is where the race is going to be. I can hope that Melbourne crew gets off the course, because they've got some 8 single scullers coming down on them pretty quickly. Over there in lane 3, Stephen Mollard, certainly putting up a good fight as well, but the race is on over on this side of the field, and it does appear that Mark Tejan just holding that slight advantage. Mark, of course, from Glebe Rowing Club, spends all his time on the near the new fish markets in Blackwattle Bay in the centre of Sydney. So certainly a short course, but not hurting his rowing at all. And Peter McCartney now turning it on. He's coming for the big finish. The Rod Stewart certainly drifting across in his lane. A very experienced sculler, which is quite unusual for him to go off course. And he's now going to mix it with the boys, which is not going to help his progress at all. But Peter McCartney certainly coming back at Mark Tejan. Mark Tejan just trying to lift the rate up. It's going to go right down to the wire with these 2. It does look like Mark Tejan holding about a 3/4 of a length advantage over the ANU sculler. Once again, Rod Stewart in lane 9, also pushing hard to try to pull back those 2 out in front. It's going to be not a lot in it in the end. A couple of lengths between these 3 crews, but it does appear that it will be Mark Tejan holding on to take a great win in this H single scull. It will be ANU's Peter McCartney coming in second place, and Rod Stewart of Melbourne Rowing Club coming in 3rd, which is a little bit of a distance back now to the sculler in lane 4. Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong, and followed by the Newcastle sculler, Peter Kemp. And a little bit further back to the Manning River's Roy Halliday. And then it's a race between the 2 Melbourne scullers. And it looks like it will be Michael Dakic, and then followed by Stephen Mollard. Stephen Mollard slowed up a fair because he was coming through the 500 metres. He was up there according to the timing, so I'm not quite sure if there's anything happened in that boat, but certainly a good row by all these scullers, and as they cross the line.
certainly a very good row there for all of them to come through. And we have just got all of those there. But we see these names regularly, the Tejan, McCartney, Stewart, and we expect them to win. And it is probably a lot of pressure on them, but they do very well. But we've got our men's lightweight masters now, the H single. Murwillumbah, Michael Mills in lane 3. Rob Gunningham in Toowong in lane 4. Paul Carstens from Oxford in lane 5. Buckingham lane 6 is Tom Ottey. Black Mountain, David Nash is 7. Wide Bay, Jim Stafford in lane 8. So we've had a start, and this is race 1, 2, 3. And we'll see how these lightweight men go ahead. So we're pushing through now, and we're getting through, and the racing is fast and furious with these singles. After this, we've got the C singles for the women. They're going to be coming down, C pairs, and then we move on to the F4s. So some really exciting racing coming on, and looking forward to that. So if you know anyone that needs to get onto the live stream, get them on there so that they can enjoy all of this beautiful racing at Cirque. People sitting on the grass now, enjoying the sunshine, the getting onto lunchtime, the stand is filling up. We've got people on the presentation pontoons, and don't forget about our suppliers, 776BC, Wexwork, Sport Republic, Bont Rowing, Regatta Shop, which is the official event merchandise, Pontoon and Rowfit. Now they're under the sails up near the grandstand, and down in the boat sheds we've got our Row Gear, Windtech, Perfect Balance Rowing, Poraloo Marine, Row Pairs. And it's good to see Croker has come. They've made it here, so if you need any of your Croker equipment, go and talk to them. Darren has not come down today, as has Harold, but we've got some representatives down there, and we are thinking very clearly of all our Manning River rowers that had been really affected by the floods. So go and have a look at all our sponsors, our stalls, and don't forget about the dinner tonight. I'm told that's going to be a cracker. But coming through the 500, Jim Stafford and Gunningham were there in first and second, followed by Paul Carson in third place. Then we've got David Nash, Michael Mills, and Tom Ottey may be there. So we've got our 6 rowers as they're coming down the course, but it is the Toowong rower, Robert Gunningham, coming second to Stafford, who is on lane 8. So we've got lane 8 and lane 4. So they'll be looking across to each other, just checking each other out. And in lane 6, the Buckingham Rowing Club, Tom Ottey, is there as well. Still lane 5, Oxenford, Paul Carson, not out of the medals. Neither is David Nash, or Michael Mills has got the work to do if he's going to get into the medals. But it really looks Jim Stafford now is doing okay. No, Robert Gunningham has now taken the lead, I do believe.
It does look like it, the Toowong sculler, Robert Gunningham, and I mentioned earlier that Toowong Rowing Club have a strong tradition of lightweights, and that certainly is showing. And the lightweights tending a bit quite canny in their race preparation, and their race planning, and their race execution. And they'd all think they still got a chance of winning this race as they come down to the last 100 metres. But the Toowong sculler, Robert Gunningham, does look to have about a length and a half lead. But the Wide Bay over here, Jim Stafford, also from Queensland, is certainly not giving up on it, and he is currently in second place. It does look like the Buckingham's Tom Ottey is in third place, fairly comfortably in third place, but it will be the Toowong sculler Robert Gunningham taking out a great win in this lightweight men's 8 single scull. He will be followed across the line by Jim Stafford from Wide Bay. It will be Buckingham's Tom Ottey coming across in third place, followed by Oxenford's Paul Carson, and followed by Black Mountain and Murwillumbah. Yeah, I think we did have 3 heats in this one, and certainly this is going to be a very fast race. And I just recognising the names, many of these scullers have already figured in the placings and medals over the first 1.5 days of this event. So some quality rowers in this field.
There certainly is rowers in this field. Leichhardt, Goolwa, Yarra Yarra, Tasmania University, Ballarat City, Essendon, North Shore and Pine Rivers. And a very straight line across. We'll wait for the 500 metre timers as they come up. But Ebony Ebenwalder, Sarah Sefke, Christine Camilleri, Olivia Tong, Megan Ackermanis, Kate Tebnoff and Nikki Lepresti, all doing a great job. But it does look like Sarah Sefke may well just be in the lead there. Parallax Error, we'll wait and see as we get the timing. And lane 8, North Shore, Olivia Tong doing a great job there. And as we're coming up now, we see the blue container, and it is Sarah Sefke, Christine Camilleri, Ebony Ebenwalder, Jane Hilliard, Nikki Lepresti coming through very nicely. So we've got three Melbourne rowers, and I say Victorian rowers, doing a great job there. Goolwa, Yarra Yarra, Ballarat City and Essendon in the top 3 places. So, and I think they may be in our state quad as well. So as we're getting down, and they've got about 250 to go, they're really pushing it through. And the Parrot, I would say it could be almost anybody's race for the top 3 positions. Lane 8, 7, 6, 4, all in medal contention. Lane 5 not out of it. The extreme sides, 9, 2 and 3, probably not there yet, but Yarra Yarra, Tasuni, Ballarat City, Essendon, North Shore, all with a chance.
Yeah, it does look like the Yarra sculler, Sarah Sefke, holding a slight advantage, but the sculler with all the movement at the moment is Ebony Ebenwalder from Ballarat City, and she's really coming back at it. We know that Olivia Tong from North Shore has a very big finish, but the others seem to be holding that at bay at the moment, with the Essendon Scullers, Christine Camilleri holding down 3rd place, but it's going to go down to the wire. It's going to be very tight over this last 150 metres, and who've left their run and race plan to the best, and it is still the Yarra Yarra sculler, Sarah Sefke, just holding down a slight advantage. She's just lifted the rating a touch now. It is the Ballarat City Ebony Ebenwalder who is chasing her down, but I'm not sure she's going to run out of room, but there's absolutely nothing in it. It does look like Olivia Tonge over on this side from North Shore has overtaken the Essendon sculler, Christine Camilleri, but it going right down to the wire. It will be nothing in it, but it will be the Yarra Yarra sculler, Sarah Sefke, taking out first, followed by Ebony Ebenwalder, followed by Olivia Tonge, then Christine Camilleri. It will be the Tasmanian University's Jane Hillard coming through to take out 5th place, followed by Leichhardt's Nikki Lepresti, Kate Tebnoff, and Pine River's Megan Ackermanis.
Wow, that was some very close finishing there. And as you predicted, Olivia Tong has got a very fast finish. And she did come through very, very quickly at that end, just to pip Christine Camilleri for the bronze medal. So 1st place, Sarah Sefke, 2nd place, Ebony Ebenwalder, and 3rd place, Olivia Tong. Some great racing there, and we move on to the lightweight Women's Masters C single scull. In lane 2, North Esk, Claire Gregg. Lane 3, Black Mountain, Jane Clues. Lane 4, Noosa, Joe Emerson. Lane 5, Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid. ANA, Renee Brovelli in lane 6. Daniela Borgart from Leichhardt in lane 7. Yarra Yarra, Lisa Bates in lane 8. And lane 9, Powerhouse, Emily Harridge, whose birthday it is today.
Oh, and a happy birthday to Emily there. But once again, another quality field in this Masters C lightweight. And it's great to see the numbers in these lightweight events, Lynn.
It certainly is, and it certainly gives credence to the fact that Rowing Australia is trying to be very inclusive with the amount of events that they put on, and even if the Olympics don't want lightweights, Rowing Australia is supporting it very nicely, and it's proven that it's needed and that it is supported. So it's really good to see the support that this event is getting. But very close rowing there as we watch a helicopter going over. Not our drone. It's a bit big for a drone, but there goes the helicopter. Hope it doesn't disturb the water for these scullers. The water is just perfect.
I'm trusting that's just some of the performance put on by the ADF today. It's certainly an Army helicopter, so they'll be looking up that and saluting, I am sure.
I'm sure they are. We're fairly close to Richmond base here, aren't we?
Yeah, as the crow flies, I'm guessing it's about 10 or 12 k's. It's a bit further by road, and certainly a lot of activity coming out of Richmond. That they will also be probably heading to Holsworthy, which is another big Army base in Sydney. So certainly we're covered on all sides, and not too far off to the Williamtown Air Base, just north of Newcastle.
Oh, thank you for that. And we up at the 500 metres. We're getting our splits now, and it is as we're coming through. No, we're not.
Yes, we got, it is the Brisbane and GPS's Janine Reid just coming through with a very slight advantage over Black Mountain's Jane Clues. These two have figured in, as I said, a lot of events over the weekend. Daniel Bourget coming through in third place, just about a length down from the other two, really closely followed by Renee Bravelli, and then really close to Emily Harridge. So there is nothing in these first 6 places. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out as they come into the last 350 metres. But it does look like the sculler in that middle of the field, the Janine Reid from Brisbane and GPS, who was just up the rating a little bit. Following out there is Black Mountain's Jane Clue in that red Zudi over on the other side, the white boat, the red Zudi, and certainly not out of it at all. There's about, I'd say about probably a length, still holding that length advantage there. But look how close it is, Jane, between these 4 scullers on this side of the field.
And when these girls have rowed in their heats, and so they're seeded with the winners of the heats in the middle of the field and going out. So theoretically, we should have a nice V shape, a chevron shape. And that's pretty much as we're seeing it now.
Yeah, it does depend, of course, how much they've foxed in the heat, if there indeed was a heat. So we'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition. But certainly Daniel Bourget has turned it on as well, and she's come back over the top of a lot of these scullers, because she was about 4th place through the 500 metres down, a deficit of over 2 seconds. So she has done a lot of work in this for the last half of this race, and has pulled right up, and it looks like she's holding down 2nd place at the moment. But it doesn't look like anybody's going to trouble Brisbane and GPS's Janine Reid, as she comes down to the line. It is Daniel Bourget who's overtaken Jane Clues from Black Mountain and holds down 2nd place, and she will go to the line in 2nd, and a great robo, Daniela. And it was Janine Reid crossing in 1st place, followed by Leicast's Daniela Bourget. It was the Jane Clues from Black Mountain in 3rd, followed by Powerhouse's Emily Harridge in 4th place.
Very good finishes there with those crews. Good to see that they were really pushing through. And those 3, that will be Janine Reid, Daniela Bourget and Jane Clues, will be turning around and going up to the middle pontoon to get their medals. And there they will see Andrew Guerin with his camera there and his big hat taking photos. Have a look at the Andrew Guerin website for all the photos. They're being uploaded daily. So want to see a picture of yourself? Off you go. We've got the men's C pair now.
Good. So in lane 2, it's Lindisfarne Composites, Patrick Bird and Tom Wilcox. I think both these guys are in I think they're in the Tasmanian quad for the interstate. In lane 3, Black Mountains, Nathan White and Ian Mongan. In lane 4, Yarra Yarra's Nick Inglis and Brent Lukadu Wells. In lane 5, Torrens's Thomas Lubianis and Matt Russell. In lane 6, Karam's Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman. In lane 7, Powerhouse's Shane O'Connor-Smith and Conrad Tullock. And in lane 8, Lindisfarne's Jane Cowley and Phil Hutton. Lane 9 has withdrawn. So this is once again a lot of experience in these boats, and we're just watching. We're from behind on the umpire's launch at the moment, and it looks to be we're following the Torrens crew of Lubinas and Matt Russell. They are skirting along the buoy line here, and these pairs can wander, and they are sometimes a bit difficult to hold in a line, but once you get that sweet spot, they are a very comfortable boat to row if you row them well. And these guys are certainly rowing them well. And it does look like that Torrens crew is holding a bit of an advantage. But once again, as we pan around, we'll see that the Lindisfarne's James Cowley and Phil Hutton over here in lane 8 will be quite close as they come through the 500 metre mark. But it does look like the Torrens crew is going. No, it will be. In fact, it will be basically a dead heat going through that 500 metre mark between the Yarra and Torrens crew, Yarra and Torrens crew. A little bit further over to the Carrum, followed by Black Mountain, Lindisfarne, and the other Lindisfarne.
So it's very easy, as Rob was saying. Hopefully there is steering in one of these seats, and it seems that some states like steering in the stroke seat, some like it in the bow seat. And that helps if you've just got an uneven pull in these pair boats. So one person has not only got the pressure of rowing, they've got the pressure of steering as well. And it looks as though the Lindisfarne crew of James Cowley and Phil Hutton now just leading the Yarra crew, Nick Inglis and Brett Lucadoo Wells. The Carrum crew is up there with, again, the Torrens crew. Oh my gosh, Black Mountain is not out of the race, nor is Powerhouse. So some very close racing here. In the last 200 metres, we're going to see a push from all of these crews. Some crews will up their stroke rate, some will up their leg pressure.
Yeah, and certainly we've seen a big move by that Yarra crew. The Torrens crew, who held a good lead going through that 500 metre mark, has really suffered. But the crew that we didn't rate a mention going through the 500 metre mark, I think the timing buttons could have been a little bit out, is this Lindisfarne crew over on this side. So the race is on between the Yarra, Nick Inglis and Brent Lucadoo Wells, and Lindisfarne's James Cowley, Phil Hutton going down to the line. It is a stroke for stroke. There is nothing in it. I'm not sure how, as they come to the line, how it's going to pan out, but it does look like the Lindisfarne has a little bit of speed. It's stroke for stroke, and it will be a dead heat. I think we'll have to wait for that. It will be Torrens in third. We'll just wait for that call. I think it's showing up as a result, showing Yarra in front of Lindisfarne. No call for photo, but we'll wait for the official because it was extremely close from our vantage point above the finish line.
It certainly was, and I wouldn't like to call that, and it will be interesting to see exactly where we come with the finish. So they're showing it on the big screen, the replay there, but our camera is not on the line. So we really need to make sure that that is correct, but I think it is. They seem to be going Yarra, Lindisfarne, Torrens in the top 3 places, followed by Carrum, Lindisfarne, North Esk, Black Mountain and Powerhouse. So some really good racing there that we're doing a great job there, but we haven't really had that officialed yet, but it seems though it will be the Yarra crew, Nick Inglis, Brett Lucadoo Wells, who just pipped the other boats. Moving down the course into the starting blocks, the Women's Masters F Coxed 4. Lane 2, Corio Bay, with Pam Westendorf, Tanya Sutherland, Nick White and Meredith Williams, coxed by Caitlin Murphy. Essendon Composite, with Melbourne, Cindy Neiman, Mary Gonzalez, Jill Plummer and Lisa Gandolfo and Heidi Fry. Carrum in lane 4, Jackie Petley, Karen O'Shannessy, Elizabeth Ritchie, Anthony Amos and Jess Cuddy. Hawthorn Composite with Wendy Cotter, Ruth Oliver, Julie Cochin, Frances Graham, Tessa Plant. Curtin University in lane 6, Ronnie Cooper, Alison White, Pam Nichols, Sharon Ann Jones, Adele Chapman. ANU Composite in lane 7, Catherine James, Elaine Bissett, Amanda Cavell and Sue Donoghue and Jackie Peel. The Bairnsdale Composite, Val Dale, Jan Naylor, Irena Benjamin, and Lynn Broad with Zena Marzi, and the Melbourne Uni composite of Bayer Klein van Mullicum, Tanya Nishibata, Jerry Goss, and Jen Bingham with Sam Lincoln. Some very hot crews in this event. And we've just seen Jerry Goss and Jen Bingham win a race about an hour and a half ago. So they're backing up now. And
so it's a bit of a correction on that. We're actually in race 127, the Women's Masters F4 minus. We'll just do they're lining up here, and certainly they do not have a coxswain, so we won't burden them with that, seeing they've entered as the Coxless 4.
maybe I just should go and have something to eat, seeing as I called the wrong race. I'm sorry about that.
Well, then as luck would have it, as mentioned earlier, the Lakeside bar has now opened, and there is the tastings have certainly on for the taking. So that might be a great stop for all of us a little later on. But yeah, so we'll go through this crew list as they line up on the start. It is in lane 2, Leichhardt Composites, Joanne Ward, St George, Louise McCoach, North Shore, M. Barrack Leichhardt, and Sue Huggett from Leichhardt, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 3, it is North Shore's Vicky Grundy, Sarah Hill, Annalise Appleton, Rhonda Decker, coached by Peter Wack. In lane 4, North Shore's Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Karen Samet, and Julie Ross, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5, Perth Rowing Clubs, Deb Barry, Catherine Kennedy, Edwina Foster, and Kathy Ride. In lane 6, North Shore Composite, Christine McCready and Jenny Wilson from St George, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell from North Shore Rowing Club, coached by Kim Rudder and Bruce Williams. In lane 7, University of WA Composites, Linda Pepal, Melissa Harpley from Canning Bridge, Orla Flecker and Sarah Knight from University of Western Australia Rowing Club. And in lane 8, Commercial Rowing Clubs, Barbara Hall, Kylie Parker, Joe Cook and Louise Street. And in lane 9, Riverside Composite. So we have Julianne Kelly from Sunshine Coast, Nikki Hughes from Uni of Queensland Boat Club, Jennifer Conn from Uni of Queensland Boat Club, and Jacqueline de Jong from Riverway Rowing Club. And they have a good line on there, and we're looking at a perfect line at the start now as they get ready to take off, and they are away. And so we're a bit, there's still a bit of a problem on that starting block, because then as we saw there was a little bit of a delay. We're hearing the sound and there's not much movement at all. So, but all crews away safely now, and it does look like that crew in the middle of the field, that North Shore Composite crew, and that was a very, very strong crew. Krista McCready and Jenny Wilson from St George, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell from North Shore Rowing Club, and all those rowers have figured in the medals over the first day and a half of this regatta.
That's right, and I saw that they had a restart in that race too. As I was watching the screen, they took off, then they had to back up and have a restart. So there might have been a bit of a problem there. Not only was I calling the wrong race, but they couldn't start that race. So there you go, day 2.5, and things are all under. No, this is day 2. 1.5.
So, yeah, so Lynn's got a bit of heat stroke up here in the commentary, but
I'll turn the air conditioning on.
We'll work on that. But certainly, this is a very even field as it comes down to towards the 500 metre mark. A few steering issues in these boats, but not great. So just as long as you get onto that steering early, if you're drifting a little bit in the lane, just not let it keep drifting across, because it's a little bit hard once you get onto those buoys to get back off them. It does look like the Leichhardt Composite over there in lane 2, and the St George Composite, North Shore Composite in lane 6 are faring very well. It's a bit hard to see at the moment, but it does also look like the Riverway Composite over in lane 9 is also right up there. But we'll just have to see as they come through the 500 metre mark, and as they come down to it now, and the crew, it is a Riverway Composite. who's travelling very well, but it is the Leichhardt composite going through to cross that 500 metre mark in front of this field. It is followed by the North Shore St George composite. I'm not sure that was the case. It looked more like Riverway got through in second place, but not much in it nonetheless. Uni of Western Australia, Canning Bridge coming through in fourth, Commercial, then followed by Perth and the other two North Shore crews coming through in seventh and eighth. So the race is really on, and it does look like Riverway composite is now on the boys over this side. They've taken a really big turn in the middle of that race, just coming down to the 500 metre mark. You can see their the trail, because the conditions are so good, the course that they're steering, and so trying to correct it now, and certainly doing some big steering manoeuvres out there, which certainly is not helping their speed. But it's the Leichhardt composite who's having none of that over in lane 2, and they look to have just extended their lead out to about half a length. The Riverway composite, regardless of their steering woes, is still right in this race, and they could still fare in the placings here. The St George North Shore composite in lane 6, still holding down. Looks to be holding down second place, but I'd say at the moment it is the Riverway composite crew with all the boat speed. They're not quite. They're coming back at the field now. If they can keep that boat straight and get them off the boys, they are going to fare in this. But they look to be coming now across to this side of the lane. A bit of a correction there, so that will certainly help them in this run towards the line. But it does look like the Leichhardt crew over in lane 2 holding down that handy lead, but there's going to be nothing in it as they come down to the line. It is stroke for stroke between these crews. It does look like the St George North Shore composite also turning it up in the middle of the field here, and it's going to be a very tight, but I don't think they're going to catch the Leichhardt composite crew, who will look like they're going to take a well-deserved win by about a length over, and it will be the North Shore St George composite followed by Riverway composite, who must be ruining that steering problems they had coming down the course, which probably cost them a better place than what they ended up with. It is the University of Western Australia composite coming across the line, followed by North Shore, Commercial, North Shore and the Perth crew.
That's right. Sometimes just those very slight mistakes can be the difference between a silver, a gold, a bronze or a nothing. And but they certainly, that Riverway composite made up for any of the mistakes that they might have made. They certainly turned it on there. And now we've had a start in the race, which I gave you all the crews earlier. It is the women's F4, and this is Corio Bay, Essendon Composite, Carrum, Hawthorn Composite, Curtin University, ANU Composite, Bairnsdale Composite, and Melbourne University Composite. So we've got these crews, and they're often racing now. This is the first race for them. There weren't any heats, and as we're coming down, some very well-credentialed rowers. Pam Westendorf in the Corio Bay boat there has been an Australian rower. Jerry Goss and Jen Bingham that were on the podium just a little bit earlier. So let's see how this is going to work out. There wasn't any seeding for this race, so it is a random draw. So we don't know, we can't say, oh, the centre will win or the outsides will win. It's all just random, but it does look like the Melbourne Uni Composite with Bayer Klein van Mullicum, Tej Nashabata, Jerry Goss and Jen Bingham are sitting there right beside the Bairnsdale Composite, Val Dowell, Jan Naylor, Renna Benjamin, Lynn Broad and Zena Marzi. So we're just looking across there, but then there's not much between lanes 2, 3 and 4. That's Corio Bay, Essendon Composite, Carrum, Hawthorn Composite. Very close racing, I would say there, except for lanes 8 and 7 doing a great job coming down the course there. And these have all got coxes, so they won't have as much of a problem as in the last coxless boat. So we'll see how they go as we're coming through the 500. It is the Melbourne University Composite, followed by the Ngambie Hawthorn Composite, Carrum, Bairnsdale, Corio Bay. We'll see how that's going to pan out. So there's been a bit of a shift as they're coming through the 500 metres. They're settling down into their rhythm now, and pushing through.
For a straight out final, this is a very close race. There's about 3 lengths from the first to the last position in this race, and so it's a very close race coming down the line. It does look like the crew over on this side of the field, the Melbourne University composite, so Malcolm, Nishibata, Goss and Bingham, and with Cox and Sam Lincoln, a well-credentialed crew, holding down probably a length's lead. And it does look like the crew in the middle of it, I think at this stage, it looks like the Hawthorn composite crew, who would be out there in second place at the moment. Certainly, we'd hope with the Coxon that the courses are dead straight, but well, I think we've all been in boats where that has not necessarily been the case, but certainly no trouble for this Melbourne Uni composite crew over here in lane 9. They are really turning it on now. They've got into that last 250 metres, just ramping up the finish for them, keeping it in control, just keeping it relaxed. They know that if they do nothing more than just continue on as they are, they've got this race in the bag. And as I said, coming down to the line, they're into the grandstand. A few cheers from the grandstand, please. They come down to the line too, and they will indeed hold on to a great lead. The Hawthorn composite, it does appear, is holding down a very comfortable second place now. It does look like the Corio Bay crew over on the other side, and the crew from Bairnsdale composite are really pushing for that second and third position, but it is the Melbourne University composite crew crossing the line out to take a fantastic win. It will be the Hawthorn composite crew who will cross the line in second place. There's nothing in it at the moment between Corio Bay and and Carrum going down to the wire, and will be Corio Bay just snatching it from Carrum. It was over this side to the Bairnsdale composite, followed by Essendon composite, Curtin University and ANU composite. So what I will say, Lynn, is that interestingly in that race there were no New South Wales competitors at all. So certainly a lot from the Victorian club. So they've got this Cox Races down Paddock Wood Seymour. Although I do look over there and I can see Amanda Cavell from Manning River, and Catherine James, of course. How could I forget Catherine James, one of our co-commentators in the ANU crew. So they're holding it up for New South Wales. Good on you guys.
Yes, but there's sweet boats, and we've got moved now to the F final, the F single for the men's masters. Lane 2, Yarra Yarra, Jack Chats, Leichhardt in lane 3, Richard Medway. Lane 4, Torrens is Kevin Tankard. Commercial in lane 5, Jeffrey Pearborn. Cairns in lane 6, Peter Thorin. Shoalhaven, Mark Whitaker, lane 7. Lane 8, Canberra, Chris Raymond. And David Jacker from Yarra Yarra in lane 9. And they're through the 500 metres, and Torrens, Leichhardt Commercial, followed by Yarra Yarra, Shoalhaven, Canberra, Cairns and Yarra Yarra. So they're very fast moving. They've moved off and got away very quickly to move in front of these other boats. So not a lot there between them, less than 4 seconds between first and fourth. So Kevin Tankard, Richard Medway, Jeff Pedbaum, David Jacker, Mark Whitaker, all in the hunt for the medals there. Leichhardt just in the very close there. So it will be interesting to see how they all pan out. We've got lane 4 and the Torrens there, Leichhardt Commercial. But as we're coming closer now, we can see that it is the Torrens rower being challenged very much by Leichhardt, Richard Medway, Kevin Tankard, but Commercial not to be outdone. The Shoalhaven rower moving up on them now. The 2 Yarra Yarras not quite out of it yet, and the Canberra rower still to make it through. But as we're looking across now, it is lane 4, Torrens just holding on the lead of Leichhardt, Richard Medway. So I think it will be Torrens, lane 4, coming in first. Richard Medway couldn't quite make it there in lane 3. Lane 5, that's Jeffrey Peterbaum will come in third in the medals. Lane 7 is next with Shoalhaven, followed by lane 9. That's David Jacker, and the great job there from all of our rowers in the F single scull men's masters. And
just an announcement, the bar is now open in the Lakeside restaurant. They are having, this afternoon, up until 4 o'clock, from 12 to 4, they are having wine and gin tasting, and there may be even a little bit of bubbly thrown in there as well. So just head over there if you want to try out some of the local wines, or the wine sourced by the locals, I think it would be more like, but the locally made gin in the Lakeside bar from 12 to 4 today.
see you later, Rob. I'm out of here.
It's going to get very quiet here in about 5 minutes, isn't it, Lynn? I'm sure.
I think it will. But before we do that, let's have a look at the lightweight men's masters F single scull. Riverway, Wayne Roy in lane 2. Mersey in lane 3, Jeffrey Marshall. Torrens in lane 4, Rob Ellis. Lane 5, North Esk, Robert Wigley. Lane 6, ADF Rowing, Rohan Jadawadna. Drummoyne in lane 7, Gabriel Haythornthwaite, and Perth lane 8, Botang, and St George in lane 9, Glenn Shooter. Shooter? There you go. And
as they come through the 500 metre markers, it is that Rob Ellis from Torrens. And I don't know, Lynn, what are they putting in the water down there in Torrens Rowing Club? Because they're certainly turning it on for us over the last day and a half. But it is Ellis going through the 500 metre mark with a really handy lead over Rob Wrigley. Jay Waduna is in third place as they've gone off our screen. But certainly the Torrens Sculler looking very good, coming through with a very good lead over the remainder of the field. We can see back there now, we can see the Mersey Sculler and the Riverway Sculler, so Greg Marshall and Wayne Roy have drifted off the back of the Torrens Sculler, but we can't see the rest of the field out the visual. But certainly the North Esk Sculler, the ADF Sculler and the Drummoyne Sculler, Haythornthwaite, are right up there. So I think the race is going to be for second place between Gregory Marshall, Rowan Jayawardena and Drummoyne's Gabriel Haythornthwaite and Rob Wrigley for that second and third place. But Robert Wrigley certainly got some boat speed at the moment, and he's right up there with the ADF Rowing Sculler as well as they come into the last 200 metres. But it is Torrens Rowing Club's Rob Ellis still holding down about a length lead. That has been brought back because it was about 4.5 seconds going through the 500, and it certainly is not that now. So the sculler from North East, Robert Wrigley, is really making a big push. But I'm not sure they're going to have enough room here. The ADF sculler, Rowan Jayawardena, is coming home like a train here as well. But I don't think either of them are going to catch Torrens Rowing Club's Rob Ellis, who's got into the last 10 or 15 strokes. Looking pretty tired, but he's done enough, and that's all you need to do. And he will go across the line and take first place in this Masters F lightweight scull. Great win there, followed by North East Robert Wrigley. It will be ADF's Rowan Jayawardena, and followed by Drummoyne's Gabriel Haythornthwaite, just stopping a little bit before the line, followed by Mersey's Gregory Marshall, and it will be Glenn Shooter from St George, closely followed by Perth Botang, and it will be Wayne Roy from Riverway coming in to close out this field.
That's right. So these guys had heat before they could come here, and so it did prove that the lanes 4, 5 and 6 were the favoured lanes for the winners, and they were there. We've got the men's I8. So the average age in this boat has got to be over 75. It could be 80, it could be 90. So we've got Banks Composite, Melbourne University Composite, Mossman Composite and North Shore Composite. And I'm not surprised that these 8 are composites. It would be very unusual, I think, for a club to have that many older rowers in one place. So the Banks Composite, McDonald, Linden, McRae, Bliss, Gastine, Gell, Keeley, Lowe and Webster is the Cox there. The Melbourne Composite with ANU and Swan River, Zurus, Phillips, Boynton, McCartney, Dollison, Dakic, Stewart, Wright and Jennifer Pollock is the cox there. The Melbourne University composite with Melbourne is Morrison, Parker, Bridgeford, Wood, Langford, Kerrin, Mollard, Longdon, Bushnell is the cox. The Mosman composite with Black Mountain, Moyer, Newcomb, Winkworth, Martin, Taylor, May, Hardy, Titterton and Kelly Marsh, and the North Shore composite of Kay, Sandford, Tyler, Toll, Wannon, Horton, Peters, Franklin, Krieger and Kim Rudder. So these 5 boats coming down the course, and looks Mossman Composite seems to just be in the lead now over the Melbourne Uni Composite, followed by Melbourne Composite. Banks Composite, not to be outdone, is right there. The North Shore Composite a little way off the pace at the moment. As we look at the screen, very hard to tell because we're not straight onto them, but it does look like Melbourne Composite now may have a lead over the rest of the field. So Melbourne Composite moving out now. We're going to be coming up to those 500 timing. Melbourne, Mossman, and it could be anyone for third. So Melbourne Composite, Mossman, and then the Melbourne Uni Composite. So again, Victoria doing well with the sweep rowing.
Yeah, these are some quality crews here, and we remember we've seen a few of these crews competing earlier in the I4 and ICOX 4, and that certainly that. I think it was the GCOX 4 that the stern end, or mostly that stern end of that Mossman Composite 8 took out the win there. But it did look to be that crew from Melbourne Composite crew of Zuris, Phillips, Boynton, McCartney, Dollison, Dakic, Stewart and Philip Wright with Jennifer Pollock as their coxswain, who have probably extended their lead to about half a length, but Mossman's certainly not out of it, and then they're known for their big finishes at Mossman, and they are still pushing, and it does look like they could have drawn up alongside this Melbourne crew now, pulled back a lot of that half a length advantage that they had going through the 500 as we come down with about 250 metres to go. The crew in the middle, the Melbourne Uni Composite, still also faring very well, so the race is still on between these 3 crews as they come down to the last 200 metres, and I do think the Mossman has just made a big move. Whether it's been enough to get past the Melbourne Composite, we'll have to wait and see. We're coming down with about 150 metres to go. It's going to be the Melbourne Composite crew just holding a slight, ever so slight advantage over the Mossman crew. But Mossman have really wound it up now and are coming home. But I'm not sure that they're going to have enough to get over the top of this Melbourne Composite crew coming down there. George Zuris there in the bow of this boat. Peter McCartney in the stroke seat. It's a well-credentialed crew, and they've got about a half a length lead now, and they will look like they'll come to the line to hold that advantage and take out the win over the Mossman Rowing Club crew. And that will be that crew coming across, followed by the Mossman Composite. It will be Melbourne Uni Composite coming across in 3rd place, followed by the Banks Composite in lane 3, and a little way back to the North Shore Composite in lane 7. So that was this once again a great performance of these crews, and a very good time for the I crews. 3:36 is moving about for the age group that we're considering these races, and across the line now go the North Shore crew to round out the racing for this the first half of the day. So thank you, Len, for that. I think we're going to have a meet the meet the commentators session in the Lakeside Bar.
I think we might. There will be someone back commentating when the racing starts at 1 o'clock with the men's A double scull. So someone will be back. I'm not sure. It will be my co-commentator Rob. Thank you very much for this morning. It's been great working with you, and I've got a race this afternoon, so I won't be back.
Oh, good. Well, yeah, the conditions out there are absolutely perfect for racing, and it's great that we've lucked the weather really. We've had some inclement weather over the last couple of weeks, so this is great to see the conditions out here today and the support that this regatta is getting. So thank you, Lynn, and we'll see you a little later on.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon's racing. An absolutely perfect day here at Cirque. We start this afternoon's racing with the men's A double scull heats. We have 2 heats, so it'll be the first 4 through to the final. Looking at some of the names on this sheet, it's going to be some very good racing. Over in lane 2, they're just sitting down on the start line now. Over in lane 3, from Yarra Yarra, we have Brent Lucadoo Wells and Gareth McShay. In lane 4 from ADF Rowing, Stuart John, one of our announcers from up here, and Ben Lim from the ANU. In lane 5, from Gold Coast Masters, it's a Gold Coast Masters composite crew, Matthew Napper from Commercial, and Kwaun Guimaras from Gold Coast Masters. Lane 6 from Newcastle, Jack Hanley and Ben Homer, also one of our announcers up here. And lane 7 from Glebe, Ben Nagapa and Hugo Webster. They're coached by Robin Macney, who will be down there at about the 250 mark, cheering them on. And in lane 8 from Corio Bay, Duncan Ashby and David Kelly. And it looks like they're probably just in the 5 minutes, I'm told. So
Well, it does look like, Mark, they are set for a start, and they are starting early. So this is a good start to the afternoon, isn't it? 1:15.
we just had a little bit of confusion there. We both have different bits of paper, so it is a 1 o'clock start, and racing is well underway. They're coming up to about the 250 metre mark at the moment. Looked like a fairly even spread. We'll get a better picture as they hit the 500 metres. I would call it at the moment as the Newcastle crew, as I would expect of Jack Hanley and Ben Homer, have taken an early lead, but right beside them they're being pushed from the Queenslanders, Matthew Napper and Kwaun Guimaras, and then beside them also is the ADF composite, Stuart John and Ben Lim. Cross on the far side in the red, Yarra Yarra, who are just fading into the light a little bit, but they are there. It's they're going to be really fighting for this one. There are 6 boats in the race, and it's the first 4 through to the final. So they are working very hard to make sure they get through, but we can see the lead has been taken by the Newcastle rowers of Jack Hanley and Ben Homer. They look to have extended their lead quite well. They've come through probably a length and a half ahead of the, I think it was the Corio Bay crew, and then about half a length back to Gold Coast Masters, and Glebe are right there, only 0.27 seconds of behind. Then Yarra Yarra and ADF Rowing, the ANU crew, out the back.
And of course that Newcastle crew, Jack Henley and Ben Homer, I think they were recently winners in this event at the New South Wales Championships. And of course Jack Henley is not too long ago a member of the New South Wales Lightweight 4 for the President's Cup. So well-credentialed rowers in this Newcastle outfit.
But Corio Bay, Rob, aren't going to let them off easily over here in lane 8. They're really pushing hard. As are over the far side, well, the coveted 4th position is going to be where the battle is. It's the Yarra Yarra crew over on the far side, the Gold Coast Masters composite in the middle, and then the Glebe crew. And Glebe are pushing very hard. Well, they're all pushing very hard. So the boys in front are even having to up their rating a little bit to make sure that they seal their position in front of the rest of the field. But look at that, there's 3 boats across, battling out to come into the coveted 4th position for the spot in the finals. At the moment, it looks to me as if it's going to be the Yarra Yarra crew over the far side, but don't discount the Gold Coast Masters out there in the middle. I think Gold Coast might actually have a bit of a nose over Yarra Yarra at the moment. They've only got about 30 strokes to go, if that. And yes, it's the Gold Coast Masters who have come in third spot over Yarra Yarra. So that was the Newcastle crew of Jack Hanley and Ben Homer, followed across by Duncan Ashby and David Kelly from Corio Bay. Over the far side, Brent Lucadoo Wells and Gareth McShay from Yarra Yarra, and then the Gold Coast crew of Matthew Napper and Cowan Grumares. So those 4 crews will go through to the final.
And we're moving right on to race 134, the Men's Masters A Double Scull Heat 2. Progression once again is first 4 through to the final. In lane 3 we have ADF Rowing's Ben Page and Mitchell Haringcaspel. In lane 4, Buckingham Composite, Jason Dolbell and Pete Gibson. In lane 5, Brisbane Grammarians Composite, Michael Hart from Pine Rivers and Jonah Tanhill from Brisbane Grammarians. In lane 6, University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou and George Lazarou. And in lane 7, Drummoyne Composites, Jason Waddell and Andrew Goldstein. And just a technical reminder, I've been informed that on the feed we're seeing the buzzer go slightly before they leave, and it's just there's a little bit of delay in the telecast, and that explains the delay that we're seeing in relation to the sound of the buzzer and the crews moving away from the start. But it was a very clean start by all these crews, and once again it's a quality field. I know the Andrew Goldstein, the stroke of the New South Wales Masters quad this year, and certainly in it last year. The Lazarou brothers, extremely good combination, but it does look like, from where we sit at the moment, the Brisbane Grammarians composite of Michael Hart and Jono Tannehill, who look to have a slight advantage over the Lazarou brothers from University of New South Wales, Nicholas and George, in lane 6. A little bit further now back to the Drummoyne composite of Jason Waddell and Andrew Goldstein, and over to the other side of Buckingham composite, Jason Dolbell and Peter Gibson, and ADF's Ben Page and Mitchell Haringcaspel. So we're coming now down to the 500 metre mark, about 4 or 5 strokes to get through the 500 metre mark, and we'll see from the screen that there's nothing in it. There would be, between the Brisbane Grammarians, it looks like, and University of New South Wales, there's less than a length going through that 500 metre mark, and it does look like 2-second gap just back to that University of New South Wales. Coming through now is the crew from, it will be the Buckingham composite or the Drummoyne composite crew. We've just lost the placings there a little bit, so we'll wait until we get down there. But it does look like it is this Brisbane Grammarians crew. Now they're well in front. The Michael Hart, Pine River, Tannehill combination, it's still holding on to that 1 length lead over the chasing pack. Remember, 4 of these crews go through, so it's only going to miss out. So I can imagine at this point in time that you'll see some backing off from some of these crews. Or Mark, perhaps you won't.
Rob, I think they backed off way back because they're all clearly in front of the ADF crew over on the far side. And to go through to the final, I mean, when you think of Goldstein, for example, is just cruising, and he has been pretty much all the way once they established their lead. So it's a bit of a tactical race, this one, I'd suggest.
Yeah, although it's still quite a quick time through the 500 metre mark.
Oh, yeah.
So there was certainly it was moving at that point in time. And even when these guys do back it off, the boat speed that they maintain as A doubles is very good. Of course, that Andrew Goldstein at 42 or 43 is certainly a C competitor. So he's bringing Jason Waddell into this age group. But now the Brisbane Grammarians, they've decided that they're going to just give it a bit of a push. Sometimes it's great to practice the push in the heat so that you're ready for the final. Don't exhaust too much energy, but they have now pulled about another 2 lengths in front of the Lazarus. They are looking very polished. I'm suggesting they've got a whole lot more to pull out in the final. George and Nicholas Lazarou from University of New South Wales. Andrew Goldstein down to about, rating at about 26 or 25 in the composite, Drummoyne composite, and a little bit further back to the Buckingham composite. So it will be the ADF boat of Page and Haringcaspel who will miss out on the final. But A great race by the Brisbane Grammarians Composite to take out that one.
And we move now to the first heat of the women's D single scull. It's not quite a full field. We've had a scratching from Wide Bay. Over in lane 2 from Dragons is Tracy Capes. Lane 3 from Leichhardt, Lisa Molyneux, coached by David Ross and Frank McHugh. Lane 4 from Commercial, Christine Taylor. Lane 5 from Wendouree Ballarat, Leanne Martin. Lane 6 from Melbourne, Tanya Nishibata. Lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald. Lane 8 from Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. And in lane 9 from Adelaide University, Christina Bursell. And again, it's just the first 4 through to the final, but looking at some of those names there, I think we could see a pretty hotly contested race. They're just sitting, we must be within the 2-minute mark. Yeah, so 2 minutes to race time. We can just see them on the start line. They've got a good line. All the women looking fairly relaxed there, or most of them. We can't really tell what butterflies are going through their stomachs at the moment, but we just wait until they start.
Yeah, Mark, there's certainly some quality in this field, and we expect it to be hotly contested, and there's at least, I can see at least 5 or 6 of those scullers can be vying for that first 4 places, so it's going to be a very hotly contested race, and we're really looking forward to this one.
I think that this will certainly, just looking at some of the names, it'll certainly, it's going to be a much more competitive race than the second heat. So, luck of the draw, as they say. So a couple of them there, just it's quite hot out there. I was down there about an hour or so ago, and it was actually, it's quite warm. Once you've done your warm-up out in the back late and come around, I had to de-layer, and we just saw a couple of them taking the last swig of water before they launch off. So they should be going shortly. And hasn't Sydney turned it on for us? We expect to get these this weather now for the tomorrow and Sunday when I look at the forecast. So we can't complain. There's just a wisp of wind in some of the flags down near the start line. Couple of very small gusts you can see across water, and they're racing. And interesting, we can see the fast starters have really got underway. That seems to be Katrina Davis, Trudy McDonald and Christina Bursell. So the 3 boats, the 3 scullers closest to the grandstand side and closest to the cameras, trying to keep up with them. Just the other side of them is Tanya Nishibata. And we really won't get a much clearer picture now until they come through the 500 metres mark. But looking down the course, we can see the 2 scullers in lanes 7 and 8. That's Trudy McDonald and Katrina Davis.
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, well, I think we find that Katrina Davis and Trudy McDonald are traditionally very fast starters. Tanya Nishibata, though, is a very strong finisher, and I think she's already drawn up alongside these 2 scullers, and she's going to present a big challenge for these scullers to for the top place. But it is the first 4 going through to the finals, so a little bit to run in this race, but it's going to be a hotly contested race, as we suggested early.
So they're just heading now, they're probably about 400 metres in, coming up to the 500 metre mark. And a huge shout out to our man John, who sits up the tower, on the top of the tower here, does all this fantastic video for us, which, as we can see, every regatta we come to, it just improves, and we get such a good view. The definition of the pictures is improving all the time. It's fantastic that we have this. Occasionally a drone shot. And now they're coming up to the 500 metre mark, and we can see that Trudy McDonald is in the lead, but looks very close as they're coming through. just as the camera pans around, we'll get a much better look. Oh, no, it was Katrina Davis, slightly ahead of Judy McDonald, about a length and a half back to Melbourne's Tanya Nishibata. Then Christine Taylor and Christina Bursell, a bit more of a gap back to Leanne Martin. Then Tracy Capes, and rounded out by Lisa Molyneux. So as we can see them coming into view to the naked eye now, Katrina Davis certainly looking very tidy, as they all are. It's the danger for them maybe out there in the middle. That's Leichhardt's Lisa. Oh, sorry, no, Christine Taylor from Commercial. She doesn't want to have come all the way from Melbourne to have missed out. I think those are the four that will go through unless there's something drastic changes. Because Christina Bursell over here in lane 9 from Adelaide University is putting on a pretty good show to match the Wendouree Ballarat sculler Leanne Martin, but Katrina Davis and Trudy McDonald are comfortably in the lead. The three of them going side by side with Tanya Nishibata is now caught up to them, as Rob said. Seems to be a very strong finisher. Over there in the pink boat we have Christine Taylor, who's who will probably take 4th position, but the Leanne Martin from Wendouree Ballarat up to rating a bit to try and push hard, as has Adelaide University's Christina Bursell closer to us. But I think Christine Taylor has it pretty much under control. Is she aware of the hard charge coming from Christina Bursell from Adelaide University over here in lane 9? I'm not sure that she is, and it's a very strong surge from Christina. She's just looked around to see if she's in the mix. She's just upped it a little bit further to see if she can make it. And so we've just had Katrina Davis and Trudy McDonald go across, followed across by Tanya Nishibata, and it's almost a photo finish. In fact, I think I'm pretty reluctant to call that. It hasn't come through as a photo, but we do work on provisional results today, so we'll just wait. But whether that was Christina Bursell or Christine Taylor to take that coveted 4th position, we'll probably have to wait and see until we get the official results come through. Exciting racing, as Rob and I basically predicted.
Yes, indeed. And race 137 just starting now. No, they're away in the third heat 3 or second division heat of the D1 women's D single. The first heat was
actually only 2.
Yeah, heat was cancelled, and I think the heats consolidated. So they're only the 2 heats. So the long and the short of that is the first 4 will go through to the final. In Sydney we have, in lane 1 we have Sydney's Janine Donovan. In lane 2 Fremantle's Carolyn Foster. Lane 3 Noosa's Susan Orty. In lane 4 Newcastle University Jules Bosco. In lane 5 Toowong's Christine Gilbert. And in lane 7 Albert Park South Melbourne's Fiona Milne. And it's off to a fairly even start. I would expect that the scullers, the Christine Gilbert and Fiona Milne, will be very quick, but as it appears they all are at the moment. And certainly over in lane 1 then we have Janine Donovan. Janine hasn't been doing a lot of racing. She formerly was at Drummoyne Rowing Club and has moved across to Sydney in the recent seasons. But it's certainly still looks to be fairly even across the field. The Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club's Susan Orty, though, she looks to be right up there with the leaders, and it does appear to be Toowong's Christine Gilbert, who might hold down a slight advantage. It's just a little bit hard from where we are, although looking now, the Albert Park and South Melbourne's Fiona Milne, she's in a darker boat and it just doesn't stand out as much as the others. And I would suggest that she is also right up there. So it's going to be very interesting as we go through that first 500 metre mark. We're looking across the course now, across to Janine Donovan in lane 1, and certainly holding some good form over there. But I'm watching the bow of the boat in lane 7 just coming through now, and it is indeed Fiona Milne from Albert Park, South Melbourne, and she is looks like she will go through the 500 metre mark with a good advantage over the rest of the field here. She now is, it would appear to be well and truly more than about 2 lengths up on Sydney's Janine Donovan. It will be Christine Gilbert from Toowong coming through in 3rd place. Very close between Noosa's Susan Orty and Carolyn Foster through that 500 metres, and a little bit back to Jules Bosco. So the race really on. So it's going to be very tight, because we looked into the first 4 positions, and Carolyn Foster is only 0.47 behind Susan Orty for that 4th place. So it's going to be tight. I don't think Susan Orty is going to challenge for 3rd. So it looks like the first 3, Fiona Milne, Janine Donovan and Christine Gilbert, are fairly safe at this point in time, but still a long way to go in this race. But yes, Fiona Milne over here in lane 7 is really poured it on in the last 200 metres, and she's pulled well ahead of Janine Donovan and Christine Gilbert from Toowong, who is just once again about a length or 2 in front of the chasing pack, which is Carolyn Foster and Susan Orty in the most part. So we'll have to see out of that race there who gets through for the final, but no trouble at all for Fiona Milne, and looking very, very comfortable as she gets into the 250 to go. Certainly is not backing off too much. The rating is still up for this D women's single. And once again, Janine Donovan over in lane 1. Janine's very tall, and so the rating will tend to be a bit lower, but she's certainly got length out there and moving that boat very nicely, and maybe having a bit, looking around a little bit too much for my liking, but it's working for her at the moment. And coming into the red boys now, Fiona Milne is well in front now, probably 2 or 3 lengths up on the rest of the field. Once again, not backing it off at all in that dark silver boat, probably ex-AIS I'd imagine, and will come down to the line and take a very comfortable win. Janine Donovan over in lane 1 though, she's just poured it on. So this is a good, once again, we talked about earlier about just practicing that finish you're going to have to do in the final, and she's just pulled the rating up a few points and will go across the line in 2nd, I imagine, but it is Christine Milne from Albert Park in South Melbourne, crossing 1st. Sydney's Janine Donovan in 2nd. It will be Christine Gilbert from Toowong, who's rode it right down once she realised she was in this final. It will be from Fremantle Carolyn Foster, who's come up and overtaken Noosa's Susan Orty, and she will be that final place into the final. Susan Orty coming across the line now for 5th, and a little way back to Jules Bosco from Newcastle University.
And we move now to race 138, which will be the Heat 1 of the lightweight women's Masters D single. So these are the lightweight women out there. 2 heats, 5 of them in each heat. So they only have to make sure they don't come last to get through to the final. Over in lane 3 from Powerhouse, Emily Harridge. Lane 4 from Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid. Lane 5 from Glebe, Cecile Fair, coached by Robert Daddymore. Lane 6 from Noosa, Cindy Vermeulen, coached by David Boyle. And in lane 7 from Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, coached by Andrew Parry. And they are underway. They're probably the first 20 strokes in at the moment. And a bit hard to tell if anyone has a lead. They look to be fairly evenly placed across the field just with my naked eye. I would say at the moment Mary Ambrose from Shoalhaven is not quite in the mix with the other 4. We can see a pretty good lead underway by Janine Reid, and Cecile Fair giving it her all, as we know she will. So we wait until they get up closer to the 500 metre mark. They're just going past the 250 metres at the moment. Looks like there's just a slight ripple of wind on the water, but virtually nothing. Absolutely perfect conditions. Just as they come down the field, always the reminder to please return bow numbers. And there's the tasting trail on Saturday night, isn't it, Rob? Yeah.
I can tell you all about it. The tasting trail. So this is a discover the rich culinary landscape of the Penrith and Blue Mountains region this weekend. Join us at the Lakeside Restaurant on Saturday evening That's tomorrow, and experience the Flavour Trail, an artisanal showcase of locally produced food and drink. It's the perfect way to unwind after a big day's racing. Try we're having wine tasting, gin tasting and whiskey tasting, and you can actually start off early because that bar is open for those tastings this afternoon as part of the artisanal trail, Flavour Trail, this afternoon from 12 to 4. So get in if you're early, but tomorrow afternoon it promises to be a big event.
So as the lightweight D women came through the 500 metre mark, Janine Reid had a very healthy lead, probably about 3 lengths over Cecile Fair, and about a length back to Emily Harridge, and quite a bit of distance back to Cindy Vermeulen, but then the Mary Ambrose is quite some distance back. So the first 4 know they're through to the final. They look pretty relaxed out there, saving their energy, putting on a little masterclass in sculling at a lower rate. So they're coming up. They're probably about 300 metres out now. So it does seem to be that Janine Reid has decided she's going to save all her energy for the final. Cecile Fair and Emily Harridge still maintaining their fairly low relaxed rate, but we can see they're actually still putting the power on. A little bit further back to Cindy Vermeulen, and unfortunately Mary Ambrose is not going to make the finals in this lightweight Women's Masters D single sculling event. So Janine Reid has, she's just in the last 100 metres now. She's dropped her rating right down, just enjoying the row, enjoying the water and the conditions, as has Emily Harridge now has overtaken Cecile Fair, but I think they're both comfortable that they're through to the final, so they're conserving all their energy. So no real racing in this race, but we can see a bit of a push coming on from from Cindy Vermeulen, just to make sure she does a decent finish. And further back we have Shoalhaven's Mary Ambrose will cross probably in about 10 seconds or so.
And while we watch these last 2 scullers come across the line, we move up to race 139, which is, I'm pretty sure, is underway, and it is the second heat of the lightweight women's Masters D single, race 139. In lane 3 we have Noosa's Joe Emerson, coached by David J. Doyle. In lane 4, Leichhardt One's Daniel Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 5, Essendon Rowing Club's Simone Richardson. In lane 6, Commercial Rowing Club's Annette Quayle. In lane 7, Noosa's Jane Fitzpatrick, coached by David J. Doyle. And they are well underway now, and once again, as we'd expect, a very, very close race as they come over that first 250 metres. It's probably a bit close to call at the moment, but it does look like the sculler, well, it could be the Commercial sculler in or Essendon, I can't quite pick it up, Simone Richardson. It does appear that might be have a slight lead or advantage over the rest of the field at the moment, but we'll have to wait till we get a little bit of a clearer view coming into that 500 metre mark. We're currently on the camera from the 500 metre mark, but it does appear that Simone Richardson from Essendon Rowing Club has got out to a very good start. Certainly got the rating up, as we expect that these lightweight scullers will tend to overrate heavyweight scullers, and it's all about the amount of strokes we can get in and the distance covered. So they are certainly showing a great display for a D grade. These D grade scullers are showing a great display of sculling coming down through that 400 metre mark, and it does look like Simone Richardson from Essendon Rowing Club has pulled out to a lead, but we can't quite see the Commercial and Noosa scullers in lane 6 and 7, but visually from our vantage point in the tower, it does appear that they're a little bit back now. So the race appears to be between Joe Emerson, Daniel Bourget and Simone Richardson for the first 3 places. Only one to miss out. So the real tussle is happening back between Commercial's Annette Quayle and Noosa's Jane Fitzpatrick's in lane 6 and 7. That's where the race in the 4th position will be turned from. At the moment, it does look like Annette Quayle from Commercial Rowing Club has a slight advantage, and we'll be hoping to extend that coming into the remainder of the thing. But it is Joe Emerson going through that first 500 with just the slightest advantage over Simone Richardson. So Joe Emerson has had a good last part of that first 500, and she puts her in a very good position. Another length back to Daniel Bourget, and then a little bit further back to Annette Quayle. And that's where the positions look at the moment. So I think the Commercial sculler Annette Quayle will be just look at covering Noosa's Jane Fitzpatrick to know that she's got a place straight into the final. It looks like there is a bit of a tussle out the front though, although certainly Simone Richardson's rating is down from where she was over the first 300 or 400 metres. So I think they're both down into energy conservation mode, and it's the same as Daniel Bourget. She's down rating at about 26, 27 at the moment. And as they come into the last 250 metre mark, these 3 scullers look very comfortable. It does look now that Commercial's Annette Quayle has established enough of an advantage over Jane Fitzpatrick from Noosa that she will just tie up that 4th position, that final position, into the final. So it is just stepping it up a bit now. Noosa's Joe Emerson just giving it a little lift in the rating, probably coming down to the line. Once again, a good practice in your heat, even though you might not be pressured into it, but just to get a bit of practice in at that sprint at the end of the race, but also to get some of those favoured middle lanes in the final. And these two are not really going at it so much as just lifting racing. Give it a little bit of pressure on the other one, just to show that they've got a bit left, and they'll have the final will be a lot more frantic than this, I can assure you. But it does look like the Essendon sculler, Simone Richardson, she's got about half a length lead. She's re-established that lead she held early, and she will come down to take out first place in Heat 2 of the Lightweight Women's Masters D Scull, closely followed by Noosa's Joe Emerson, a little bit further back to Daniela Bourget, and in 3rd place, and it will be Commercial's Annette Quayle coming across the line in about 5 strokes to take out the final position into the final of the Women's Masters D Single Scull in about an hour and a half.
And underway is Heat 1 of the Men's Masters G Double. Over on the far side, and it's a full house. Over on the far side from Goolwa, we have Simon Burr and David England. Lane 2 from Brisbane and GPS, Ian Holtzberger and Shane Wally. Lane 3 from Newcastle, Peter Kemp and Anthony Butler. Lane 4 from Drummoyne, Gabriel Haythwaite and Branko Kovacic. Lane 5 from the University of Queensland, David King and David Puller. Lane 6, a Murray Bridge composite of Mark Johnson from Riverside and Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge. Lane 7 from Commercial, Jeffrey Pierbaum and Harry Fitzgerald. In lane 8 from Riverway Composite, so we have Peter Thorin from Cairns and Wayne Roy from Riverway. And in lane 9 from Pine Rivers, Jeffrey Ward and Joao Velosa. And it will be the first 4 through to the final. So as they come down, it looks like to me at least 8 of those 9 lanes are pretty much in a bit of a line, but we'll get a better picture as they come closer to the or as they come through the 500 metre mark. They're probably about 400 metres into the race at the moment. The Pine Rivers crew seems to be the one that's furthest back. And then we have Peter Kemp and Anthony Butler from Newcastle also in the rear, but all the others, probably Brisbane, Ian Holtzberg and Shane Wally may not make it either, but we can see a comfortable lead there by the Commercials, Jeffrey Pierbaum and Harry Fitzgerald as they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. They've got about a length and a half over the Murray Bridge composite on their stroke side and the Riverway composite on their bow side. Then a bit further back to the University of Queensland's David King and David Puller, who looking pretty relaxed. There was probably a good length or so back to the Drummoyne crew of Gabrielle Haythornthwaite and Branko Kovacic, then the Goolwa crew, then Brisbane and GPS, Newcastle and Pine Rivers. So as they come through, the first four at the moment have a fairly healthy lead. It's the 5th place Drummoyne. We're about nearly 4 seconds back through the 500 metres mark. Whether they'll be able to make that up is the big question. It doesn't look it as the other 4 crews are starting to just put on a bit of a finish. We can see the commercials, Jeffrey Peerbaum and Harry Fitzgerald in their pale blue in lane 7, have upped their rating. They're just pushing hard. Well, not necessarily that hard, but they're certainly cementing their lead in the race. The crews either side of them, which is Peter Thorin and Wayne Roy from Riverway, and the South Australians Mark Johnston and Graham Hunt on the other side, all looking fairly relaxed, as is the University of Queensland's David King and David Puller, and those will be the first 4 through to the final. They'll be followed through by the Drummoyne crew of Gabrielle Haythornthwaite and Branko Kovacic. Over on the far side, that'll next be the Goolwa crew of Simon Burr and David England. Then Ian Holtzberger and Shane Wally from Queensland. And just crossing the line now, we have the commercial crew. They're followed across by the Murray Bridge composite. I keep wanting to say Murray River, and the Riverway composite. So from the far north of Queensland, and then rounded out by the University of Queensland to move through to the finals.
Yeah, as the last crew is just coming down to the line to round out the place getters in this race, we move over to race 141, the Men's Masters G Double Scull Heat 2. And in lane 2 we have the Toowong composite of Paul Carson and Robert Gunningham. In lane 3, Tablelands composite David Rafter and Lachlan McDonald. In lane 4, Hawthorns Mark Oliver and John Stewart. In lane 5, Ulverston composites Tim Josefowicz and Michael Wilson. And in lane 6, Corio Bay's Richard Axe and Rod Cutting. Lane 7, Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevenard, coached by Amos Noon. In lane 8, Nagambi's Lee McIntyre and David Andrews. And in lane 9, Toowong composites Kelly Armitage and David Bellamy. And they are in fact away. And it's a clean start and a very good start by the crew. Looks to be the Lake Macquarie crew in lane 7, the Peter Armstrong, Peter Stevenard crew, and the Hawthorn crew, or Ulverston's Tim Josefowicz and Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson from Ulverston Rowing Club and Tim Josefowicz from Essendon. And that's where the early speed looks to be as they come over the first couple of 100 metres. And it does look to be, at the moment that we're looking across at the Ulverston composite crew of Tim Josefowicz and Michael Wilson, and they have really stepped up the pace over that first 150 metres and look to have established an early lead over the rest of the field. A bit hard to tell from where we are, but it does appear that they have had a very, very good start and look very polished. For rowers coming from two different states, it's a great testament to their rowing, but it does appear that they might have spent a bit of time in a boat at some stage. Back over onto this side, that does look like that crew of Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevenard from Lake Macquarie is also putting in a very good first 500. And so as we come down to the 500 metre mark, we'll get an idea of how these 4 places with the first 4 of the final, how they are all sitting as crews, and whether what the work's got to be done by the crews that are chasing in the chasing pack to see if they can get themselves back up to this. But a very good row by this crew as we span around, and it was the Ulverston Essendon crew going through in 1:50.93, so that's a very sharp time. They got a length and a half over the Hawthorn, followed by Lake Macquarie. Then it is Table and Carrum, very close between Toowong and Cand and Nagambie, followed by Corio Bay, and then back over to the Toowong Composite in lane 2. But doesn't look to be any trouble at all for this crew of Josefowicz and Wilson out in front, and they are looking the goods in this race as they come down to close to about 300 metres to go. The chasing pack, though, is that Hawthorn crew, and a little bit back now. There is quite a tight for that 3rd and 4th place. It does look like these 4 crews, though. There's the crew in the Tablelands Composite crew of Rafter and McDonald, and the crew over here from looks to be Lake Macquarie are in that 3rd and 4th place. But not far out of it are the Corio Bay, Nagambie and Toowong Composite crews over in lanes 6, 8 and 9. So it's still going to be a little bit tight for that 4th position, but no trouble at all for Josefowicz and Wilson. This is a great display of sculling. They have brought the rating right down now, and they look to be fairly well cruising to the line and getting great boat run, minimum effort, very economic with their stroke, and certainly making this win look very, very easy. So it fares well for them in the final. So we'll have to see how what their competition looks like in the final. But they are really putting on a great display of controlled sculling, and they'll go across the line to take out this heat of the G double scull. It will be the Hawthorn crew of Oliver and Stewart who will come across in 2nd place, and they've got clear water over the Tablelands Composite of Tablelands and Carrum, and over on this side the Lake Macquarie, and they will be the 4 that will go through to the final. Very close now, racing for that 5th position, and it does look like it was the Nagambie and Corio Bay that were very close, followed by Toowong, and then a little bit further back to the Toowong Composite in lane 2.
So Rob, I'll always remember Tim Josefowicz was in the Victorian State Quad in 2017 and 2018, and we worked hard. We tried to catch them, but to no avail. But we got close.
Well, you saw from that display of rowing, you can certainly move a boat. So well done to Tim Josefowicz and I've just lost it for a sec. The winners of that race.
Yeah, so down on the start line we have Heat 1 of the Women's Masters B double. This will be some pretty good racing as well. Over on the far side in lane 2 we have Victoria Seidel from Murray Bridge and Kate Tebneff from Goolwa. Richmond has scratched. Lane 4 from ANU, Brianna Murray and May Saliva Bell from Newcastle. Lane 5 from Black Mountain, Jane Reynolds and Jane Clues. Lane 6 from Dragons, Rachel Bowman and Martina Proctor. Lane 7 from River City Women's, Emma Davidson and Bronwyn Mantle. In lane 8 from Noosa, Joanne Taylor and Fernanda Correa, coached by David J. Doyle. And in lane 9 from the University of Queensland, Jennifer Conn and Nikki Hughes. And they are about 250 metres in at the moment. A little bit hard to tell who's in the lead there. We can see the 2 boats out in the middle. That's the Newcastle ANU Composite and the Black Mountain Rowing Club crew seem to be reasonably neck and neck with the University of Queensland and the Noosa crew, but not discounting over on the far side and they're on their own the Goolwa Composite. So there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the boats are pretty much in a straight line across the field. So as anticipated, very exciting racing here in the Women's Masters B double. First 4 through to the final. They're just coming up to the 500 metre mark now where we'll get a better picture of what's going on. And it does seem to be the Black Mountain, Jane Reynolds and Jane Clues. Oh no, it was the Goolwa Murray Bridge composite over on the far side. They were followed across by the Janes. Then just behind them, the Newcastle composite, and closer to us, the University of Queensland. The Noosa crew is in the running, possibly for a position in the final. They're only second behind at the 500 metre mark, quite some distance back to the River City women's crew and then the Dragons. So the battle is going to be on for the coveted 4th position to see who goes through to the final. They're about 300 metres out at the moment. And we can see over on the far side now the Goolwa composite. That's Victoria Seidel from Murray Bridge and Kate Tevnoff from Goolwa, sitting comfortably in the lead, followed by the Janes from Jane Reynolds and Jane Clues from Black Mountain in the distinctive red Zooty. And then it is the University of Queensland, Jennifer Conn and Nikki Hughes, and Joanne Taylor and Fernanda Correa from Noosa, closest to the field. But they're battling it out. There's a real battle coming on. There's been a push from the Newcastle composite, Brianna Murray and May Saliba Bell. And so the battle is really on. There's 3 boats in it. There's the Newcastle composite over in lane 4, and the 2 boats closest to us from Noosa and from the University of Queensland, fighting it out to see who's going to make the 4th spot. I think the Newcastle crew have managed to push through at this stage. University of Queensland are just about to hit the boys perhaps, so whether they can hold themselves away from it, but there's a big push coming on from Noosa on the other side as well, and they're about to hit the boys, or be getting very close to the boys on their stroke side. So we've just had the Goolwa composite cross through, then the Black Mountain, and they're followed through by the Newcastle composite, and it was the University of Queensland ladies who pushed past. Oh, they stopped just before the finish line, always dangerous when it's that close, about half a length ahead of the Noosa crew. So the it'll be those first 4 that go through. So Noosa unfortunately just missed out. They'll be followed across by the River City women's, way from the far north it's from Brisbane, I believe. And then the Dragons. We were sitting in the grandstand a little earlier wondering where the River City was, because every city generally has a river going through it. And as we watched them doping themselves up with some magic formula, they informed us that they were indeed from Brisbane.
Okay, so we're off to race 143. Here's the Women's Masters B double scull. We have a start. I'll just run through the crews. It's Manning River Composite, Anne Chikakanani and Christine Seeliger from Manning River. In lane 3, Glebes, Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl. In lane 4, Canberra Composites, Olivia Tonge and Cara Grisawiak, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 5, ADF Rowings, Sarah Leon and Judith Wyss. In lane 6, Glebe Rowing Clubs, Belindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris, coached by Rob Dallymore. In lane 7, Essendon Rowing Clubs, Louise Barker and Cheryl Stevenson. And in lane 8, ANU's Sarah Tynan and Jacqueline Williams, coached by Nigel Harding. Lane 9, Grafton Composite of Candice Jago from Lower Clarence and Elizabeth Stanford from Grafton Rowing Club. And they are off to a very clean start. It does look like at this point in time the Glebe crew of Lester and Lindahl and the Canberra Composite of Tonge and Grisawiak have gone out to an early lead over the rest of the field. So they'll get out early and try to cement their place in the final, and then just probably be back it off a bit. But they certainly haven't gone out to a flyer. So maybe there's a bit of proving out there at the moment, and that each of them has the boat suit it's going to take to win that final later. But certainly they have come out very fast. It does look like that Canberra Composite crew of Olivia Tonge from North Shore Rowing Club and Cara Griskawiak from Canberra have just got out a little bit of a lead, but we're really nothing in it at this point in time as we come down to the 500 metres. And indeed, it was the Canberra North Shore crew going through in 1:51, a very, very sharp time, about nearly a length back to the Glebe crew, followed by the second Glebe crew of Lindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris, and then a further back to the ADF, ANU, Essendon, and the Grafton Lower Clarence composite crew over here in lane 9. So it doesn't look to be much at all. So the first four are very tight. It's only about a second out of it are ANU. So that's where the race is going to be for that 4th position as we come into the last 400 metres of this race. But that the crew of Tonge and Griskowiak have really pushed ahead now. They've pushed ahead and are now leading this race. And just a bit of inform them. Both Olivia Tonge and Cara Griskowiak, they were adversaries a couple of weeks ago in the sprint championships we had at the Masters, New South Wales Masters, or a little bit further back. But certainly they are putting it together as a crew here, and the fighting back a little bit is the Glebe crew of Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl, and certainly still holding on to about that length advantage, the composite crew out in front over the Glebe crew as they come into the red boys, but looking very untroubled as we've got probably about 15 or 18 strokes to go for this crew. Just pulling up a bit now. There is a real race on back here now between the crew, the ADF crew, the second Glebe crew, and over here the ANU, a fast finishing ANU crew. But it will be no trouble at all for the crew of Griskowiak and Tonge who take out this lead. It will be Lindahl and Lester from Glebe in second. Very close coming down to the wire. ANU probably left their run a little bit too late, so it will be the ADF crew in third, Glebe in fourth, ANU fifth, Grafton Composite in sixth, back to Essendon, and then a little bit further back to Manning River Composite.
As we anticipated, it was a very exciting race, and this is just the heat, so the final is going to be very hot, and some of the Glebe ladies down there racing are the hot girls referred to on the signs as you drive into the regatta centre in the last couple of days. I don't know if you've seen them, but the Glebe girls have been out doing some promotions on the power poles and ads. It makes it very exciting. So we were just in Rob, we were sort of a little bit interrupted, but Olivia Tong and Cara Griskowiak were in the sprint eliminator, which was I can't remember exactly where it was, but it was an incredibly exciting event, and I think that's why we were asked to highlight it, because we'd like to see more of this happening, which is very much an audience involvement, as well as seeing all the top rowers doing their best. So underway now, we have the first heat of the Women's Masters E pair. Over in lane 3 from Melbourne and North Shore, we have Catherine Boland from North Shore and Tanya Nishibata from Melbourne. Wow, she's done a quick turnaround from her single scull. In lane 4 from North Shore, Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, coached by Peter Kwok. The other crew was coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 5 from River City Women's, Angela Nowland and Petrus Lapis. In lane 6 from Storm King, Britt McCormack and Kate Dearden. Lane 7 from Drummoyne, Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipma, coached by our very own Rob Glendenning here, sitting on the edge of his seat at the moment. And in lane 8 from Leichhardt, M. Barrack and Susan Huggett, coached by David Ross. So I'm wondering where Storm King Rowing Club is. Any idea, Rob?
I've absolutely no idea, Mark. But
we'll have to look it up.
If anybody can help us out on where Storm King Rowing Club is, we'd be very grateful.
But you're very welcome to Sydney. Thank you for coming, Storm King. Great name. And as they're coming up to the 500 metres, it looks very even across the field. So it's only the first 4 through, and we have 6 crews. This is the Women's Masters E pair. There's one crew that just seems to have dropped back, so we have 5 of them in contention, and that seems to be the River City Women's crew, I think, who has just they're about a couple of lengths back behind the rest of the field, which is all pretty much in a fairly straight line. In the lead, over on the far side, it's the Melbourne North Shore composite of Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, and then really almost too close to call between North Shore, Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach. Oh, sorry, just getting myself a little bit confused here. Then Leichhardt, Drummoyne and Storm King, all pretty much, and then Drummoyne, all pretty much with less than a second between them. So going to be a real battle to see who gets through to the final in this race. The comfortable lead is in the I'm pretty sure it was the Catherine Boland and Tanya Nishibata over on the far side, the Melbourne composite. We can see closer to us, Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipma have a slight lead over the rest of the field. Right beside them, M. Barrack and Susan Huggett here in lane 8 look to be just pushing slightly ahead of Storm King's Britt McCormack and Kate Dearden over in lane 6. But it does seem to be the Melbourne composite over the far side. That's Catherine Boland from North Shore and Tanya Nishibata have taken the lead. They're looking fairly relaxed as they come through. The Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipma. I'm looking out the window, so I can't look round to see if Rob's got a big smile on his face or not. And Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach over there in lane 4 have the comfortable first 3 positions. The real battle is on between M. Barrack and Susan Huggett in lane 8 and Storm King's Britt McCormack and Kate Dearden, who are currently neck and neck. One of them will, they'll both be in, one of them's got to come 4th. To get through to the final. At the moment, I'd give it to M. Barrack and Susan Huggett, but they're in the last 20 or 30 strokes, and they're just getting close. It's still neck and neck, but it does look to me as if M. Barrack and Susan Huggett from Leichhardt have just got about a quarter of nearly half a canvas ahead of Storm King's Britt McCormack and Kate Dearden, and we can see Storm King's Britt McCormack and Kate Dearden gave it absolutely everything they had. They'll be followed across by River City Women's, Angela Nowland and Petrus Lapis. So very exciting bit of racing there. That's the first heat of the Women's E pair.
So moving on to race 145, the Women's Masters E pair, heat 2. Once again, a reminder, the first 4 going through to the final. We've just got the start in the background, and we'll get over to that. We'll do a crew call. It is lane 3, commercial composite of Christy Nash from Sunshine Coast and Kylie Parker from Commercial. In lane 4, Toowong's Michelle Loveday and Jeanette Filkin. In lane 5, Dragons Carolyn Connolly and Tracy Capes. In lane 6, Corio Bay's Karen Patton and Justine Tonner-Joyce. In lane 7, University of WA's Sarah Knight and Orla Flecker, coached by Lucy Eden. And as we look down the course now, it does appear once again to be a very even start. So this is quite hotly contested, this E pair. I know that a lot of these guys don't do a lot of rowing in pairs, and so some great performances coming out of those. I know a whole bunch of them are largely scullers, but give the pair a crack when they come to these the Australian Championships. And so as we come down, it looks like the crew over in the commercial composite of Christy Nash and Kylie Parker over there in lane 3 has got off to a very good start, as have the Toowong crew in lane 4, and then across to the Corio Bay in lane 6. Crew in lane 6. So that's where the early lead is, and we'll see as we come towards that 500 metres. Indeed, it does look like the Corio Bay crew could well have pulled up onto the side of the commercial composite and are now vying for the lead, or are in front at this point in time. So the race is going to be on between the trailing pack, and that's going to be As we get down to 500, that'll be the Toowong Dragons and University of WA crews, who are currently fighting for that third and fourth position. So only one of these crews to miss out. It's a tough gig out there, but it's someone has to miss out, and they're certainly leaving nothing to chance. But it is this Corio Bay crew looking very, very polished as they come down to the 500 metre mark. They're getting a lot of run out of that boat, and don't look to be overexerting themselves. 2:07, they've come through in a pretty good time, and they will be followed through by University of Western Australia, who've come right up, and on the other side, Commercial, Sunshine and Toowong. So it does look like the Dragons are the ones that are going to be struggling at this point in time. So it looks a little bit different to that than the time coming through there, I must say, out of the window. But certainly, no doubt about it that Corio Bay's Karen Patton and Justine Tonner-Joyce are holding down quite a healthy lead over the chasing pack. Once again, it does look like the Dragons crew of Carolyn Connolly and Tracy Capes have all the work to do. If they're going to catch up and get a place in this final, they're going to have to work hard, and they really will need to be sprinting from about now. So it's going to be a big ask on their part, but certainly the Corio Bay crew just got the rating down now. They're settling into a really nice rhythm. The University of WA are pushing, just giving a little bit of a push. Once again, that just stating that they still got the boat speed, and in the final they're going to be an absolute challenger for the medals. And they've drawn right up alongside the Corio Bay crew now, and it will be a bit of a stoush towards the line. The Commercial Composite crew of Nash and Parker are still motoring okay. It does look like the Toowong crew's gone on a bit of a lift. The Dragons crew of Carmody and Capes are only just out of it, so they look like they just brought the rating up a couple of points, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Toowong probably struggling a little bit now here as they're watching the Dragons crew come back at them. But Corio Bay now, they are just cruising, showing a great exhibition of pair-oared rowing, keeping that effort down, keeping the length, just tapping it along, keep the boat moving, and they will go across the line to take a fairly easy win in the end in this Heat 2 of the Masters E pair. So coming down the line, and they will cross the line, Corio Bay to take out first. It will be the University of WA who is squeaking for second. Third will be the Commercial Composite. Nothing in it now, and Toowong just pipping out the Dragons to take that last place into the final.
And moving on to a very exciting event, we have the Men's Masters E-Single. This will be very hotly contested, and it's a fairly full field, so there are 3 heats, so it's only going to be the first 3 through to the finals. For Heat 1 over in Lane 2, we have from Manning River, Nick Johnston. Lane 3 from Lake Eildon, Mario Lang. Lane 4 from Nepean, Darren Williams, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 5 from Powerhouse, Shane O'Connor-Smith. Lane 6 from Commercial, Toby Rogers. Lane 7 from Yarra, Justin Negri. And in Lane 8 from Glebe, Christopher Niche, coached by Robin McNee and Kenneth Major.
Now, not one to spend a lot of time on social media, but I did catch something last night about Mario Lang from Lake Eildon Rowing Club, and I believe he was working all day yesterday, was putting his car on the car last night and heading up overnight to be here for a race early this morning. So quite the effort by Mario Lang.
Oh yeah, I read about that myself, and now I didn't register the name. So Mario, we hope the trip was worth it. We see what happens, and I was wondering about the way the photograph of the single skull attached to his roof. I thought, driving for 9 or 10 hours with that.
We'll also running around looking for bolts to fix your rack to your roof racks is quite the effort on the day before the championship. So well done, Mario, and we wish him all the well in this race. He's actually going okay out there as well.
So it looks to be the first 3 that to go through to the final have pretty much positioned themselves at this stage. I'm using my naked eye here looking down the course, but it's Justin Negri from Yarra and right beside him, he has Toby Rogers from Commercial and Shane O'Connor-Smith from Powerhouse. But they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. We'll see as they come through. We can see now on the screen Justin Negri from Yarra Yarra has a very comfortable lead over the rest of the field. Probably a couple of lengths back to, I believe it's Toby Rogers Toby Rogers from Commercial, and then Shane O'Connor-Smith from Powerhouse. And quite a big gap back to, I think that was the Manning River, Nick Johnston. So, and a further gap back, to Christopher Niche, so 5 seconds. So Nick Johnston's going to need to pull his finger out, but he's only less than a second behind I can't remember who it was now, Shane O'Connor-Smith. Sorry, we usually have a bit of a readout on our screens here in the commentary box, but the screen has gone blank on us, so my memory's not that great. But as we can see, they're coming down the field. It's only the first 3 through to the final for this one. Justin Negri from Yarra Yarra is a comfortable lead over Toby Rogers from Commercial beside him, and then Shane O'Connor-Smith from Powerhouse. And it does seem that Nick Johnston from Manning River over the far side, who was sitting pretty close to them as they came through the 500, has now dropped back, or the others have pulled away more than likely. The 3 leaders looking fairly relaxed now. Nick Johnston just starting to take it up. He's into the last 200 metres. Will he be able to make up the ground? It's probably a boat length or 2 back, but he's pushing hard. Christopher Niche over here in lane 8, putting on a good performance. And out there from Nepean, it's Lake Alden, Mario Liang, not quite in the mix for this one, but pretty tough competition, but certainly worth the trip, Mario. And as they come up to the finish line, Justin Negri just cruising across from Yarra Yarra. He followed across by Toby Rogers in his beautiful timber boat down there. Then Shane O'Connor-Smith from Powerhouse. And so those 3 will be the cruise through to the final. A couple of lengths back to Nick Johnston from Manning River. Then Mario Lang from Lake Alden, and Chris Niche rounding out the field.
Just a call out for Andrew Gibson. Before we have a chance to get over to the bar, I suggest you come to the tower and pick up your wallet and credit cards. So Andrew Gibson, it'll be down at the front desk in the tower.
So Rob, in that last race, I thought we were a sculler short, and we certainly were. I was wondering where Darren Williams from the Nepean Rowing Club was. He's, excuse me, just coming down the course at the moment. My guess is he probably had a mishap, but he is completing the race. He's about to hit the 250 metre mark.
Yeah, the rate is travelling, Mark. They'll probably hold this race for just a little bit, and they appear to be doing that because certainly at this rate they're going to catch up. So I hope there's nothing majorly wrong with Darren Williams, and hope it is just a broken foot stretch or a seat or something. But he does appear to be moving okay, so nothing obvious to us. So just trusting everything is okay, and they'll hold that race just a little bit to allow him to clear the field.
Those of you in the grandstand, give him a round of applause. He's making a great effort there to finish the race.
And while we're waiting for Darren to come across and round out this race 146, we'll move on to race 147. It's the Men's Masters E Single Scull Heat 2. Once again, that progression is first, second and third only to the final. In lane 2 we have St George's Alan Robertson. In lane 3, Powerhouses Chris Schlick. In lane 4, A&A's Adam Ramshaw, coached by Louisa Anderson and Renee Bravelli. In lane 5, Leichhardt's Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 6, Manning River's Paul Hawke. In lane 7, St George Christopher Jones. And in lane 8, Brisbane Grammarians Scott Austin. And they are away now. And so it looks like Darren will have enough time to clear the course. And the race is well underway in this second heat of the 3 heats in the men's Masters E singles. And once again, a great field here and a very, very classy field. So Richard Medway coming off first or second in an earlier singles and doubles race. I think he's actually could be an F sculler, but Alan Robertson once again, Chris Schlitt, A&A's Adam Ramshaw, formerly of Glebe Rowing Club, Manning River's Paul Hawke, Christopher Jones from St George and Scott Austin from Brisbane Grammarians, all quality scullers. So this is going to be a very good race. And as we look across the field there, it is showing to be exactly that. It does look like Richard Medway from Leichhardt might have established a bit of an early lead. It'll be interesting to see what that looks like at the 500. The sculler in the St George's, Alan Robertson, also a very good sculler, and does appear to be pushing up there as well. So the race appears to be at the moment from where we sit, St George, A&A, Leichhardt, and then back over to the St George Christopher Jones on this side. But once again, it's a little way off and a long way to go in this race. But first, the first 3 to the final. So that's what we're looking for. So there will be 4 of these scullers miss out. So it's, as we said before, it's quite harsh, but that's what it is when you've got the quality in the numbers and the quality in the scullers that we're seeing here today. So as we coming down now to that 500 metre mark, and it does look like the St George sculler Alan Robertson could well go across and be holding that lead going through the 500 metre mark. And in fact it was. And he's got actually quite a good lead over Christopher Jones, the other St George sculler, followed by Richard Medway from Leichhardt, then Chris Schlick and Adam Ramshaw. So that's where the race is at the moment. There's a little bit of a gap from Medway back to Chris Schlick. So Chris will have to do a lot of work to catch back. Mind you, Adam Ramshaw is only 0.86 behind that, so he's still in it as well. So it is going to be a hell of a race for that 3rd position, and certainly they are working hard at the moment. But it does look like Alan Robertson has just put a bit of extra effort in over there. There's about 400 metres to go, and looks to have extended the lead slightly. Although Medway in the middle and Christopher Jones over on this side, they're not letting him get away. So at the moment, that's where those 3 positions will come from, the 3 positions final.
No, I was just going to throw in a comment, Rob. As you know, Adam and I rode double scull for many years and achieved some success. And when he announced he was coming back from the Western Australia to race at this regatta, we were a perfect G together, but unfortunately I had to dump him because I've got an H pair coming on a little bit later in the day.
Oh, that's quite harsh, Mark. That's very harsh. But anyway, we're back to this race, and it is St George's Alan Robertson, who's just holding now a slight lead now, really. There's been a big move by the powerhouse sculler, and he's come right back to it. The scullers over on this side, the St George's Christopher Jones and Richard Medway, they are also up the ante, and it's going to be a great race. The powerhouse sculler, Chris Schlick, is the one that is really having to fight for that 3rd position. I'm not sure he's going to get there, but it does look like Alan Robertson is looking very, very comfortable over there in lane 2, and he will go across the line and take out this heat of the Men's Masters E single heat 2. So it'll be the 2 St George scullers followed by the Leichhardt sculler. It will be Powerhouse in 4th, a little bit back to A&A, a little bit further back to the Manning River crew, and then the Brisbane Grammarians, Scott Austin, rounding out the field. But a very well contested race, and a great effort by Robertson, Jones and Medway for their progression through to the final.
And roaring down the course now, we have Heat 3 of the Men's Masters E-Single Scull. Again, it's just the first 3 through to the final. Over on the far side, in lane 2 from Corio Bay, Lee Hall-Sullivan. Lane 3 from Powerhouse, David Mays. Lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith. Lane 5 from Noosa, Tim Moran, coached by David J. Doyle. Lane 6 from Murwillumbah, David Hughes. Lane 7 from Tablelands, Doug Rolfe. And in lane 8 from Yarra, Andrew Gray. So as they're just coming up to the 500 metres at the moment, so we'll get a pretty clear picture of what's going on out there. Remember, it's only first 3 through to the final. I can see, looking down the course, there are probably 4 contenders. I think the real battle's going to be on for the David Hughes from Murwillumbah to see if he can snatch that 4th position over the Corio Bays, Lee Hord Sullivan, David Mays from Powerhouse, and Jeremy Smith. And they've just come through. It was David Mays with a slight lead over Lee Hord Sullivan and followed across by Jeremy Smith. But yes, David Hughes only 0.7 of a second behind Jeremy. So the battle's going to be on for that 3rd position to get through to the final. They were followed through by David Gray and I think, yes, I don't have a readout, so we just wait and see what happens as they come up to the finish line. Now about 300 metres out, and we can see Jeremy Smith starting to pour on the power. He's got right beside him over on his stroke side. The Powerhouse, I think, David Mays, who did come through in the lead. And then further across, Lee Hord Sullivan. But over on this side, just to the left of them, is Murwillumbah's David Hughes in the pale blue Zooty. But I think David Hughes is not quite in the mix. Right behind him is Andrew Gray from Yarra, and further out the Doug Rolfe and Tim Moran. But out in the lead there at the moment, we have Powerhouse's David Hayes. Jeremy Smith is probably going to take the 3rd spot just behind him, and over on the far side, Corio Bay's Lee Sullivan. So it does seem that those 3 will be the ones that go through to the final. Murwillumbah's David Hughes has there's a bit more space between him and the first 3 now, so unfortunately he doesn't make it through to the final. It's going to be further back to Andrew Gray from Yarra, and Noosa's Tim Moran and Tableland's Doug Rolfe. But as they cross the finish line there, David Mays just cruising across, as is Jeremy Smith. They know they're through. Corio Bays, Lee Hord Sullivan in 3rd spot, then David Hughes from Murwillumbah in 4th, be followed across by Andrew Gray from Yarra. Quite some distance back now to Tableland's Doug Rolfe, and then out there in the middle, Noosa's Tim Moran. So down on the start line, we have the Men's Masters C single. Again, first heat of 2 heats, so it will be first 4 through to the final. Over on the far side, in lane 3 from North Esk, Patrick Bird. Lane 4 from Melbourne, Gregor Thiesnack. Lane 5 from Essendon, Ben Stevenson. Lane 6 from Lindisfarne, Tom Wilcox. And in lane 7 from Hamilton, Josh Frisho. Cameron Trelaw from Black Mountain has scratched, so that leaves just 5 scullers in this race, and it's the first 4 through to the final. So they're probably about 200 metres in at the moment, too early to call. And from what I can see with my naked eye, looking down the course and on the video screen, it looks like there's a fairly straight line at this stage. Going to be a very hotly contested heat, this one, by the look of it at this stage. Only 5 of them in it, so none of them wants to come last if they want to progress through to the final, which will be, I don't know, in an hour and a half or so. As they're getting a little bit closer, it looks to be the 2 scullers on this side. So that's Tom Wilcox from Lindisfarne and Josh Frisho. But still too close, really. Over on the far side, Melbourne's Gregor Thiesnack and North Esk's Patrick Bird look to me like they have a slight lead over Ben and Stevenson from Essendon in the red Zooty out in the middle of these 5 scullers. They're just coming up to the 500 metre mark. So yes, it's Josh Frisho with a good length and a half lead over the Gregor C-Snack. Then it was Tom Wilcox and Patrick Bird, and followed through by Ben Stevenson, who's going to have to work very hard if he wants to get in the mix. So this is just the first 4 through to the final. It's 2 heats only. So we can see the leader of the pack, Josh Frisho, is now just cruising. He knows he's through. They've only got to beat Ben Stevenson from Essendon out there in the middle, who I suspect, he's putting on trying his hardest to catch up to the rest of the pack. Across on the other side there, we can see Patrick Bird from North Esk, about 300 metres out, just starting to wind it up a little bit, as is Gregor Thiensnack. My apologies for any mispronunciations, from Melbourne, and in the bright red boat there from Lindisfarne, Tom Wilcox.
And just Mark, just looking at the Hamilton sculler, Josh Frisho, and certainly the run that he's getting out of this boat, even at the ratings, it's got great length and a lot of run out of this boat. So a great display of sculling, and well and truly rowing within himself, and still able to hold off the rest of the field as he comes down to the last 100 metres.
Yeah, so I often think, Rob, when I'm out training and going at a low rate, and you look down at your stroke coach and you think, I could be winning a race at this pace. But of course, when we're racing, it gets a little more anxious and we go a little bit faster and harder. So Josh Frisho from Hamilton putting on a masterclass there as he crosses the field, a good 2 or 3 lengths ahead of Patrick Bird from North Esk over on the far side. Tom Wilcox from Lindisfarne has just pipped Gregor Thiensnack from Melbourne, and it'll be rounded out by Ben Stevenson from Essendon.
And after that race is complete, we move to race 150, the Men's Masters C Single Scull. In lane 3, Surfers Paradise, Andy Menzies. In lane 4, Brisbane and GPS's Julian Wright. In lane 5, North Shore's Andrew Simpson. In lane 6, Adelaide University's Damien Deleek. In lane 7, St George Cromwell Olivia. And in lane 8, we have Gold Coast Masters Juan Gumieres. And we just have a so we're going to, and we're just got a start now. This is we have a full start, so this is going to be a little bit of a delay. The Brisbane and GPS's Julian Wright, no it wasn't actually, it was North Shore's Andrew Simpson, was heading out for a little bit early, and will be called back, given a yellow card I imagine, and slap on the wrist and told not to do it again. So we're just back in line now. It didn't take any time at all, so I'm sure we'll get underway very, very quickly. So this race due to get underway at 2:25. So we're running about a minute late as a result of that. Full start. But it does look like we've got a line. Scullers are sitting in the ready position. We can't quite see the red light from here, but imagine that's well and truly flashing. So we are ready for a start in Heat 2 of the men's C Single Scull. Reminder that first 4 to the final. So and the rest is eliminated. So this is we'll be losing 2 out of this group who won't who won't move into the final later on this afternoon. And we have a start, and after a full start at the a minute or two ago, the North Shore's Andrew Simpson has completely missed the start on this one. So certainly making sure that he wasn't going to receive another yellow card or a red card indeed for jumping the start. So that hasn't fared very well for him at all. But we're off to a good start for the rest of the scullers. The Adelaide's Damien Deleek looks to have got away to a great start. It looks like the North Shore sculler now has got underway, and I'd suggest a lesson learned. He's got to be in the first 4 here, so he's got a bit of work to do to catch up the others. So hopefully he doesn't expend himself too much energy just trying to make that gap up that was missed at the start. But it does appear to be the St George's Cromwell Olivia, the Adelaide University's Damien Deleek, who have come out to an early lead. So they want to cement their place in the final very early. The Gold Coast Masters, Kuan Gamirez, is also right up there with this group of 3 on this side of the field. So as they come down to about 400 metres gone, it does appear to be Adelaide University's Damien Deleek, who has a slight advantage over St George's Cromwell Olivia. A little bit further back to the Gold Coast Masters, Kuan Gamirez, and over the other side, the Andy Menzies from the Surface Paradise Club. So they have certainly got some great conditions out on the course. Remembering only two of these competitors will not be going through, so they certainly will be taking a look across the track. But coming up to the 500 metre mark now, and it does look to be that it will be the St George sculler Cromwell Olivia who will go through in first place at the 500, followed by Damien Deleek. Andrew Simpson from North Shore has had a great comeback to come back in contention. Guan Gamirez is in 5th, Julian Wright in 6th. So they are. So that's where the racing is at the moment. But as I said, the North Shore sculler, after a absolute shocker of a start, has really forged his way back in, and I'd say he's probably moved himself up to second place in this race as we stand, and certainly looking like a rower possessed at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see if he can hold this on to the end. The Gold Coast sculler, Guan Gamirez, appears to have just slipped back a little bit. He's also over here flirting with the boys, so maybe a little bit tired, but a reminder once again, only the first 4 through. So the work all to be done by the Andy Menzies and Guan Gamirez. Hold it, he's just hit the boys. Guan Gamirez, as I said, he's skirting with those boys, and if you get a bit close, that is certainly what can happen. So that has stopped him dead, which has made his task ahead of him even much more, but he's coming back to have another go by the look of it. So he certainly will not help his forward progress. Notice where he is now. He's moving back across very slightly, but that could well have cost him a place in the final. Although he does look that little bit of an adrenaline shot has worked in his favour, and he certainly looks like he's overtaken Andy Menzies from Surface Paradise, and that's the one he has to beat. So that's where the race is on. These 3 out the front, though, they're working pretty hard. Cromwell Olivia just putting on a bit of a spurt. He's saying, well, look, I'd like that first place in the heat. Andrew Simpson from North Shore Rowing Club, after the disastrous start, has come back and had a great row to come through, and he will take in 2nd place, and it will be the Adelaide University in 3rd. It's a great race coming down to the line with Guan Gamirez. He doesn't want to look around too much more. He's only going to just get in front of the Surface Paradise sculler over there, and it will be Guan Gamirez taking that 4th place in the final, followed by Surface Paradise, and it will be the Brisbane and GPS's Julian Wright coming across in 6th place.
Very exciting stuff there, Rob. I don't know that you actually saw when he caught the buoy. It looked like he was going to go in, but he managed to right himself and get back in action. That's what we like to see. We now move on to race 151, which is the first heat of the Women's Masters F Quad over in lane, and it's a full house over in lane 2 from Bensdale. Well, it's a Bensdale composite. Sue Howard-Smith from ANA, Bet Ann Hine from Pine River, Tony Milne from Pine River, or Phoenix. One of them's Phoenix and one's Phoenix, and Lynn Broad from Bensdale. In lane 3, a Torrens composite of Alison Smith from Port Adelaide, Colette Barry from Port Adelaide, Robin Gray-Gardner from Torrens, and Simone Ellis from Torrens. In lane 4, a St George composite of Joanne Ward from St George, Jenny Wilson from St George, Louise McCoach from North Shore Rowing, who seemed to just come down the coast this course not very long ago, Christine McCready from St George. They're coached by Bruce Williams and Ken Ambler. In lane 5 for Black Mountain composite of Kathy Nash from Black Mountain, Julie Underwood from Corowa, Christine Young from Black Mountain, and Vicky Newman from Black Mountain. In lane 6 from Black Mountain, Cecily Young, Mary Quilty, Colleen Chapman, and Yvonne Pearls. Lane 7, a Perth composite of Julia Wood from Exeter, Deb Barry, Edwina Foster, and Kathy Ride from Perth. In lane 8, a Canning Bridge composite of Linda Peppel from Canning Bridge, Indra Sivakulandhu, my apologies for any mispronunciations, from ANA, Sandra Clark from ANA, and Melissa Harpley from Canning Bridge. And in lane 9, an Essendon composite of Heidi Fry from Essendon, Lisa Gandolfo from Essendon, Jill Plummer from Melbourne, and Cindy Neenan from Essendon. And they're roaring down the course now. They're about to hit the 500 metre mark, and it does look to be the Torrens composite who has a lead over the rest of the field, but the rest of the field is all very close together. So could be anyone's. It's only the first 4 through to the final. So as we're seeing with a lot of these races, these heats are really where the action is. I would pick it at, as they're coming through, that is the Torrens composite, followed across by the St George North Shore composite, then the Black Mountain crew, and all very close to by the Canning Bridge composite and the Perth Exeter composite. They were followed through by the Black Mountain composite, then Essendon, Melbourne, and Bensdale composite rounding it out. But it's pretty close to call here, particularly for that coveted 4th position. The Perth Exeter composite was only half a second behind the Canning Bridge crew, and then it was only less than a second back to the next crew, which I can't remember what they are, and we have our technician in the studio at the moment fixing the screen for us, so we'll be able to give better call out a little bit into the future, but they're just approaching the final 250 metres of this race, and the Torrens composite over the far side have themselves a very handy lead. They've made their effort to come all the way from South Australia worthwhile at this stage, so they should go through to the final. But as we saw in the last race, mishaps can occur just in this last stretch of the race. They're being hotly followed by the St George composite, the St George and North Shore, and it does look to me that we're going to have the Black Mountain crew, not the Black Mountain composite, but the Black Mountain crew is going in 3rd spot. The Perth composite crew is just having a little bit of steering issues, but they've come back into the centre of the lane. It's going to be very close for the 4th position between the South Australians from Canning Bridge, ANA, it's not, it's getting my horizontal black and white stripes wrong, and the Perth composite and the Black Mountain composite out there in the middle. The Adelaide crew, the Torrens composite, took out their first place. They were followed through by the St George composite, then Black Mountain, and then it was lane 7, the Perth composite, just by a canvas over the Canning Bridge and then the Black Mountain composite. They're followed across by Essendon composite, over on the far side the Bensdale composite, and I think that was how it came through. So down on the start line we have the Heat 2, and Rob's going to let us know what's happening there.
Yeah, some interesting crews in that last race. The Bensdale composite, Bensdale, Phoenix, Pine Rivers and A&A. So that's quite a spread across a number of states in Australia for that crew. So congratulations to that crew for getting together and getting to the Australian Masters. We now move to race 152, the Women's Masters F Quad Scull Heat 2. And once again, that progression first 4 through to the final. In lane 2, Mackay Composites, Jane Dugira, Jacqueline De Jong, Kylie Pedder and Therese Clancy. In lane 3, Newcastle's Fiona Wallace, Phoebe Sanders, Sharon Butler and Sue Brown, coached by John McLeod. Lane 4, Balmain Rowing Clubs, Anne Pham, Anthea Waldersea, Susie Tay, Nicola Reid and coached by Kim Mackney. Lane 5, Melbourne Composite, Geraldine Goss, Alison Kirkwood, Sandra Wilson and B. Klein Van Mullicum from the Melbourne Rowing Club. In lane 6, Endeavour Composite, Tess Fearon, Chris Brennan, Rosalie Finesse, Diane McShane, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 7, Nagambie Composites, Ruth Oliver, Julie Cochin, Frances Graham, Wendy Cotter. In lane 8, Glebe, Catherine Maxwell, Louise McCauley, Camille Rains Greenow and Jilly Hanna. And in lane 9, Curtin University's Ronnie Cooper, Alison White, Pam Nichols and Sharon Ann Jones. And they have a great lineup there at the moment, so it looks like the start is imminent. And certainly all crews sitting at the ready. A little bit of tapping happening there. There's not a lot of movement or a wind at the start, so it shouldn't be too difficult to keep these boats fairly straight for at least the first 50 or so metres. We've seen some difficulties that seem to occur after that, but certainly we've seen from the last couple of races, just being able to be aware of where you are in the lane, and if you start drifting, correct it nice and early rather than once you've hit the buoys. But they're away to a great start. The crew in the Nagambie Composite getting away to a bit of a flyer here, and they look to be in lane 7. Look to go away to a great start, but certainly as long as they can hold it. And we can see from behind there, they're actually steering a little bit diagonally down the course as well, heading over towards lane 8, the Glebe crew in lane 8. Oh, sorry, it's more like it's the Endeavour Composite going a bit skew on the course. They've now made a big correction. Once again, does nothing for boat speed, all this steering. The crew over in the Mackay Composite and the Newcastle Composite crews over in lane... Well, it does look like we might be missing a crew there, but we're just trying to see that. Oh no, we've got them all there. So the Mackay Composite, Newcastle, Balmain crews all on the other side there. The Melbourne Composite though, this very, very, very experienced crew of Geraldine Goss, Alison Kirkwood, Sandra Wilson and B. Klein Van Mullicum certainly look to have jumped out to a big lead at the moment, and certainly the race, that's where the race will be, in that middle of the field. So we're coming down about 400 metres travelled, still quite close across the field. It does look like that crew of Melbourne Composite, the Endeavour Composite and the Nagambie Composite all look to be right up there in close proximity to each other. And it will be interesting to see what the splits are coming through with 500. And as we pan around a bit, it does look like also the Curtin University crew over on this side, the lane 9, also look to be in the mix. It does look like these 4 of these crews have just moved ahead of the rest of the field a little bit, and once again with those 4 progression through to the final, all the work to be done by those trailing pack. But at this point in time, it was the Melbourne Composite crew going through comfortably, or not comfortably, 0.8 of a second over the Mackay Composite, just 2 seconds back to the Endeavour Lake Macquarie and 0.59 of a second back to Nagambie. Then followed back to Newcastle. It will be Curtin University, Balmain and a little bit further back to Glebe. So the first four place getters look fairly certain at this stage. It's about a 2-length gap that Nagambie have over Newcastle, who would be the only one who can really vie for a place in the final outside of these current top 4. So as we come into the 350 odd metres to go, the Melbourne composite crew of Goss, Kirkwood, Wilson and Klein Van Mullicum have just stepped it up a little bit and now look to be just extended their lead ever so slightly over the Endeavour composite crew to their left, and to their left the Nagambie composite, and that's where the race is for these 3 positions. Back over on the other side, the Mackay composite crew is certainly holding their own in that 4th position, and notwithstanding any disasters in any of these crews, it looks like these will be the 4 crews that will go through to the final. Once again, the Nagambie composite crew just doing a little bit of a push now, and they've pulled right up and pulling right up onto the Melbourne composite. But if you have a look at the rating in that Melbourne composite crew, there is no stress. It is the ratings down. It's just nice, clean rowing. The Mackay composite has pulled up beside them as well. They don't look too stressed either. So it's going to be a great race in this final as they come into the red boys in the last 100 metres. So all these 4 crews now realise that they've got the final place in the bag, just all winding it down, just relaxing into the line, conserving energy, and they'll play it. But it will be that Melbourne composite crew coming across in first, followed by Mackay, the Endeavour composite in 3rd, and the Nagambie composite in 4th place. They're your four crews to the final. Newcastle coming down to the line, about another 3 strokes to go. They will cross just in front of the Curtin University, followed by Balmain, and a little bit further back to Glebe Rowing Club.
And we move now to a pretty exciting race. This is the Men's Masters J to M8. We have 3 crews, so J is 80 to 83, and we have a K crew so we have 2 crews at a J, and the average age of that crew is between 80 and 83, and then we have a Leichhardt composite crew where the average age would be from 83 to 86, so that's the K crew. Over on the far side in lane 4, it's a Goolwa and Riverside composite. Hugh Orr, Alan Bessel, Richard Clark, Paul Gunson, Peter Hendy, Peter Smith, Maxwell Hoseason Smith, David England, and Gillian Harfield is their cox, and they're coached by Ron Mobbs. In lane 5, we have a Banks, Toowong, and Manning River composite. It's Ray Beaton, Jonathan Lausberg, Derek Wilson, Alan Swindon, Peter Anderson, Peter Gell, Chris Gastine, Jim Lowe, and they're coxed by Bill Webster. So those 2 J crews go off 14 seconds. They are now underway. The crew off go from Leichhardt, Pine Rivers, St George, Drummoyne, Wollumbar, North Shore and Viking, which I believe is a German club, is Michael College, Ian Matheson, David Kay, John McDonald, Graham Wern, Ian Toll, Ian Russell, Nick Dorsch, Jackie Marks is the cox, and they're coached by Ian Matheson. And as we can see them coming down the field, we can see the K crew at the moment is still holding that 14-second lead over the other 2, who look to be going pretty much neck and neck. For crews of this age, the rating is at a pretty good pace. Usually with the older crews, you see the rating is pretty slow, but the technique is amazing because many of them have rowed their whole lives. So very exciting race now. We can see the Banks composite, so that's Banks, Toowong and Manning River, starting to catch up and probably overtake the Leichhardt crew. but hot on their tail over on the far side of the South Australians, the Goolwa Riverside Composite crew. It does look as they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. The K crew, so that's 83 to 86 average age, is just holding their own. They've got the Banks Composite crew right beside them, so they're just a bow ball ahead as they came through the 500 metre mark, as I think the younger crew, those sprightly young men between the ages of 80 to 83, are just managing to overtake them. So as they're coming down the course now, we can see the Banks Composite J crew, which has representatives from Banks, Toowong and Manning River, starting to push through, and it looks like they've pushed past. They're probably about half a length ahead now of the Leichhardt Composite. The interesting part to see will be whether the Goolwa Composite can catch up with Leichhardt, and I think those older blokes in the Leichhardt Composite crew are managing to hold them off quite well. So they had a 14-second handicap, and I'd suggest that maybe Goolwa's whittled that down slightly, but Leichhardt are managing to hold their own. But look at this, we're seeing the Banks Composite power down the field. We can see Ray Beaton sitting in the bow seat with his distinctive Manning River zooty on. Then all the pink zooties from the Banks crew chucked in with the yellow of Toowong. So they're fairly powering down the course now. They're probably hitting about 25, 26 strokes a minute. Some of them possibly lost a bit of their flexibility. Some of those strokes aren't particularly long, but they're in time, which is the key to a good 8. A great effort. They're now a couple of lengths ahead of the Leichhardt K crew. Leichhardt holding their own. I think they've just upped it a little bit to make sure they put on a very strong finish. But what a fantastic performance. I hope one day I'm out there doing this as well. So that's a win to the Banks Composite of Ray Beaton, Jonathan Lawsberg, Derek Wilson, Alan Swindon, Peter Anderson, Peter Gell and Chris Garston. They're followed across by the K crew from Michael College, Ian Matheson, David Kay, John McDonald, Graham Wern, Ian Toll, Ian Russell and Nick Dorsch. And they were then followed across by the South Australians, Hugh Orr, Alan Bessel, Richard Clark, Paul Gunson, Peter Hendy, Peter Smith, Maxwell Hoseason Smith, David England, and they were coxed by Julian Hatfield. That makes my day to see 3 over 80s, 8s crews racing down the course, putting on a fantastic performance.
And Mark, my understanding is that because that K crew did come across the line in second place and it's the first K crew, they'll get a medal, as will the Banks Composite. The Goolwa Composite unfortunately will miss out.
Fantastic. And I'm now about to go off and do another race. So we're handing over to Catherine James to keep you on your toes, Rob.
And while we're doing that changeover from Mark thanks Mark for the last couple of hours, and welcome Catherine. And we have the Women's Masters A8, event 155. Karen Composites, Sally Shepardson, Lucinda Rodriguez, Sally Glenn, Angelique Everett, Cindy Plowman, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Jackie Deville, Sarah Haywood, Jessica Cuddy, coached by Drew Holman. The Glebe crew of in lane 5, Emily Constantine, Emma Hutchinson, Anna Wells, Elizabeth Dorian, Rachel McEwen, Gemma Bassett, Julia Simon, Catherine Poulter, and Jennifer Pollock is their coxswain. In lane 6, it's the Mossman crew of Helen Krieber, Mina Hornby, Kelly Ross, Lucy Stackpole Moore, Sarah Hearn, Alexandra Wilding, and Kim Laurie. And Carissa Kleiman, coached by Chloe Jureta, coxed by Chloe Gioretta, coached by James Taylor, having a bit of trouble there. This majority of this crew came down a couple of races ago in about the BLC, I think the C8 for a great win, and this race looks to be a cracker as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. It does look to be the Mossman crew who have gone out to about a half-length lead over the rest of the other two crews. So it does look at this time like the Carrum Composite is in second place, followed by the Glebe crew. And it is indeed the Mossman Composite crew, the Mossman crew going through in 1:46, followed by the Carrum Powerhouse crew in second place, and the third place Glebe Rowing Club as they come into the 400 odd metres to go. And it does look a very polished performance by this Mossman crew. They are certainly have the rating up, and they've got the confidence of being able to look back and see the other two crews behind them. The Carrum Composite crew just wandering around the lane a little bit at the moment, but seem to have got it straight now. But they're on the sprint now and certainly have just kicked it up another point or two. But that Mossman crew have responded in kind, and they look to be pulling away from the Carrum crew at this time. The Glebe crew hanging in there and having a great row because there's nothing in it. This is the A8, so it's very fast and frantic out there, and it is the Mossman crew, though, coming with 250 metres to go. They've got the confidence, as I said, of being able to look over and see the Carrum Composite crew and know that they've got about a length and a half to make up if they want to take this win away from Mossman. So as we come down towards the last 250 metres, 200 metres, the Mossman crew, certainly polished performance by them, as we said earlier, and they are now pulling away and looking very, very comfortable coming down to the line, and they will be, notwithstanding disaster, will go through and take out this women's A8 of Australia. And about another 5 strokes to go. Once again, so well stroked by Carissa Kleiman, very experienced in that position, and leads the Mossman women to another great win in the Women's Masters A8, followed by the Carrum Powerhouse Composite. And coming across the line now is the Glebe Rowing Club crew, rounding out the field for third. So 2 medals will be presented in this race. They will be the Mossman and Carrum Composite for first and second.
And welcome to the afternoon session. This is the last session of the day. Kath here, and I'm joined by someone who I didn't think I was going to be joined by, and he's not who I thought he was, but he's going to be awesome anyway. Chris Holliday's here, down from Queensland, am I right?
Well, I'd say up from Queensland, but...
Welcome, Chris. We're moving right along here to race 156. I'll let him get his jelly legs on and warm up his tongue so we can get started together. But on the start line now is a final. They have just got the starters call the green light and had a ripper of a start. We've got the Buckingham Composite with Ulverstone of Jason DeBell and Pete Gibson. The Drummoyne Composite of New South Wales, Jason Waddell and Andrew Goldstein. Corio Bay, Duncan Ashby and David Kelly. The Brisbane Grammarians Composite with Pine Rivers, Michael Hart and Jono Tannehill. Coming down the middle of the course, Newcastle Rowing Club's Jack Hanley and Ben Homer. University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou with his brother George. And the Gold Coast Masters with Commercial, and Matthew Napa and Juan Grameris, and Yarra Yarra round out lane 8 from Victoria, Ben Lucadello Wells and Gareth McShear. This is going to be a ripper of a race, Chris. There are some big names in this race. They're going to be hungry for this Men's Masters A, and it's the final. Let's have a look what's happening on the course. And it does look like that Buckingham Composite, Dobell and Gibson over in the far side might be edging out ahead of the crews in lane 2, Des Moines Composite and Corio Bay. But coming on, storming up strongly through the middle of the course, it looks to be Newcastle's Jack Hanley and Ben Homer. We can't discount the boys from the University of New South Wales or the Yarra Yarra crew of Brett Lucadello Wells or Gareth McShea. But as they approach the 135 in and the 500 metres, it is Newcastle at 138.79, followed by the Gold Coast Masters Commercial, Des Moines Nepean, just 1.26 seconds behind them, followed by the Brisbane Grammarians, University of New South Wales, Corio Bay and Yarra Yarra. So it's that Newcastle group of Jack Hanley and Ben Homer, who on the far side of the course look to have a commanding 1 or 2 position in this race. Can you see anything better than me, Chris?
No, I have to say you're calling it great there, Catherine. Yeah, that crew from Newcastle actually competed at the Australian Championships earlier this year. I think Jack claiming Newcastle's first medal in some time. I think he's actually a bit concerned that you've let me up here with the microphone, to be honest. I know Jack very well. But they're comfortably sitting 36 strokes a minute and look to be cruising into a demanding lead. I think the real race here is going to be for that silver medal.
Yeah, the boys over in Buckingham Composite look to be riding the struggle bus a bit up there in lane 1, but storming through now is the Des Moines Composite of Waddell and Andrew Goldstein, and hot on their heels, the Newcastle group of Hanley and Homer. It's going to be a race for first place from those 2 lanes, but in third place, it looks like the Gold Coast Masters and commercial rowers of Napa and Glameris.
Yeah, look, it looks like a fantastic sprint finish. I mean, the Newcastle crew still holding their lead as they're moving into these last sort of 50 metres. But that race for the silver medal is really exciting. Gold Coast Masters and the crew there from Des Moines, those 2 composite crews battling it out. Both crews lifting the stroke rate. That crew from Queensland sitting at about 45 strokes a minute. But what a finish there. Very close.
Fantastic finish there from Jason Waddell and Andrew Goldstein to nip the silver medal off the Brisbane Grammarians in lane 4 of Michael. I might have got that wrong. Newcastle got it from Des Moines Nepean, followed by Gold Coast Commercial. So congratulations there to Jack Hanley and Ben Homer. And we had the crew from Yarra Yarra over the line, and finishing up from lane 1 now, the Buckingham Composite of Jason Dobell and Pete Gibson. Congratulations to the Men's Masters A double.
So coming up next, we have the Women's D single scull. In lane 1, commercial, Christine Taylor. In lane 2, Toowong, Christine Gilbert. In lane 3, Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald. In lane 4, Albert Park, Fiona Milne. In lane 5, Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club, Janine Donovan. In lane 7, Melbourne, Tanya Nishibata. In lane 8, Fremantle, Caroline Foster.
This is a very talented field in this Women's Masters D single. They are going to be a really stiff mix of good competition. We've got Tej here, who is in the State 8 for Victoria. There are some really names here that we see on the podium, regatta after regatta. And Christine Taylor from Commercial Rowing Club in lane 1, who won the point score at last year's Barrington Regatta. And of course, Trudy, we've talked about her rise through the ranks in singles rowing. Every name on this list, Chris, has fantastic results over the whole season, have been training exceptionally hard on and off the water. You have to do a lot more, as you would well attest to being a coach, that it's what you do off the water every day consistently that gets you into the medal positions at the top competitive Masters regatta. In Australia, that is the AMRC Nationals. This is race 157 of the Women's Masters D single. And it does look like Christine Taylor is showing her form in this afternoon's fantastic conditions, as they are 1 minute 20 into this race, just with 2:50 down.
Yeah, look, it's been a fantastic start early on. There's a couple of crews there all fighting it out. Look, Christine Taylor, Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie seems to be up there as well as Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven. So it'll be interesting to see how this race progresses as we get down to the latter end of the race. I wouldn't say anyone's claiming that victory just yet, but exciting stuff. And as you were saying there before, you know, obviously these women have done well in their respective states, so this opportunity to test themselves on the national stage is always exciting. You know, often there's always a new face in there as well that sort of sneaks in later on.
As they're coming through the 500 here, we will get some numbers for you, but it looks like Shoalhaven's Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry, is having a fantastic race. She's over at 2.02 over the 500, followed by Trudy McDonald, just 0.16 of a second behind her. Tanya Nishibata, followed by Fiona Milne. On her tail is Christine Taylor, Janine Donovan, Christine Gilbert, and coming up the tail now is Carolyn Foster. But it's Katrina Davis who has just a microsecond lead from Trudy McDonald. Anything could happen as they try to squeeze up into the next gear of this race plan.
I mean, how exciting was that progressing through the 500 meters? I mean, there's not much in it at this stage. I mean, it does look like those two ladies have taken a little bit more of a lead on the rest of the field. But really, that gold medal's anyone's guess at this stage.
I'm just keeping my eye on that yellow Impaca for Trudy McDonald of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. And then stepping back in the next lane, Fiona Milne from Albert Park, South Melbourne. And nose to nose with Trudy is Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven. So it is going to be a battle for that first place position between, I would say, as long as there's no unforeseen mishap, between Trudy and Katrina, and then it's going to be a right royal battle for the third place, and that looks to be between potentially Fiona Milne and then the pink boat over there of Christine Gilbert from Toowong. But let's not discount Sydney's Janine Tej Nishibata. It's between those boats for third place, but right now it's coming to a very, very exciting finish here between Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie and Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven. It's stroke for stroke. It's going to be who can surge over that finish line first as they come.
You're looking, and we can see that crew for Trudy McDonald really trying to challenge.
I don't think she's going to catch her.
I don't think she's done enough early on, but I think it was consolidated there in that third 250 meters. But she had a crack to make sure she could try and make it not easy for her.
Nicely said. It was Katrina in silver, and it's going to be Tej who takes out the bronze medal in this Women Masters D single, followed by Albert Park's Fiona Milne. And in that pretty pink boat over there in lane 1, Commercial's Christine Taylor, but there's still a late surge coming from Sydney's Janine Donovan as she looks over to her right. She couldn't quite catch her, but lane 8, Fremantle's Carolyn Foster wants to get that position just ahead of Toowong's Christine Gilbert, and she did that successfully. Well done to Carolyn. I saw that surge there, Carolyn. Very well done.
Well, we've had a start in our next race, which is the lightweight women's D single scull. In lane 1, Noosa Cindy Vermeulen, coached by David J. Doyle. In lane 2, Leichhardt Daniela Borgert, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3, Noosa Joe Emerson, coached by David J. Doyle. In lane 4, Essendon, represented by Simone Richardson. In lane 5, Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid. In lane 6, Powerhouse, Emily Harridge. In lane 7, Glebe, Cecil Fern, coach Robert Dallimore. In lane 8, Commercial, represented by Annette Quayle.
Yeah, it's great that they've got the lightweight divisions coming back into these regattas in the last few years. This is a final. It's a lightweight final, and we look to have a full field in this race. I'd love to tell you who was on the podium now in these big eights, but that was in the transition period between the changeover of commentators. So it's definitely the Mossman crew down there in their Wally Whites, and the Karam crew, which is looks to be a composite crew heading off there, just off the pontoon right now. You want to go, Chris?
Oh, sorry. Well, we're very quickly approaching the 500-metre mark of the race on the course at the moment. Again, very competitive field here in the lightweight division, but it does look to be the crew in lane 5 of Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid, who is pushing out into that lead. I'd say she's sitting about a length up on the rest of the field, comfortably rating 33 strokes a minute. Often see a little bit more rate on the lighties. They just seem to be able to get it up, but yep, she's a length up as they cross the 500-metre mark against the crew of Janine. Oh, I lost her name there.
Maybe I think it's Danielle. Daniela Borgert is in second place. She'll be keen to hang on to this, Chris.
Yeah.
She was the Masters Row of the Year last year, and she's coached by her partner in Love and Life, Steve Sherry, who'll no doubt be sitting in the stands and watching this keenly. But at the 500, Janine Reid does have a 3-second lead over Daniela, followed by Emily. That might change in this as they enter into the last third of the race, and they'll be wanting to do their full sends right to the end, pointing for the line and reaching for a non-stop finish on this one.
Yes, a little bit of work to be done, but definitely not out of contention for that gold medal. It still looks to be Janine Reid from Brisbane and GPS holding that lead, but she's definitely got to hold on to the work through this latter end of the race, as she's definitely being charged down by a number of competitors there.
It seems to be correct that the first place position might be a big contest, as might the silver. And if we can get a bit of a lift from Cecile Fair from Glebe in lane 7, it'll also be a contest for the bronze medal. But at the moment, it looks to be between Daniela Borgert over in lane 2 for Leichhardt and Janine Reid from Brisbane and GPS in the centre of the course.
I mean, look at Daniela down there in lane 2, really just lifting the tempo up. She's definitely not letting this one go. As you said, she was the champion last year.
She better put the juice on here, Chris, because I think that Janine might be just pulling away from her ever so slightly. They'll come into our line of vision in a moment, as they've got about 15 strokes left to go.
That's it. They're both definitely lifting the rate up. There you can see Janine having a look over her shoulder, just keeping her in her eyesight.
I think she's got it, Chris. She didn't come here to go home empty-handed, and it will be Janine Reid who takes the lightweight women's Masters single, just a half length over Daniela Borgert from Leichhardt, and coming in nicely now from Powerhouse is Emily Hardage for the bronze medal. They're still racing it out. Lanes 3, Joe Emerson coming here in just ahead of Essendon's Simone Robertson, followed by Glebe's Cecile Ferrer. And we've got lane 8's Commercial Annette Quayle coming in a few boat lengths ahead of Cindy Vermeulen, coached by David Doyle from the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club. Over there in lane 1, they're nuzzling each other down here under the commentary tower. We almost had a little doubles clash between those medal-winning boys.
Looking at the way they're talking to each other, I think it's all on purpose there. They're having a bit of a chuckle.
I don't like getting too close to other boats, Chris. It usually ends in a tangle that's ever so hairy and unpleasant. It's kind of like when you're riding a bicycle and you have to go through 2 poles. I put them squarely each side of me, and as I'm riding through, inevitably I crash into one of them. And this beautiful Glebe Women's 8 is rowing off past the commentary tower with a little guy in the cox's lap. And that might well be Ari, the son of the stroke in that seat. It's a very cosy little arrangement there. They're racing down the course now. for the men's Masters D pair in race 159. Looks like the old collegians might be getting into that gin tasting up in the grandstand. That is a scratch crew of Robert McPhee and Nicholas Ferros. In lane 3, which is on the far side of the course, the University of New South Wales, Andrew McEncroe and James Halliday. Carrum Composites with Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis and Drew Holman. A&A Rowing Club's Robert Boylan and Stuart Clark, coached by Lauren Duncan, Louisa Anderson and Renee Bravelli. The Mersey Composite with North Esk of Patrick Bird and Shane Broad. Black Mountain in the distinctive red and black on the course, Stephen McGlynn and Ian Mongan. And the Brisbane GPS Composite of Hamish Dunbar and Alex Adam, coached by Alan Borgia.
And as we move through the halfway mark, it's that Carrum Yarra Composite that have taken a lead, 2.69 seconds ahead the Mersey North Esk. So we have the Victorians and the Tasmanians battling it out at this stage for the gold medal, followed again there by the A&A Composite, A&A crew of Robert Boyle and Stuart Clark. Those three crews sort of setting the tone very early on, very closely followed for that fourth place. So I wouldn't say the three medals are decided, but we're definitely seeing some competitive racing in the men's D pair this afternoon.
Yeah, they look to have a nice lead there, Chris. That crew from Carrum Composite, Nick Inglis from Yarra Yarra and Drew Holman from Carrum. Carrum's been having a rip snorter of a regatta. I was talking to some of the Carrum rowers up in the stands, and every time I'm in a race, it's Carrum is on the, ahead of me, really, frankly. So it looks like the Nick Inglis, Drew Holman pairing is going to take out gold in this Men Masters D pair.
But definitely not challenge, taking it easy. That crew there from Tasmania definitely lifting the stroke rate up, trying to really make a big effort, a big push at it for these final 100 metres. I just don't think there's enough water left for them to do it. It will be that crew from Carrum and Yarra Yarra taking out the gold medal, followed very closely by a, crew that is definitely not giving up. They're the two clear leaders of this race. The real fight here is for that bronze medal.
Look at them coming through in lane 8. Brisbane GPS, Hamish Dunbar and Alex Adam. They were picking up this boat speed incredibly. I watched them stealthily stalking their competitors in lane 8, and then they really put the pressure on, and I don't know, but I think they stormed into the bronze medal position, 0.4 of a second over the University of New South Wales. They took their eye off the game. Andrew McEncroe and James Halliday just getting pipped at the post for the bronze medal in the Men Masters D pair. That was so fantastic from Hamish Dunbar and Alex Adam. I think Alan Borgia should be jumping up and down with what those boys just pulled out of the hat.
Yeah, look, you're going to have two men very gutted and two men very happy there, but what a way to finish a race, and that's what it's all about. Racing it to the end. The race isn't over till that bar's crossed the line, so what an exciting finish for the bronze medal there in the men's D pair.
Yeah, that was really awesome. How exciting. I'll get you to, I'll handball this one to you for the roll call on the Women's Masters G4, if that would be okay. I really love the accent that I'm hearing here, Chris. Where is it from?
Look, originally South Africa. I've been in Australia for many years, though, and have British parents and Scottish grandparents. So honestly, I don't actually know where my accent comes from.
Very nicely, eloquent. So why don't you tell us what's happening in this race? Because before we know it, within the next 4 minutes, they're going to be crossing this finish line.
Well, in lane 3, North Shore, represented by Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton, Karen Knowles, and coach Kim Rudder. In lane 4, Perth, Vanessa Grant, Nikki Caddo, Catherine Kennedy, and Celia Cornwell. In lane 5, Curtin University Composite, represented from Curtin University, Perth Rowing Club, and the University of WA. We have Adele Chapman, Evelyn Bowen, Carolyn Fennell, and Ronnie Cooper. In lane 6, Riverway Composite, represented from Riverway Commercial Rowing Club, Riverside, and the Sunshine Coast, with Julie Ann Kelly, Chili Parker, Kenwyn Fay, and Jacqueline de Jong. And in lane 7, Commercial Rowing Club with Chris Clements, Joe Cook, Barbara Hall, and Kathy Baxter. And that race is very quickly progressing through to the 500 meter mark.
Yeah, there are some very seasoned rowers in this G4. They've been rowing decades, some of them, and they've put in a massive season. I know the girls from North Shore certainly have, but there's been a lot of travel from most of these other crews, their competitors coming from Queensland and WA. So the pressure would be really on now here. This is a final. They want this one. It's much sought after, the G4, and the intensity will start to build as they're coming into the 500. They want to get that feeling of the sit back on the push just before they go into the recovery for the next leg drive. I mean, here I am pretending to, be able to pick apart the technicalities of a perfect stroke, Chris, when you're actually the coach.
Look, they're doing a great job. I mean, it's a very, very competitive race there between that Riverway Composite and the North Shore Rowing Club. I know you've got a certain Zooty on at the moment that you're showing me, so we can see who you might be barracking for, so maybe why we're being a little bit quiet now, because you don't want to be screaming for those ladies from North Shore. But they're doing a terrific job holding on to a very strong contingent from that Riverway Composite. Moving into the sort of the third 250 meters of the race, it's still those two crews battling it out, but very closely followed by the Commercial and Curtin University crew fighting it out for the bronze medal, and not to mention that crew from WA, the Perth Composite crew, still hot on their tails. So really this race is everyone. I think it's still safe to say Riverway are pushing that little bit further ahead.
They are, Chris, but I think they might have just had a steering problem. They're jumping around like a frog in a hot sock on that course. They've had a problem with the boys, that Riverway Composite crew, and it might just have given North Shore the break that they were looking for. You can see that they did have a steering issue and continue to have so, but I think that North Shore took that opportunity and they have surged ahead now in that women's G4. I mean, anything can happen, right? Everything's going perfectly, and then you just take a few stronger strokes on one side and you're in the boys.
Listen, we are in the afternoon session as well, and I'm sure that bar has been frequently visited, but you never know.
I feel for that Riverway Composite though, because that really slowed them down, that little steering issue, and North Shore looked to have come home storming through with the Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Jeanette Pendleton and Karen Knowles. I think Kim Rudder's going to be extremely happy with the advantage that crew took here. It is going to be the North Shore crew who take gold in the women's G4, followed by the Riverway Composite of Julianne Kelly, Chili Parker, Kynan Fay and Jacqueline de Jong. Congratulations then to the Curtin University Composite, Adele Chapman, Evelyn Bowen, Carolyn Fennell and Ronnie Cooper.
Yes, look, those ladies from North Shore just keeping it long, keeping it consistent, and it really worked for them in the latter end of that race. Very unfortunate with the steering, but I don't think that Riverway Composite crew should be too disappointed there. I mean, it was a fantastic race between both those crews. In fact, all the crews, to be honest. It's a very challenging boat, the Cox is for. And now we're going to move into the women's G Cox 4, so at least hopefully steering won't be a problem in this one.
Just before we do that though, I do want to mention a little bit about Chili Parker, who just rowed in that race. She's been rowing since she was 13 years old and actually rowed for the West German national squad under the supervision of Karl Adam at the Ratzenberg Rowing Academy in Germany. She was selected in the Montreal Olympics for West Germany as a stroke in 1976. That's Chili Parker, who was just in the Riverside Composite. And just before we go, I need to say a very warm hello to Christian and her granddaughters Evelyn and Claire, who are watching this on the live stream from Copenhagen, and Chili's brother Hardy, who is in Hamburg. And I got this information from Jeffrey Parker, her much adoring husband. So to Chili Parker, welcome to the Nationals and well done on that fantastic silver medal. Thanks.
And it just goes to show the caliber of people that this regatta really draws. You know, we have everything from novices who have learned to row at their respective clubs to ex-Olympians, world champions. It's just a great fun environment when everyone can get together and ultimately just be here for the love and the passion for the sport that we all enjoy, which is rowing. But enough about that. We've got to go back to the course here and going back into the Women's G Coxed 4, which in lane 3 we have a Toowong composite, Toowong and Commercial, Heather Warren, Louise Street, Lynette Brown, Marion Ellett, and coxed by Ethan Stokes and coached by Angelina Ellis. In lane 4, Melbourne, Jill Plummer, Val Dahl, Jan Naylor, Irene Benjamin, coxed by Zena Marzi. In lane 5, ANU composite. So we've got ANU, Manning River, and Lake Macquarie. Elaine Bissica, Anne Campbell, Amanda Cavill, Sue Donahue, and coached by Jackie Peel. In lane 6, Karam, Elizabeth Ritchie, Anthea Amos, Mary Hunter, Helen Kelly, and coxed by Tessa Plant. Coach there, Drew Holman. And lane 7, it's another one from North Shore, Suzanne Walter, Suzanne Waynan, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and Jane Kavanagh is the cox there, once again coached by Kim Rudder.
And as North Shore come through the 500, they are 2 seconds ahead of the Karam crew. And then there's a big lot of clear water before Melbourne, followed by Toowong Commercial and the ANU Composite. The ANU Composite, who I had the pleasure of rowing this morning in the F4 coxed with Jackie Peel from St George. That's a great group of women there, and Mandy Cavill has brought those boats down from Manning River, dusted them off and got them down here with all the adversity that they've been facing. But it looks like the North Shore crew has held on to their leading position, but they are being pushed really hard by Karam. Karam's Elizabeth Ritchie, Anthea Amos, Mary Hunter, and Helen Kelly, coxed by Tessa Plant, are putting some pressure on that North Shore crew now. Now, they're used to pressure. They've been training for this, but I don't know if they expected that Karam would be so close to their tail.
Well, Catherine, what I've really enjoyed about these North Shore 4s from the previous race and this is they actually have the stroke rate a little bit lower. They're focusing really on the length through the middle of the race, and it's really worked well for them. It worked very well for them in that previous result in the Cox's 4, but this North Shore crew sitting at about 28 strokes a minute, which is actually relatively low for a 1,000-metre rowing race, but they're just doing such a great job at holding the length and driving the boat.
There's a lot of experience in those. They're both in their pairs, respectively, Sue Wannon and Sue Walter in the bow pair, and Nikki Blackwell and Peggy McBride in the stern pair. They are not going to make any errors here. They are very seasoned rowers. They're very athletic, quite amazing, and they are going to take out the gold in the Women Masters G Coxed 4. There's Jane with her little head poking out.
Now, young Jane, is she an ex-Loretta Kirribilli girl? Because I believe I used to coach her many years ago.
Well, they have taken gold in this race, and Karam, congratulations on that silver medal. It is going to be Lane 4's Melbourne Rowing Club, Jill Plummer, Val Dahl, Jan Naylor, and Irina Benjamin, coached by Zena Marzi, who are going to take it by 3/4 of a boat length over Lane 3 Toowong composite of Heather Warren, Louise Street, Lynette Brown, and Marion Elliott, coached by Ethan Stokes. And this is the ANU composite crew with Mandy Cavill. They're in the second seat. Elaine Bissica, Anne Campbell, and Sue Donahue, coxed by Jackie Peel. I'll try to get my words out.
I know sometimes it gets a little bit challenging here. We've had a very quick start there in the men's G double with the University of Queensland of David King and David Puller in lane 1. In lane 2, Riverway composite of Peter Thorin and Wayne Roy. In lane 3, Hawthorne, Mark Oliver and John Stewart. Lane 4, Commercial of Jeffrey Pierboom and Harry Fitzgerald. Lane 5, Ulverston composite of Tim, I might need a bit of help here, Yusuf Yuzofes and Michael Wilson. In lane 6, Murray Bridge Composite of Mark Johnson and Graham Hunter. Lane 7, Tablelands Composite of David Rafter and Lachlan McDonald. And lane 8, Lake Macquarie, Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevond, coached by Amos Noon.
It looks like the Riverway Composite of Peter Thorin and Wayne Roy are reacting to the pressure that is being put on them by the crew to their right of David King and David Puller over on the far side. They're lifting up a bit as Hawthorn, Mark Oliver and John Stewart just drop behind a little bit there in the field, because Commercial's Jeffrey Peribum and Harry Fitzgerald, together with the Ulverstone Composite, are giving them both a run for their money as they're pushing up through the middle of the course, digging in now, and we can see on the live stream the power is starting to come on. They do look fairly relaxed though, as they're pushing now ahead in lane 5, the Ulverstone Composite with Essendon's Jim Jafalsic and Michael Wilson from Ulverstone look to have an early lead at the 500. They do. There's less than 2 seconds from Commercial's Jeffrey Peribum and Harry Fitzgerald, and the Murray Bridge Riverside rowers of Mark Johnson and Graham Hunt are right on their tail.
And look, as we've seen through a number of these races, the 500 metre mark not necessarily dictating what that finish line looks like. I mean, it's great to see these lanes so full, these crews all settled in their respective rhythms. Again, that Ulverstone Composite doing a great job to sustain their lead as we're moving into the final stages of this race. But by all means, they are being chased down from those crews from Commercial, Murray Bridge, as well as Riverway Composite. You know, all starting to lift the stroke rate up as we move into these final 100 metres, 150 metres. But I would still say Ulverstone doing an excellent job sustaining their rhythm, sustaining their rate and absorbing that pressure that's being put on them. By all means, this race is nowhere near over. That excitement and that energy coming through from the Riverway, the Commercial and the Murray Bridge crews as we're moving up into, into that final stages. The crews now entering the red buoys. Commercial really lifting the stroke rate up. They're charging for it. Do they have enough to challenge these men from down in Victoria? I don't think they quite have it, but they're definitely not letting them giving up. Still also that Murray Bridge Composite, hot on Commercial's tails. Both these three crews now quite comfortably pulling away from that crew of Riverway Composite who was sitting and making that later charge for the bronze medal, but they will have to settle for fourth. But it is that Ulverstone Composite doing a great job from start to finish, taking out the gold, followed then by Commercial in the silver medal, Murray Bridge in bronze, and unfortunately Riverway will have to settle for a convincing fourth place. They definitely wanted to challenge those crews, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough.
Wow, Chris, I got to say, that's a lesson in how to commentate. That was awesome. I just realised if I just let you go and do your own thing, you're going to lift us all up to new dizzying heights with this fantastic calling of that race.
Well, thanks for those compliments, but please don't leave. It's nice to obviously share this booth with someone as experienced as yourself.
Did you get the feeling I was heading out, did you?
I did. I heard the gin and tonics are on ice at this stage.
I'm here for the long haul because it's a really exciting race for me, this one. I've got a personal invested interest in it. Race 163, the Women's Masters B double. I've always got to look at the screen and see how many oars they've got because I don't know what the little X compared to the little dash means. I mean, I do know, but I get confused. So it is a double. We've got the University of Queensland's Jennifer Conn and Nikki Hughes on the far side of the course. ADF rowing Sarah Leon and Judith Use is in lane 2. Glebes Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl. Heidi Lindahl said to me, "Why would you row if you didn't come just to get a medal?" And I thought, oh, is that why people row? The Canberra Composite crew of Olivia Tonge and Cara Greskowiak, coached by Guy Morgan. Goolwa Composite of Victoria Seidel and Kate Tebneff. That's the Goolwa Murray Bridge combination. ACT's Black Mountain are putting up Jane Reynolds and Jane Clues, the two Janes. And Newcastle Composites, Brianna Murray and May Solvia Bell. and Glebe Rowing Club, Belinda Rowe and Jacqueline Harris, coached by Robert Dallimore. So they all look to have a good start in this race. The water at the start of the course is just fantastic. A slight cross breeze looks to be coming along the very slight, the finish line. But I'm really looking forward to seeing this toe-to-toe race in the Women's Masters B double.
And look, I don't think we can be complaining about conditions. It's a nice, cool afternoon here in Penrith this Friday afternoon. Again, it's great to see a race with the lane so full. I do think this was a race to be watching on the docket. At this stage, it does look to be that crew from North Shore slightly edging in front, that North Shore Canberra composite in lane 4.
Yeah, they'll have a race plan down to the stroke, I would say, and they'd be trying to relax here, but coming up to the 500, probably doing an early push to see if they can lift a little bit just before the middle of the race. But coming into the clean and flat, clear water in the middle, they're looking to get up to their race pace and hold it now as they come into these. It's hard, the middle part of a race, isn't it, Chris?
Oh, very much so. I mean, they've done a great job coming through there in a 1:49, but Glebe sort of on their tails just off a length behind that crew from Canberra and North Shore. And then again, the Goolwa Murray Bridge composite. Those are our 3 race leaders. That at this stage would be the 3 crews, I would say, hunting for the medals. Very close for that silver and bronze medal. I would say that the ladies there, though, in lane 4, Olivia Tonge and Cara, they have done enough to edge themselves further and further into the lead as we've moved through into the last 300 meters. It'd be interesting to see what they do here, whether they just hold their composure and are happy with the lead they've sustained, or whether they decide to just step their foot on it a little bit more. But we do have a bit of an arrowhead here, maybe very good seeding through the draw as we're moving into the final bit of the race. Glebe upping their stroke rate now, trying to put that late challenge. Maybe there's a little bit of rivalry there across the Piermont Bridge between Glebe and North Shore. Who knows? You could probably fill me in on that, Catherine, but the ladies from Glebe making sure they're holding on to their silver medal, their stroke rate lifting, but unfortunately I do not think it's going to be enough to challenge Olivia Tonge and Cara Grizzle. Sorry with my pronunciation, that might be my lack of English.
Look, they're pretty keen. I think they'd be pretty keen to take home this medal and claim their place on the podium for this Women Masters B double. That's Olivia Tonge and Cara Grzelkowic coming through to claim the gold medal, just ahead of Glebe's Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl. But the Goolwa composite of Victoria Seidel and Kate Tebniff have done the Murray proud as they finish in a bronze medal position, followed by ADF rowing Sarah Leon and Judith Use, and crossing the line Belinda Rowe and Jacqueline Harris, a boat length ahead of Black Mountain's Jane Reynolds and Jane Clues. And rounding out the field is University of Queensland's Jennifer Conn and Nikki Hughes, a boat length just ahead of the Newcastle composite of Brianna Murray from ANU and May Sylvania Bell. And the BROs have signalled that the race is completed successfully. That's a white flag, isn't it, Chris?
That is correct. So we do know that the results shall be official and will stand. But turning our heads up the course, we have got the men's B8s. Only 4 crews in this event. Lane 4, Toowong, Canned and Old Collegians composite of Timothy Wilson, Nicholas Ferros, Daniel Thomas, Tom Coates, Scott Warren, Timothy McMeniam, Cameron Stewart, Jack Price, Grace Bentley Coxing, and coached by Terry Mulligan. In lane 5, got a Glebe, Sydney and Mossman composite of Andrew Horrigan, Cameron Denny, Robert Giblin, Ross Pritchard, David Reitman, Scott Beachley, Robert McNeil, Tim Spiteri, and Cox by Bradley Wooten. Lane 6, a Lindisfarne, Carrum and Buckingham composites of Matthew Brown, Jonathan Pitt, David Palmer, Pete Gibson, James Crowley, Stuart Gilbert, Phil Hutton, Tom Wilcox, and Cox by Claire Gregg. And in lane 7, the old collegians of Bruce Bedgood, Matt Lowe, Cameron Hall, Simon Smart, Tom Bailden, Andrew Clow, Robert McPhee, Todd Clements, and Sebastian Arid Coxing, coached by Christopher B. It does look like we've had Tom Coates swap from the old collegians to the Toowong Composite, and at this stage, it looks like quite a hotly contested event, but that crew from the Lindisfarne Composite taking that early lead at the stage, about half a length up on the Toowong Composite. So we've got the Victorians, if I'm correct there, the Victorians and the Queenslanders battling it out for the gold medal. I've obviously got to put on my Queensland hat there, and also having done a fair bit of work with Jack Price and Tom Coates there in that Toowong Composite from Toowong and Cairns respectively. I don't think they're the type of guys that are going to let the hammer drop too early and probably try to do something a little bit later in. There's a bit of experience in that boat, but maybe not as much as experience that's sitting in that Lindisfarne Composite, as they still seem to hold on to their lead moving into the final 300 metres.
Yeah, as they get into this final 300 metres, Chris, it's if they can hold their form. And they're under pressure now, the fatigue is setting in, and this is where they need to be mentally tough. They've given everything they've got to get to this point. I hope that the Toowong Composite have got a bit more juice in the tank. They look to have really nice synchronisation, at least on bow side here that I can see, but they're getting a bit of pressure now from the Lindisfarne Composite are getting a little bit of pressure now from the Toowong Composite. Can they hold on?
It might be a very late surge from Toowong. I mean, that Lindisfarne Composite really just lifting that stroke read up, trying to absorb every challenge. That Mossman Glebe Composite doing a great job there as well. I mean, you got 3 crews all in contact with each other, but I just think that Lindisfarne crew, you know, that experience is set in. They did the work early and they've managed to hold on and sustain that lead and will take the gold medal. The question is that silver medal with that late comeback from Glebe, but the boys from Queensland, they've managed to hold on to the silver medal, follow closely from that New South Wales composite of Mossman, Sydney and Glebe. And the old grammarians coming in 4th respectively. It's great to see a crew there still representing their school colours, you know, many years gone.
That was more exciting than I anticipated there at the end. Well called though, the Lindisfarne Composite doing everything that they needed to get them in a gold medal position for the Men's Masters B8. They're sitting now in calm water, being held at the start in race 165, the women's E pair. This is going to be a very exciting race. It is much fought after. This is a final. We have Toowong Rowing Club, Michelle Loveday and Janelle Filkin, with their Queensland compatriots from Commercial Composite with Sunshine Coast, Christy Nash and Kylie Parker. North Shore, Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, coached by Peter Kwok, and big shout out to Peter, who'll be no doubt watching on the live stream as she eats a big bowl of rhubarb ice cream, being in very late stages of her pregnancy. The Melbourne Composite with North Shore of Catherine Boland, Tanya Nishibata, coached by Guy Morgan. Corio Bay from Victoria with Karen Patton and Justine Tonner-Joyce. The University of Western Australia's Sarah Knight and Orla Flecker, coached by Lucy Eden. Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipma, coached by Rob Glendenning. Yours truly. And Leichhardt's M. Barrick and Susan Huggett, coached by David Ross. They are off a very clean start. That looked extremely well matched. There's going to be some fierce competition here between Lane 4's Boland and Nishibata and Drummoyne's Hextall and Ipma, together with M. Barrick and Susan Huggett from Leichhardt. They're going to be wanting to assert their early dominance in this race, Chris.
Oh, look, and I always love watching the pair. It's one of the more challenging boats to row, but these ladies obviously have had a fair bit of experience over their years of rowing. Very quick start, in fact, quite impressive there, those crews from WA, the Victorians, from Corio Bay, getting off to a very quick start early on in the races.
I'll call this one at the end, I think.
I've obviously got a little bit of invested interest here from Catherine telling me that her wife of 30 years is involved in this race. So I've got to be very careful with what I say at this stage.
Well,
I've got no club hat on here today, so I'm just going to have to barrack for the Queenslanders there in lane 1. Michelle Loveday, obviously quite a legend up there north, having run many of our regattas, and
Well, the nice thing about this race, Chris, is that I also know a lot of the women in this race, and they're good women with big hearts. They train hard, they love what they do, and I'm really interested in seeing how this crew in lane 4, the Melbourne composite of Catherine Boland and Tanya Nishabata, both doctors to, we should put that in front of their names, and Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach next to them on the right from North Shore, and to their right, Christy Nash and Kylie Parker from the commercial composite, with Toowong on the far side, Michelle Loveday and Janelle Filkin. So it does look at the moment that Boland and Nishabata look very comfortable in lane 4, but they are not to be left behind by Corio Bay's Karen Payton and Justine Tonner-Joyce, who are right on their tail.
Yeah, well, look, it's the 3 crews the closest to us. It looks like we have a scratching from Drummoyne and Leichhardt, but that Melbourne composite, Melbourne North Shore composite, I should say, Corio Bay and the University of WA, they're at the moment in the hunt for the medals. I think the 3 crews have just pushed away enough from the 3 crews on the far side of Toowong, Commercial and Sunshine Coast, and the North Shore Rowing Club. So we've almost got 2 races coming down the course, the race for the gold, silver and the bronze, and then the 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. But it does look to be that Melbourne composite clearly pressing on the knee. Those big hearts are obviously working now.
Well, I hope so. I hope so, Chris, because that would mean that Kath takes out the E pair and the D pair. So I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. It's going to be, like, the head will be too big to come through the front door of our house, I'm telling you. M. Barrack also has had a fantastic regatta, and a big call out to her. She's put in the time and the hours. But that is a nice pointy position there for the Melbourne composite of Boland and Nishabata, who look very comfortable. They can see the boats in front of them. That's a good position to be in. It looks like the University of Corio Bay's Karen Payton and Justine Tonner-Joyce are also in a comfortable position there for the silver medal. It's going to be a race for 3rd, the bronze, between North Shore's Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, and Leichhardt's M. Barrack and Susan Huggett.
Well, that University of WA was definitely doing a bit of a push there from the 500 through to the probably 300 metre. They'd really put a bit of a challenge there on that Corio Bay crew, but it just seems like the Corio Bay crew just used a little bit more experience. They absorbed the pressure early on, let them do the work, and then managed to move away. And I think we'd safely say they've secured their silver medal position. Obviously, that crew there from Melbourne, North Shore, they've done enough. They're just cruising now, keeping it long, keeping composed, taking out the gold medal quite happily. Corio Bay doing an amazing job there, that sort of absorbed that challenge, met it, answered that question, and did enough to hold the secure that silver medal, with the University of WA taking out the bronze, North Shore taking out 4th, Commercial Composite will be 5th, and Toowong 6th. What an exciting race. And I think these ladies, they did a fantastic job. As I said, pairs are one of my favourite boats. It's challenging, not just in the sense of the physicality of the racing, but also the technical component of just getting that boat down the course.
And I think we should correct the record there, Chris. It was a scratching in both lane 7 and lane 8, so we were a bit off our own course there. It was difficult to assess which lane we were talking about. So the Drummoyne and Leichhardt crews did not race in that race 165. What a fantastic win, though, for North Shore's Boland and Nishabata. We now move to race 166, the final in the men's Masters E single, with Corio Bay's Lee Hall Sullivan. On the far side, Commercial's Toby Rogers, Lake Macquarie Jeremy Smith, Yarra Yarra's Justin Negri, St George and Alan Robertson in the middle of the course. We have Powerhouse's David Mays, Christopher Jones from St George, Powerhouse Shane O'Connor-Smith, and Leichhardt's Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry. So it was the Richard Medway and M. Barrick that did very well in yesterday's pairs and doubles racing. And hopefully Richard's, I think he got a start in this one.
Well, it's a great field on that. I actually know Lee pretty well. I did a bit of work with his godson last year, Alex Williams, in the junior men's double. Lee's a fantastic coach down there at Corio Bay, doing a lot of good work with those young men. But yeah, I mean, what a field. Great turnout in this race. In fact, we've got 9 lanes, all full, no scratchings here. And at this stage, probably too close to call. There's not much in it across all the ways from lanes 9 to lane 1. It is just too challenging to actually see who's in what position at this stage.
I'd like to keep my eyes on lane 9 in this race because Richard will be looking to defend his fantastic results in these events in the States just 2 weeks ago, where he won gold in this event and my apologies, he won bronze in this event at the States 2 weeks ago and gold in the F single. So one to watch is Leichhardt's Richard Medway. But at the 500, it's actually...
Yara, Justin Negri, he's done a great job, but I mean, you saw how those times are coming on that screen.
There's nothing
not much
in it.
It's actually pretty exciting up here in the box. I mean, we've got the best view, minus the cameraman, of course. But it's really exciting as we're coming through that latter end. I do think, as you're talking about Richard Medway, he's got his title to hold on to and definitely isn't out of it yet. But Powerhouse Shane O'Connor-Smith, it looks like he knows the game plan of Justin. I suppose the two Victorians battling it out, also recently successful in their own state championships. But there's not much in it, Catherine.
I think Justin Negri is kicking the hornet's nest over there in lane 4 because he has got some clear water over his nearest and dearest, which looks to be Commercial's Toby Roberts over there in lane 2, but not to discount lanes 8, Powerhouse Shane O'Connor-Smith. But at the moment, Justin looks pretty comfortable, would you say, in that impacker out front?
Look, Catherine, the 28 strokes a minute is what I'm clocking him at as he's coming down. He is very comfortable taking out the lead. Really long, really powerful. He's just done enough work, probably has enough experience to know he's got this one in the bag.
Well, I don't think you should talk too soon, honestly. Look at Toby Rogers putting a bit of juice in from the tank into the engine there as he comes down to challenge Justin, not for first place, but certainly he looks to be taking second place in this race, just ahead of St George's Alan Robertson. It's going to come down to the wire for the silver medal, but a nice clear lead there from Yara's Justin Negri to take out gold in the men's Masters E single. But would you have a look at this? Powerhouse's Shane O'Connor-Smith.
He's not let it go, has he? He's just looked over and he's had another crack, and that's it. Silver there for
fabulous.
Powerhouse.
And Toby comes in for third.
Yeah, what a race, though. What a way to finish. And that's what we like to see.
I got goosebumps then, honestly. That was fantastic. He looks like he really is going to pay for it tonight, though. That's lane 8's Powerhouse, Shane O'Connor-Smith. I think that deserves more than just a bronze medal. He really took that off Toby Rogers from Commercial there. What a fantastic singles race.
And now we're moving into the lightweight of the same division of the men's E single scull. They're all there. We've got our full roll call accounted for with, in lane 3, North Esk, Robert Wrigley, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 4, Wide Bay, Cameron Waterson, coached by Cameron Waterson. Oh, well, he's got his coach in his ear the whole way down the race. Lane 5, Murwillumbah, Anthony Robert McGee. In lane 6, Glebe, Kenneth Major. In lane 7, Torrens, Rob Ellis. Lane 8, Tuwong, Jonathan Regan. And we're off in the start, and it does look like we've had a very fast start in the lanes closest to this side of the bank again, with the Glebe, Torrens and Tuwong charging out of the blocks there. Not that they've gotten too far ahead at this stage. I mean, we're only 100 meters into the race, but that rate, I mean, I was clocking at 48, 50 strokes a minute. Again, as I said earlier, the Ladies do have a tendency to manage to get that stroke rate up. I mean, being biased as well, there's a very famous Olympic race in 2012, that lightweight men's 4, probably one of the best sprint finishes ever. The only gold medal South Africa's ever seen in rowing, and probably the only one they're going to see.
I didn't know where you were going with that, Chris. I thought you were leading me down the path where you were going to say, you know, with your experience as a lightweight rower. And
Well,
I mean, not to say that you
listen,
weren't once there.
I am still there. I'm actually the lightweight double myself. That is, I can row bow and stroke with the combined weight of, 2 lightweights. But many, many moons ago, I would have been able to hop in that single scull, I'm sure.
That is incredible.
What a start here. It does still look like those crews closest to us. I'd say Glebe Rowing Club, Kenneth Major, holding on to the lead. He set the tone very early in that race. But again, not much in it. Mawulambar, Torrens and Tuwong still very much in contention, not to mention North Esk and Wide Bay. Again, I would just say there's not much in this race, but Glebe Rowing Club is taking that early lead as we approach the 500-meter mark. And again, Torrens, Rob Ellis there, just hot on his heels. Those 2 crews battling it out. Who's going to cross that buoy line first? For the 500 meters, we're going to see it on the screen with Glebe Rowing Club, Kenneth Major, as he surges past half a length up on Torrens and another half a length down there to Mawulambar, Robert McGee. What a race at this stage, though. Definitely not over. We still got half the race to go.
I just, that was so impressive. Just I had my eye on Torrens, Rob Ellis there, just pushing and striding out through there in lane 7 to keep Kenneth Major on his toes. But Jonathan Reagan there in lane 8 is not out of contention yet. I really thought Rob Ellis, I could see the pressure in the push and the very gentle and relaxed recovery. I wonder if he can keep pushing up on Ken Major, because it looks like Cameron Waterson from Wide Bay, or is that North Esk over there? North Esk are doing a good job. Robert Wrigley.
Yeah, cheeky out there in the outside lane, often not being much, too far to look over from the race leader there of Kenneth Major. But the North Esk sculler of Robert Wiley definitely not out of contention at this stage. It does look like the Mawulambar and Torrens scullers still challenging Robert, but he does look, Kenneth from Glebe, but he does look relaxed, he does look composed, and I would say very much in control.
Well, he better watch out there for Anthony Robert Gee on his right, because that Mawulambar boat has got some nice run on it there, and if he picks up his stroke rate just a bit now, I think that Kenneth Major should do a little squeeze of the old buttocks on that seat and get himself a little bit more ahead of the game.
Well, I think he's heard you, because he's definitely sort of lifting his stroke rate up, maybe realizing that challenge has come on too late. Does he have enough?
Here he goes.
He's going, but Robert Gee from Mawulambar not letting him go, not making it easy. What a finisher for the gold medal. 2 crews fighting it out quite comfortably. A second race going on for bronze, but Glebe will take out the gold. Mawulambar, silver, and I would say Torrens have got the bronze there, but that sculler there from North Esk, 4th place of Robert Wrigley, doing a fantastic job in that outside lane to come back into the race at the latter end.
That was a really nice snatch there from Rob Ellis from Torrens, just ahead of the North Esk boat, as we can now see Wide Bay's Cameron Waterson crossing the finish line. He's happy to be there, and what a fantastic singles race in the lightweight men's Masters E category. The boats are lined up now, Chris. In the women's Masters H single, we have the beautiful Lynn Charge, who did just a superb job this morning when I had a clash on commentary, and Lynn came in to take that slot from me. From Melbourne Rowing Club in Victoria, Lynn Charge on the far side of the course. Melbourne University's Josephine Bant. And to her left is Abbotsford Rowing Club's Rosemary Hancock. Canberra's Susan Lineker is in the middle of the course, and to her left, Pine River's Jennifer Missenden. Canberra Rowing Club, Judy Walsh in lane 7, and Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore, coached by Ken Ambler. This is the Women's Masters H single, race 168. They got a nice clean release from the starting blocks.
Look, and we're represented across the states here, so a true nationals final, we could say. Victoria, New South Wales, ACT, Queensland. And it does look to be Victorian of Melbourne University, Josephine Bant, doing a good job early on, as well as the crews from ACT and Pine Rivers challenging early on. Very early in the race at this stage, we're sort of very quickly approaching that 500 meter mark, similar to the previous race. These scullers, the experience, the skill, it's amazing to watch. There's definitely not much in it, and which is going to make for an exciting race.
I mean, these women would put they would have tens of thousands of kilometres on the water over decades of rowing to finesse their technique and endurance in a single. Something that I haven't been brave enough to do.
Listen, you're still wearing the Zudi right now. I probably feel a little bit bad that I'm the only member of the commentary team not actually actively racing, but I will just try to give you my insights from up here in the box.
Darling Chris, when you are a 54-year-old woman who has 20-year-old twins, walking around in a 776 Zudi is, honestly, I really should have got changed. So coming through the 500 metre mark now, it does look like Pine River's Jennifer Missenden is having a terrific race out there, followed by Susan Linaker from Canberra. And it is Jennifer Missenden at the 500 in a really good time of 2.2310, followed by Susan Linaker, Josephine Bant in third. 3 seconds behind her, Rosemary Hancock and Jeanette Pendleton right on her tail. Judy Walsh currently in 6th position, and
she's just doing such an excellent job at picking up the boat there. It's no wonder she's 2 lengths. She's clear water ahead, just very efficient around the front as she picks it up. You know, her ability to then drive the boat, you know, she's just got some, a little bit more natural touch, a little bit more natural feel against the competitors, definitely giving her the edge. And again, putting her in that position where she can be a little bit more calm and in control of the race. Definitely not out of the woodwork there. I mean, definitely we saw a good early and strong lead, but you've got that crew there of Janet Pendleton from North Shore creeping up on the inside lanes here. And again, it still looks like a very hotly contested battle for the bronze medal. We've seen a lot of that today, a lot of fight to be for that rusty gold. But the crews, there definitely seems to be that certain level of ability by some of our race winners that just seem to do enough early on and just stay composed through the middle of the race that's really getting them over the line. But at this stage, too close to call for our 3 medals. I would say Pine Rivers there doing an excellent job at sustaining her lead. Moving into this final 300 meters, there may be no need to actually lift the stroke rate, but she might just do it anyway. She's came here to be heard, she's come here to be seen, and we can definitely see that's going on right now. But look at that, how's that push there from Melbourne University, sneaking up on the outside lane there in lane 2. Josephine Bant, she's definitely pushed herself into medal contention. I think she's literally in the last couple 100 meters gone from 5th to 2nd, and even actually putting that challenge on for the gold medal. Will Jennifer Missenden of Pine Rivers, I think she's still done enough. She's secured her length early on, and she's managed to maintain that in the latter end of the race. But Melbourne University sneaking up in lane 3 there, really contesting, taking out the silver medal position with Canberra Suzanne Linaker managing to hold on to the bronze medal. Those 3 women did an amazing job in the later end of that race to pull away from the rest of the field. North Shore, Janet Pendleton taking out 4th. Canberra, Judy Walsh will be 5th. Abbotsford, Rosemary Hancock, 6th. And Melbourne Rowing Club will finish in 7th place. And that is the Women's Masters H single scull.
I mean, nothing feels quite as good as when you hear that buzzer coming over that last stroke. The Cox might say to you, 3 to go, 2, and then you hit that buzzer's for you. I tell you, that's a wonderful moment.
Well, we've moved into the lightweight division for the women's H single scull. Only 2 crews in this race. In lane 5, Derwent Mercantile College, Eve Beecroft, and lane 6, Endeavour, Lindy Nesbitt, coached by Peter Bond. 2 boats in the race, so we've got a really true Henley-style event on the course for us this afternoon. Almost a little bit more brutal. I'm sure the nerves are there when you're lining up for heats and finals with a full contingent, but a one-on-one bit of a dice, I would say, is almost a little bit more intimidating. So great job to both these women for fronting up and showing up for this event. It is the sculler from Endeavour of Lindy Nesbitt who has taken the lead, but that sculler there from Derwent Mercantile Collegiate in Tasmania, Eve Beecroft, not letting her have it easy. She's probably going to make sure she's challenging that sculler the whole way down the course.
It might be a bit of a game of cat and mouse on this one. You take one, I'll take one, and it's a pretty grueling, I think, when there's just one other rower in the race. This will only have 1 medal, right, Chris? Two rowers.
That's correct. Yeah, gold medal will only be awarded. So, as I said, it is as you've mentioned, grueling. It's a bit rough, but again, I just think great on these women for showing up and representing in the event. We did have a scratching there from Pine Rivers, Jennifer Missenden, but she was in our previous race. In fact, she was the winner of our previous race. So. Moving through the 500, it is Lindy Nesbitt, we can confirm, our race leader, and she will be holding that lead, I would say, to the end. Beautiful boat there in the Impaka single scull, and Lindy Nesbitt from Endeavour Rowing Club.
And as we're coming through to the last kind of 4 races of this day 2 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships, we've got the current race, the lightweight women's Masters H. Following this will be the Masters of the men's H pair, the women's Masters C pair, the men's Masters C single final, and the men's Masters lightweight C single. So that will be ending today's racing, race 173. So we've only got a few more races on the program for today. Might do a quick plug here for the stall sponsors and partners. The boat sheds, near the boat sheds down in the back paddock is Row Gear, Wintech, Perfect Balance Rowing, Croker and Row Pairs, with 776BC, Wexworks, Sport Republic, Bont Rowing, the Regatta Shop, with official event merchandise, Pontoon and Row Fit under the sails. But looking out here, it's a really beautiful afternoon setting in as Lindy Nesbitt is having a very comfortable, probably quite pleasant row down the course in the lightweight women's Masters H single. And barring any mishap, she's got beautiful cover on her puddles. She's taking a boat length each stroke. It's really lovely to watch Lindy Nesbitt from Endeavour Rowing Club up there on the Hunter River. They had a lot of water last week, and it's really great that Endeavour was able to come down to this regatta, as the same goes for Manning River and our other friends in the Hunter area who had a lot to contend with. So Lindy Nesbitt comfortably coming in now to cross the 1,000 metres to claim the gold medal in the lightweight women's Masters H. Let's give her a cheer. She's worked hard. It's a long way to go by herself.
I think let's give both these women a cheer. Thank you very much. That's a tough race. It's a tough call, and as you said, it takes a special amount of resilience when you've got a one-on-one match race.
But Eve Beecroft has done a fantastic job there from Derwent Mercantile Collegiate from Tassie. Eve Beecroft completes her race in the Women's Masters H. Well done.
And swapping from sculling back to sweep, we have the men's H pairs coming down the course at this stage. Very, very quickly approaching that 500-meter mark, so a quick roll call from, in lane 4, Canning Bridge, Kenneth Price and Alan Barry, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane 5, ANU Composite, Rodney Stewart from Melbourne and Peter McCartney from ANU. In lane 6, Glebe, Mark McEwen and Mark Teachin. In lane 7, Tuwong, Stephen McRae and John Bliss.
And I'm having a giggle to myself here, Chris, because in fact, what a bum steer I gave everyone. We were just brought up the next tranche of races. So here I am thinking the day has flown by, but in fact, it is limping along. We've got a whole set of new races to call.
But Catherine, where would you rather be on a Friday afternoon? Look at the conditions, look at that sunset, it's amazing.
Do you know, the only thing that could make this potentially a little more exciting is if we had an ice-cold Coke. I'm not plugging, you know, the carbonated, sweetened zero drinks, but I'm going to go and get one for you and me.
That sounds lovely. I think enough people have heard us as well that maybe someone should come and help lubricate the old vocal cavity for us.
I'm going to go and get a few snacks for us, Chrissy boy. I'll be back in a sec.
But yes, looking to the course as we approach the 500-meter mark, it's that ANU Melbourne Composite, our race leaders over the Glebe Rowing Club, followed by Canning Bridge and Toowong. The two crews out in front have done enough to secure themselves a medal. However, it is that ANU Melbourne crew that are sitting a length up on the crew from Glebe. The ANU Melbourne Composite are composed 32 strokes a minute. Glebe sitting there at 31, so there's a stroke in it at this stage. Glebe definitely lifting the challenge onto that ANU Melbourne University composite crew. Very, very quickly approaching that last 300 meters. We can see them both sort of challenging each other, that stroke rate every now and then creeping up, settling back down, just trying to absorb the push from their opposition. Still sitting at 32, but ANU Melbourne, they may need to make a change as we move into the last 150 meters, because Glebe are hot on their tails. Looking over that right shoulder, we can see the bowman. He's made that call to his stroke saying, mate, if we want this, we have got to go now. Melbourne ANU, though, holding that pressure while we're in the red, boys. Two crews now fighting it out. Gold and silver. Who will it be? At this stage, Melbourne and ANU doing the work early, solidifying their lead through the middle, and now taking on the challenge from Glebe to secure themselves that gold medal. But by all means, it's not over yet. Half the length in it, Glebe challenging them the whole way due to the line, but it will be gold for ANU and Melbourne, silver for Glebe, and as we turn our heads back down the course for the bronze medal, we've got the crews from Toowong and Canning Bridge to come in the latter end. Canning Bridge have done enough to hold on to that bronze medal position, with Toowong sort of calmly and composedly sitting there in fourth place. But our race leaders clearly there, the ANU and Melbourne Composite crew. What a race for gold and silver we saw in that pair, and it's official. Canning Bridge will be our bronze medalist in the H pair, with Toowong securing the fourth place.
That was so exciting listening to you then, Chris. You're really hitting your stride now, I've got to say. We're moving to race 171 now, the women's C pair. We've got Carams Rowing Club from Victoria, the only Victorians in this race, Kelly James and Jess Fishman, coached by Drew Holman. The North Shore Composite crew with Mossman of Lucy Stackpool Moore, and her little boy will be watching the live stream and saying, "Mummy, Mummy," as will Olivia Tonge's family of Annabelle and Hugo, and and her fantastic partner Nick, who really puts in the hours to let Olivia row so much. Coaches Guy Morgan and James Taylor. Glebes putting forward Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe, coached by Robin Mackney. And the commercial composite crew of Tamsin Brew from Murwillumbah and Samantha Donaldson from Commercial, up against the University of Queensland's Marguerite King and Sarah Hale. They've got a nice clean start in this race, and I think the Karam crew of Kelly James and Jess Fishman look to have had a super duper start over there in lane 1.
Yes, I mean, we've seen those 4 crews there. But look, it looks like there's not much in it at this stage. I have to say that University of Queensland crew, I'd keep my eyes on. Marguerite King, in fact, fantastic physio. I recall doing a under 21, in fact, the first under 21 Australian team back in 2013 with her. So that crew there from University of Queensland, showing their experience. Marguerite, an ex-World Championship rower, lightweight, I believe, herself. But it looks to be that crew from Queensland moving through the 500-metre mark, clear water up on the rest of the field. And I think doing enough to make sure they've consolidated that race early. The real fight there now is at the stage for that second place, with 3 crews fighting it out for that silver, bronze and 4th place position between Karam, the North Shore Mossman Composite and Glebe. Commercial and Murwillumbah, though, definitely not out of it at this stage, just that little bit further back. But University of Queensland have done an amazing job early on in that race to push themselves out in front, sitting here in the lane closest to the bank. Probably can feel that energy. I mean, we can hear it up here, those cheers coming from the bank this afternoon. Probably getting a little bit livelier as the day goes on, as I see more and more people frequenting the bar. I'm secretly a little bit jealous myself, but I suppose 5 o'clock is just around the corner.
But that University of Queensland crew is getting some pressure now from Karam over on the far side, Kelly James and Jess Fishman. That University of Queensland crew is going to be focusing on keeping their boat moving with minimal resistance. Keeping their blade depth even, keeping their catch timing accurate, and ensuring that every stroke counts. At the moment, the University of Queensland's Marguerite King and Sarah Hale look to have a half boat length lead over Karam, but Karam are putting the pressure on now. Over to you, Chris.
Again, when we can hear the roar of the crowd as these crews are moving into the final 100 metres. University of Queensland already in the red, boys, looking over their shoulder. They've got Karam in their sights, targeted on. Let's engage, let's go. And we can see that University of Queensland crew pulling away. As a honorary Queenslander myself, bit disappointed on Wednesday night for the Origin, but these girls in that yellow and green alpaca have made up for that unfortunate loss in the State of Origin. We might call it the poor man's rugby, but those girls from University of Queensland doing a fantastic job. Gold medal, silver going to Karam, and the North Shore Mossman Composite taking out bronze. What a finish to the race, though. Really, that field just spread out.
Yeah, but I just looked at Heidi Lindahl there and Belindy Rowe from Glebe. They were digging in really deep in that last 10 strokes. They wanted to clock their time, and they did so just looking like about 13 seconds behind the University of Queensland's first place. So 13 seconds separating first and fourth in that race, with the commercial composite of Tamsin Brew and Samantha Donaldson finishing off the race 171. As we move now to the men's C single final. This is race 172. They got a nice clean start with lane 8. Melbourne's Gregor Thesisnak took some strong strokes there in the first 5 of his start to push his nose ahead of Tom Wilcox from Lindisfarne. In lane 6, North Esque's Patrick Bird and St George's Cromwell Oliver to his right. In the middle of the course, Hamilton Rowing Club in Victoria's Josh Freischott and Andrew Simpson, a new member at North Shore Rowing Club, but brings with him many years of schoolboy rowing experience. It's great to have Andrew Simpson, especially at boat loading, Chris, because he's like 6'3". So
Are you having a dig at my height?
I wasn't even looking at you then. Adelaide University has put forward Damien Deleek as their rower in this men's C single, and the Gold Coast Masters rowers Juan Guimarães in lane 1.
Yes, well, the South American there from the Gold Coast, obviously representing Queensland, one of the bigger clubs there on the Gold Coast. But again, we've got a good variety of states represented. All of them, I would say, the winners of their respective state championships all lined up and having a challenge at each other. It does look like, though, those middle lanes have pushed out to the early lead. I would say Josh Frischott of Hamilton in lane 4. He looks to be up. He looks to have done a good job there early on to just push his nose on front. Lane 2, again, of Adelaide University, very much in the mix. It's those two crews fighting it out to be the winner of the first 500. But as we know, it's actually about the 1,000-meter mark. 3 crews up there, though. The Gold Coaster of Juan Guimarães sitting in the bronze medal page. 3 crews, clear water up on the rest of the field. However, definitely not out of danger yet from the competitors in the rest of those lanes.
Now, I want you to take a big breath, Chris, because there is 8 seconds separating the gold position and the last to cross the finish line, the tail of this race. There's 8 seconds between them. So I want you to catch your breath now, because you're going to call the end of this race. I love listening to you when you get on a roll. So start putting it together in your head, please, because it looks like Damien Deleek is trying very, very hard to hold on to this lead over Josh Frischott. I'm going to handball over to you now, Chris. Are you ready to call this one?
Listen, 8 seconds and 8 crews, but I can achieve a lot in 8 seconds. It is the South Australian, though, that is fighting for the lead ahead of our representative from Victoria of Hamilton, of Josh Frischott, and the Queenslander, the Gold Coast Masters, Juan Guimarães. I would still say they are our 3 fighting it out for the medals, but definitely not out of trouble yet, as we've got crews there from Lindisfarne, North Esk, and North Shore, all hot on their tails. But you can see that surge from Damien Deleek from South Australia. He's lifted the stroke rate up coming into the Red Boys. He knows he needs to work 37 strokes a minute. He's definitely pulled away, I'd say 3/4 of a length up on the Victorians of Josh Frischott and the Queenslander of Juan Guimarães. Those 3 crews have done a great job from that 500 to the 1,000. Gold goes to South Australia. Silver goes to Victoria, and bronze goes to Queensland. So true reflection, and 4th place to New South Wales. So true reflection across our states there. But what a race, what a finish. They definitely managed to widen the gap out there from 500 to 1,000. But those 3 crews there doing a fantastic job to secure themselves a medal this afternoon. But geez, what a race from Damien Deleek. He did an excellent job, and the ability he had to move away at that latter end of the race was fantastic.
Thanks so much for that. I want to do a medal presentation. I'm flying from the seat of my pants here, but I do think it's the University of Queensland's Marguerite King and Sarah Hale for taking the first place in the Women's Masters C pair. They're cuddling each other now. That is the Carrum crew of Kelly James and Jess Fishman, and of course Lucy Stackpole-Moore and Olivia Tonge. Down there, the little posse of fantastic, talented, athletic women who have got gold, silver and bronze in the Women's Masters C pair. Can everybody in the grandstands stretch their legs, stand up, jump up and down and cheer for the medal winners of the national competition, the Women's Masters C pair. Congratulations to the University of Queensland, to Carrum and to the North Shore Mossman Composite. Some fantastic entertainment, as you're quite right, Chris, this lovely Friday afternoon in Penrith.
And as we turn our heads back to the course, another match race in the men's lightweight C single, 2 crews. In lanes 4, we have Essendon from Victoria of Tony Serotic. And in lane 5, North Esk, Tasmania, Robert Wrigley, coached by Trevor Barrett. So we've got a bit of a rivalry from across the ditch of Tasmania and Victoria. You know, obviously they have been stirring each other across the Tasman Sea. But listen, what a race, stroke for stroke, 2 boats in it at this stage. It is the Tasmanian of Robert Wrigley who has taken out the lead, but by all means, not by much.
Yeah, there's certainly no distance between them here. What might be going through their heads, Chris, as a coach? I mean, are they thinking about their race strategy here? Are they thinking about their technique? Are they concentrating on their finishes? Like, what would be in their heads?
Well, I'd say it's true final racing. I mean, at the moment, you can't give away a lot. There's only 2 boats in it. So reality is you're either going to be walking away with a medal or you're not. As simple as that. It's an elimination.
Look at this. It's just it's stroke for stroke.
Look at the margin there. 500 meters into it, we've had 1 beep of the buzzer. They can't even bring up the times because they basically cross them together.
Is that right? Look at that. So even though Tony's name came up on our leaderboard, it's actually Robert Wrigley had an identical. They couldn't distinguish between those times at the 500.
Listen, Catherine, I have to say so. Again, it's stroke for stroke. This is pure mentality. You know, I'm sure both these men have the physiology to carry them through the race, but the reality is you just don't want to give that other guy the edge. You give it, he gets that little bit of those centimeters on his bar ball, he's going to take it. I mean, the Victorian is doing a fantastic job to try and keep himself in the lead. I mean, we have to presume that Tony is the race leader at this stage, but by all means, that's the North Esk sculler of Robert Wrigley, not letting him have it easily either. And as we said before, 2 boats in the race, only one of them's going to go home with a medal. And as you said, no one wants to come here with empty bags and leave with empty bags as well. They want to fill it with the silverware. But look at this race coming through. 2 boats, haven't let go of each other the whole way down the course. Who do you think is going to be? Do you do a bit of betting?
I actually have been listening to the horse races, can you believe it? Because I think it helps with the commentary. They're fantastic, those callers on the horse races. I think Tony's going to get this one.
I think he is too. I mean, he's done a great job to put a length on Robert there. But again, Robert not letting him have it easy. It is going to be a race to the line by all means. Robert Wrigley there from North Esk just holding on as best he can. But Tony Serotic of Essendon Rowing Club doing the work from the 500 meter to the finish line to secure the gold medal position by 1 length. We're talking about a second or 2. What a race, 2 boats in it. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Not a 1.52 seconds. They were stroke for stroke the whole way down the course.
Let's just give some acknowledgement where it is due, please, to the podium for the men's Masters C single. In third place, let's start the Gold Coast Masters rower Juan Guimarães. In second place, rowing for Hamilton Rowing Club in Victoria, Josh Freichot. And in the first position for Adelaide University, Damien Delic. Take your photos, get your autographs. That's the Men's Masters C single. Congratulations on the podium. There is a silence up at the start line, Chris, for the Women's Masters F Quad final. Bow numbers. We've got a telephone, which is iPhone telephone, which has got an abstract picture of clouds or a crystal. It's a Samsung phone, which is down in the bottom of the finish tower. Back to the all-important Masters F Quad here, Chris. This is a final. There are some fantastic names in here that we've been listening to all day and yesterday. I'll do half the roll call and you take over for the second half. What do you say? We've got the Perth composite of Perth Exeter's Woody, Deb Barry, Edwina Forster and Kathy Ride. In lane 2, Endeavour composite with Lake Macquarie's Tess Fearon, Chris Brennan, Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane. The St George composite with North Shore of Joanne Ward, Jenny Wilson, Louise McCoach and Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams and Ken Ambler. And in lane 4, the Torrens composite with Port Adelaide, Alison Smith, Colette Barry, Robin Gray-Gardner and Simone Ellis.
In lane 5, Melbourne composite of Geraldine Goss, Alison Kirkwood, Sandra Wilson and B. Klein van Millikom. In lane 6, Mackay composite of Jane de Guara, Jacqueline de Jong, Kylie Pedder and Therese Clancy. Lane 7, Black Mountain, Cecile Young, Mary Quitley, Colleen Chapman and Yvonne Pools. And in lane 8, Ngambie composite of Ruth Oliver, Julie Cochin, Frances Graham and Wendy Cotter.
And we're going to get time here as they come through the 500, but we look to have a clear water lead at the moment from the Torrens Port Adelaide crew of Alison Smith, Colette Barry, Robin Gray-Gardner and Simone Ellis. The Melbourne composite crew are tight on their tail, 3 seconds behind that Endeavour and Lake Macquarie, followed by the Mackay composite and on their tail the Ngambie Hawthorn crew. In 6th position, St George North Shore, followed by Black Mountain, and on the tail of the field is the Perth Exeter crew of Julia Wood, Deb Barry, Edwina Forster and Kathy Ride. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what this Torrens composite Port Adelaide crew can pull out of the hat here as they're being pressed very strongly by the Mackay composite, Mackay Cairns Riverway, Jackie Duguara, Jacqueline de Jong, Kylie Pedder and Therese Clancy.
And the Melbourne composite also not out of the runnings there yet, but I mean, like, look at these quads all surging for the finish line. What an exciting race coming down the course right now. Definitely looks like that Torrens composite has done enough to hold on to their lead, but you have got about 6 or 7 quads there, all in contact with each other. The fire's on. A little bit of steering going on here in lane 8 from the Ngambie composite, but also still not out of the mix. It does seem like they have redeemed themselves, got back on the job and surging for it, but it is that Torrens crew sitting up at a solid stroke rate of 34 strokes a minute, half a length up on that Melbourne composite in lane 5. Both those crews looking for that gold-silver positioning. Torrens just sitting up that little bit taller, holding that pressure through the finish and surging away. Melbourne lifting the stroke rate up. They're not going to let it have it even. In fact, Torrens have just responded to that late attack from Melbourne, but Torrens will take out the gold medal. Look at those ladies go heads up high as they drive it through the line. Torrens take gold, the Melbourne composite silver, and what a race we've got going on for bronze. But it's going to be Mackay, the Queenslanders, taking third, just over that crew from the Endeavour composite.
Beautifully called there, Chris. That was super. We were so concentrating on the two across the finish line first that we almost missed that dead set, competitive, eat them up moment from the Mackay composite and the Endeavour composite. Mackay's Duguara, De Jong, Pedder and Clancy just nudged them off the edge of that 3rd place seat. That was exciting. Just as before we call this race, we do want to say there is a phone that's been handed in. It's a Samsung and it's on the ground floor. Can you please bring your bow numbers back to the shed? And we are preparing at the moment for a big race here. This is the Men's Masters F4. It's a big field here. Why don't you start off the roll call and I'll pick it up in lane 5.
In lane 1, we have Armadale of Gregory Rolfe, John Grant, Richard Percy and Hugh Dawick. In lane 2, Mossman, Andrew Hourigan, James Taylor, Scott Beachley, Mark Levon, coached by Michael Rasmussen. Lane 3, North Shore, Maximilian Ott, Nick Johnson, Eric Luck, and Chris Walsh. And in lane 4, the Glebe composite, Glebe North Shore composite, I should say, of James Wentworth, Simon Glascott, Richard Robolid, Stephen Caldwell.
Yeah, this is exciting. It looks to be heavily weighted on the stadium side of the course as the sun hits those 4 lanes on the far side. But we've got Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in lane 5, Robert Wallace, Sean Ryan, Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd. And the Melbourne Rowing Club, Stephen Mollard, Dave McPherson, Angus Reynolds and Matthew Harrison. Sydney Rowing Club, Stuart Cowap, Carl Quinzao, David Greenslade and Jose Maria Sengrelia Aguirre. Brisbane and GPS have put their Brian Cox, Rob Giles, Alex Adam and Bill McDonnell, and the Brisbane Grammarians Rowing Club of Peter Hasty, Paul Baxter, Peter Rowe and Michael Beston. As they approach the 500 metre mark, it looks to be a fairly fast race.
It's that crew from Sydney Rowing Club, though, who have done a terrific job to get ahead. In fact, I just saw that name, Carl Quinzao. When I first moved to Australia in 2006, I used to do a lot of work with him at the King's School. What a great man to see him still racing. Absolutely fantastic.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he was a mentor. He's just awesome to see him still out there. I mean, and what a job him and his crew are doing. You know, 4 seconds up, that's a length and a half by 500 metres. That's sheer experience. They're doing him a great job. Sydney there sitting in first, Melbourne in second, Mossman in third, Armidale in fourth, Lake Macquarie in fifth, the Glebe North Shore crew in sixth, Brisbane and GPS in seventh. And what a race. I mean, look at this, 9 crews surging down the course, not much in it. Sydney Rowing Club still holding on to that lead. Moving into the final 300 metres of the race. It looks like they've actually calmed it down a little bit. I think they're confident in what they've done in that early race. Melbourne, though, still hot on their tails, fighting it out for the silver medal.
They better watch out for that Mossman crew over there in lane 2, though, Chris. Hourigan, Taylor, Beachley and Lewan. They didn't come here to go home empty-handed, and they're going to be really giving Melbourne a run for their money for the silver medal position, pending any mishap from the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Cowap, Quinzao, Greenslade and Jose Maria. I think they're going to take this out.
Look, absolutely, Catherine. Look at Mossman coming up out there on the lane 2. They're really trying to hand it not only to Melbourne, but challenging their competitors from Sydney. Obviously, we know there's big rivalry between those 2 clubs. Sydney, though, doing enough, though, just securing that lead. You can see the big man himself in the 2 seat of Carl Quinzao, just cheering his crew on as they drive over, taking out that gold medal. Melbourne, though, absorbing the challenge from Mossman. Melbourne driving it through. Silver medal will go to Melbourne. Mossman will have to settle for the bronze. And what a race here for the 4th and 5th place. Still very much fighting it out for challenging that crew at Mossman. That was the guys, the men from Lake Macquarie and North Shore. 6th there being Armidale. 7th being the Glebe Composite. And the final battle of this event being the crews in lanes 9 and 8 of the Brisbane Grammarians and Brisbane and GPS. The Queenslanders obviously having settled themselves, maybe a little bit of rivalry there and happy with their own racing.
Let me say, Chris, you have warmed up or what? You are on fire up here. Loved that calling. So good, so sharp. Thank you so much. It was inspiring.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think we're on again tomorrow, so you can keep the compliments up all day. It makes me feel good.
I'd love to be able to tell you who's on the podium at the moment, but the notes up here are out of control. These pages are multiplying.
Well, Catherine, that was our women's quad there. The South Australians, I believe Torrens taking up the gold medal there.
So we would be congratulating there Alison Smith, Colette Barry, Robin Gray Gardner and Simone Ellis. And in 2nd place, the Melbourne Composite crew of Geraldine Goss, Alison Kirkwood, Sandra Wilson and B. Klein Van Malcolm. And congratulations to the Queensland Mackay Composite crew. They've come a long way and they're not going home empty-handed. Congratulations to Jane DeGuara, Jacqueline De Jong, Kylie Pedder and Therese Clancy. Can we please celebrate the win of the Women's Masters F Quad on the podium at this Nationals competition. You are the national title holders, Torrens Composite.
And as the sun is setting this Friday afternoon here at the Sydney International Rowing Centre, we're moving into our final 5 races of Friday afternoon. On the course right now, we have the men's F Coxed 4. 5 crews in this event with Melbourne Victoria, Stephen Reynolds, John Dollison, Craig Smith, and Gregor O'Nines, coxed by Zena Marzi. In lane 4, Yarra Yarra of Stuart Critchell. Oh my word. Mate, if I get this wrong, we're just going to call you Jack Chats. I do apologise. I will like to say it's the dyslexia setting in. David Jacker, Nick Inglis, and coxed by Sam Lincoln. In lane 5, Old Collegians, Bruce Bedgood, Todd Clements, Tony Belden, Roger Gould, coxed by Ethan Stokes, and coached by Christopher Beach. Lane 6, Toowong, David Bellamy, Philip O'Dwyer, Kevin Kiley, Mitch Carr, and Bill Webster steering that one. And in lane 7, St. George. Few changes in the St. George lineup, but Glenn Chutter, Christopher Jones, Stephen Harrison, Alan Robertson, and once again we see Jackie Peel in the coxswain seat. And at this stage, it would be the the Victorians battling it out for the gold and silver medal position. Melbourne Rowing Club, I would say half a length up on Yarra Yarra, but definitely not out of the contention are the crews from St. George and Toowong. 4 boats there, very much in contact, fighting it out for 3 medals.
Yeah, and it's nice to see Jackie Peel there coxing for her own club. She's been in a lot of composite crews coxing, and she's just awesome as a cox. But I do think that Melbourne crew over there of Reynolds, Dollison, Smith and O'Nines, coxed by Zena Marzi, are not going to let this one go as they pull away now, a boat length ahead of their Yarra Yarra fellow Victorians of Critchell, Chats, Jacker and Inglis with cox Sam Lincoln. I think it's going to be a comfortable win here for the Melbourne crew in the Masters men's quad. It's going to be Melbourne coming across in the gold medal position, followed by Yarra Yarra, and then storming up to the finish line is the St. George Rowing Club crew of Shooter, Jones, Harrison and Robinson. But it is Melbourne who have taken out the gold medal in this event. Yarra Yarra in second, St. George in third, and not to be let down by Toowong, who have had a fantastic race to finish right on their stern. That is Bellamy, O'Dwyer, Keeley and Carr, coxed by Bill Webster, as we congratulate the collegians from Queensland, Bruce Bedgood, Todd Clements, Tony Bolden and Roger Gould, coxed by Ethan Stokes, finishing race 176, the Masters F Quad. And I'd just like to take this moment to say that there have been a lot of people behind the scenes working very collaboratively between Rowing Australia and Rowing New South Wales. And Stephanie Krippner, the lead of the Rowing New South Wales team of Owen Nix, Elliot Shadcloth Bertonetti, Neve Geraghty on volunteers with Paige Critchlow, to Sam Boland on comms and socials, Nick Whalen under the fantastic leadership of Melissa Ashton Garrard. That is the team at Rowing New South Wales. They have been working out here since Tuesday, and what a fantastic commitment each of those individuals have shown, and the collective strength that they have in that Balmain head office of Rowing New South Wales. And to the Rowing Australia team of Chris Grummet, Ian Hume, Bianca Chiara, Alice Evans, and all of the Rowing Australia boat race officials, a massive thank you for what has been so far a very well run, well put together, volunteers all looked after, and that is the collaboration between Rowing Australia and Rowing New South Wales. As we cross here to the Women's Masters I single, and over to you, Chris.
Well, the Women's Masters I single scull, we have 5 crews in the race. In lane 3, Drummoyne, Alex Warner. In lane 4, Newcastle, Suzanne Kemp. In lane 5, North Shore, Suzanne Walter. In lane 6, Noosa, Diane Crouch, coached by David J. Doyle. And in lane 7, Melbourne University, Pamela Whiting. And these ladies have got off to a thrilling start. I do have to say, though, looking down at my docket and looking at the course, it does seem to be a couple more scullers than are actually on the roll call there. Because I'm counting 7 scullers on the course, but I've only got 6 on my docket. So that's exciting. There will be a little bit of surprise as we move through to the end of the race. But at this stage, it does look like the lanes, once again, closest to the banks in lanes 4, 5, and 6, have got out the blocks that little bit faster, have kept the tempo up that little bit longer, and are managing to move themselves away from the rest of the field. So I am quite confidently saying we may see the medals coming from lanes 4, 5, and 6, but it is still very early in this race to be making that call. Very composed, moving through that sculler there from North Shore. Sitting up nice and tall, nice and strong. Please forgive me, it's our sculler from Queensland, from Noosa, the lovely calm waters of the Sunshine Coast, Diane Crouch, who is a clear length up on Pamela Whiting from Melbourne University, and then sitting there is Suzanne Walter from North Shore. Those at this stage are our 3 race leaders, our 3 fighting out from the medals, but it is the sculler from Noosa, Diane Crouch, sitting very calm, very tall, very composed as she's driving it through the second half of this race, just pushing out her lead that little bit more as we're moving into the final stages of the race. Melbourne University, though, not giving up, and neither is our sculler, Suzanne Walter from North Shore. They are fighting it out as we move into the final stages of the race. Once again, stroke rates are lifting, the energy of the whole field lifting as they move through and fight it out to secure their placing in the women's I single scull.
I mean, these women have been rowing for the best part of, they've got probably a whole centenary of years between them in their rowing experience. I know that Sue Walter has, she's got a lot of juice left in the tank, Sue. You should watch her over there in lane 5. But all of them, Alex Warner from Drummoyne, Susan Kemp from Newcastle, and Pamela Whiting from Melbourne, they will have come up against each other many times over the years. So it's a game of dice as to who has the advantage on the day. But it does look like Diane Crouch has got this one in the bag.
But listen, obviously your clubmate Susan had heard you there as she's lifted the energy up and putting that challenge on the sculler from Melbourne University, Pamela Whiting, who's currently sitting in the second place position. I don't think they have enough water to catch up to Diane Crouch, but I mean, what a race it is going to be once again for that silver bronze medal. Suzanne Walter looking over her left shoulder, trying to make that accurate judgment of where her opposition is as she now strives her bow out in front, pushing Pamela Whiting. They're fighting it out for that silver bronze. Diane Crouch just looking so calm, so composed. She has both those challenges in her sights, so she will calmly take that gold medal. But what a race have we got here for the silver medal. Bow ball on bow ball, inch for inch, both heads are in. She has a quick look, she's done enough, and it's that sculler from North Shore, Susan Walter taking out silver, but Pamela Whiting doing a fantastic job to secure that bronze medal. Those three scullers being our gold, silver, and bronze medalists. Fourth place will go to Newcastle, Suzanne Kemp. The field definitely spreading out a little bit in the latter end. We saw a very competitive start, but once again, the three scullers just lifting that little bit of intensity up, sort of past that first 100 meters to take out Diane Crouch, taking the gold medal. Suzanne Walter will be our silver medalist, and Pamela Whiting, bronze medalist in the women's I single scull.
And it's a family combination. Sue from North Shore and her husband Len Walter. Len's out here. He has had a bit of an injury, I think, this season. I haven't seen him out on the water as much, but Len is fantastic around the club, and I think he's doing some BRO and driving duties out here at this regatta. And I can see Kim Rudder down there on the podium. Kim puts in all the hours. He's down at the club at 4 a.m. every single morning, and a super lovely guy who has also recently had his 75th birthday. So to Kim Rudder, a happy birthday from everyone in the rowing community who you've known and trained over many years. They are off and racing here.
It looks to be our final race of the day. The men's I quad has actually taken to the start line. In lane 2, the Abbotsford composite of Terry Borriella, Robert Kelsall, Russell Smith, and Michael Hayes. In lane 3, the Manning River composite of David Baker, Sam Mollard, Graham Nix, and Roy Halliday. In lane 4, Melbourne composite, Terry Phillips, George Zixoris, Peter McCartney, and Rodney Stewart. In lane 5, Mwillimbar of John McDonald, Gary Betts, Chris Linden, and John Ryan. Lane 6, the North Shore composite, Jeff Wannon, Peter Horton, Graham Wern, and Michael Taylor, coached by your favorite, Kim Rudder. Lane 7, Melbourne University, Paul Bridgeford, Tom Wood, Mike Kerrin, and Greg Longden. And in lane 8, Mossman Rowing Club of John Newcomb, John May, John Hardy, and Philip Titterton. And as they've crossed the 500 metre, what a race we've got between Manning River and Melbourne, those two crews within almost half a second of each other. Thereafter, it's a competitive race for the bronze medal where we had 4 crews almost crossing the line together. So we're going to definitely see an exciting finish to our Friday afternoon here, guys. I really hope we can just start having everyone turning their heads to the course as we move through to this race. Manning River, Melbourne Composite, there too fighting it out for the gold and silver medal, with 4 crews then battling it out for a bronze medal. What a race is coming down the course right now, Catherine.
This is a really exciting one, and we've had a few. I just want to have a quick shout out to Jim Hull. We hope everything's okay with you, Jim. We know you aren't here this afternoon when you're expecting to be, and thanks to Graham Wern from Drummoyne, who has been a late substitution in the North Shore Composite. But I think it's the Manning River Composite who have got this one in the bag, although you don't want to speak too soon here, because that Melbourne Composite with ANU and Swan River are certainly going to leave nothing in the tank. They are really giving them a run for their money. It's going to be gold and silver to either of the crews in lane 3 or 4, Manning River Composite or the Melbourne Composite. And then it's going to be a right Royal Rumble for the 3rd position. I'll hand over to you, Chris.
Both crews there looking very, very strong. We've got that Melbourne Composite sitting slightly high on the stroke rate, 34 to Manning River's 32, but Manning River not letting it go easily. Both crews are charging through to the finish line here. What an exciting race to end the day here, guys. This is fantastic. Melbourne, though, just looking that little bit too strong. They've lifted the stroke rate up once again, managing to take an extra quarter of a length in the last 50 metres, and it will be the Melbourne Composite securing gold. Manning River, though, doing a fantastic to secure the bronze. But have a look at the race for 3rd. We have got Murwillumbah, we have got Melbourne University, and we have got Mossman. Bow ball on bow ball, stroke for stroke, heads are in the game. Will it be the Victorians? It will be. Melbourne University taking out bronze, very hotly contested by Murwillumbah and Mossman, and then it will be the crew from North Shore to fill up the rear. Finally, Abbotsford Composite there in the outside lane. But what a race. We had a fantastic race for gold, and we had a fantastic race for bronze. There was 6 crews there of an extensive and exciting caliber. What a way to end day 2 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championship.
I have got a massive smile on my face. I've got goosebumps, and Chris, what a complete and absolute pleasure to commentate with you this afternoon. You turned out much better than the person I thought you were, because there's another Chris Holliday, is that right?
That's correct. In fact, my whole career was Miss Identification. I think there's a Chris Holliday, I believe, in Perth.
I'm going to call you Chris Vacation from now.
That's all right. You can call me what you like, but it's been a pleasure being up here with you this afternoon, Catherine. I look forward to tomorrow morning where we can talk more rowing and hopefully watch some more exciting racing like we've just seen this afternoon.
And to everyone who's turned out here today, thank you so much for your good company to Rowing New South Wales and to Rowing Australia. We will sign off and congratulate all the medal winners from day 2 of these championships. We'll see you tomorrow. Sleep well, eat up. You can carb load now for the next 14 days because you raced today. You know that.